and made a fist, hopefully anchoring myself to the cliffside. Then, with my right hand, I took my parka by the hood and swung it up at the bear, who swiped at it as if to deliver a blow that, if landed, would have taken my head off. But it lost its footing in the process. Gravel and soil rained down. I tucked my face into the cliffside and let it pepper my back. "Do you smell that, Nanook?" I said. "Don't I smell delicious?" I waved the parka up at the bear again and pulled it away as he swiped at it. Again he pushed away from the edge, and the detritus pelted me as it came down. The next time I roared at the bear, and he roared back. I slung the parka up, but this time farther from the edge, and the bear reached out with both paws and caught it between his claws, the balance of his great weight now leaning over the edge. I yanked down on the coat for all I was worth, while pulling myself as close to the cliff face as I could, with the hand wedged in the crevice. The bear seemed confused at his sudden weightless state, and made the swimming motion with his front paws as he went over the side. He snapped at me as he fell, and missed. But his rear leg hooked on my shoulder, and his half-ton weight tore me back, ripping the skin from my braced fist as I was wrenched off the cliff face.
"I taught her to fly,"
Raven said to Freud.
"It is not my fault that she didn't pay attention." "Our time is nearly over," said Freud. "May I speak to the pale girl, please?" "If you can't fly better than the bear, you have not learned your lessons." "Ah!" Raven croaked. "Please," said Freud.
Judith opened her eyes and sat up on the couch, swung her legs off. I remember. Freud had noted all the details of the dream, but would need to study them to find a cogent interpretation.
"When you died?"
"The second time."
"Yes, when Adam murdered you the second time, and you were revived. You remembered then your time on the ice, on the ship?"
"Yes."
"Yet you didn't remember your time before, in Edinburgh?"
"No. I think I remembered because of Raven and Setna, living in the underworld. It didn't feel like I was dead, but that I had changed places."
"But you don't remember the underworld before the second time you died?"
"No."
"Do you remember falling?"
"I do."
"And after?"
"After, I woke up wrapped in fur. Adam was tending a fire."
"What did he say?"
I asked him, how long this time? How long had I been dead? He said just hours. I hadn't been dead, just cold and unconscious. He'd walked along the beach at low tide and found me, carried me back to his camp.
"You said that the beach wasn't reachable because of the rocks."
"It was high tide when I left, I didn't know."
"Have you always been afraid of heights?"
"I'm not afraid of heights."
"But in your dream you faced the peril of falling."
"I'm afraid of bears."
"Were you afraid of bears as a child?"
"I don't remember being a child. Have you always been afraid of trains?"
"How do you know about that?"
"I looked into your soul. Are you afraid of all trains? Or just trains going into tunnels?" She bounced her eyebrows.
"All trains, I suppose."
She snatched his notebook off his lap. She reached for his pencil, and he made as if to stop her. She glared at him, threateningly. "I fought a bear on a cliff."
"You believe you fought a bear on a cliff?"
"What's the difference?" He moved his hand so she could reach the pencil. She scribbled something on his notebook.
"Judith, we will have to explore this on our next visit."
"I see," she said. She scribbled.
What do you see?
Freud took off his glasses and wiped them with his handkerchief. Are you afraid of streetcars?
No.
So it's not the tracks, it's the train itself?
I suppose. May I have my notebook back, please?
She scribbled in the notebook. Is it the length of the train? He wasn't sure if she was writing or just moving the pencil around.
I don't think so.
Did you have a bad experience with a train as a child? A train trauma?
No, not that I remember.
We should explore that, Judith said. She snatched his watch out of his waistcoat pocket so quickly he barely saw the movement. Was your dog run over by a train?
No. May I have my watch back, please?
Perhaps your mother. Was your mother run over by a train?
No.
Your father? Was your father run over by a train?
No, no one I know was run over by a train.
Pity. The mother would have made it easy.
Yes, it would. Judith, I have another patient. May I have my watch back?
She held his watch before him by the chain. I will need you to concentrate on this while I count back slowly from 20.
I usually start at 10.
Are you questioning my methods?
Give me back my notebook and my watch, please.
She flipped the notebook shut. Fine. But if you wake up screaming because you suddenly remember that a train drove up your poop chute as a child, don't blame me.
Wait, so you are saying that my fear of trains is a fear of the phallus?
Obviously. Oh, look at the time. I'm afraid that will be all for today. She stood, tossed his notebook on the couch behind her, made for the door.
Wait! Give me back my watch!
Good day, Herr Doctor, good day.
My watch!
I'm sorry, but it's shiny. Raven likes it and wants me to take it.
Who is Raven to you, Judith?
She turned, grinned, held his watch out to him. Raven is a god, Herr Doctor.
Judith, I'm going to refer you to a colleague of mine in Switzerland who I think will be interested in talking to your Raven.
15. Jeff, the croissant-eating demon dog of the north. The girls frolicked like electrified fairies on their way back to Klimt's studio. Judith had remembered a significant segment of her past, and Wally had discovered the wonders that were young Dr. Bauman and the magic of a mental hospital. You can just go talk to the loonies anytime you want, Wally gushed. She'd spent the hour Judith was in session shadowing Dr. Bauman. And that's something you'd like to do? Talk to loonies? Wally put her arm around her friend's shoulders and made her skip along the sidewalk with her. None of them will be special like you. Jeff frisked alongside them. As they were passing a bakery, Judith said, Oh, let's get some treats to celebrate. What are we celebrating? That I was murdered twice by the same man, Judith said. What kind of cake do you have for that? Wally asked. We can ask the baker, Judith said. As it turned out, the baker did not know the appropriate cake to serve for a double murder of the same person, but he did give the two giddy models a big sack of the end-of-the-day croissants for the price of a pair, and they sprayed crumbs and teased and trained Jeff all along the way home. There was an older woman waiting at the door when they entered the courtyard of the studio. She was perhaps 40, dressed like a washerwoman, in brown skirt and white blouse, with her hair tied up in a white cloth, and she was very distressed. Where is she? Where's my Ella? The woman said. She went out to pick up my medicine from the chemist, and she never came home. I know she came here. She was going to fetch my medicine and pick up her pay from the master and come right back. Did you knock? Asked Wally. Of course I knocked. I wouldn't be upset if I hadn't knocked. Sometimes we don't answer unless it's the secret knock, Judith explained. Wally took the key Klimt had given her, along with the responsibility of looking after Judith, and went in, followed by Judith, Jeff, and Mother Huber. Wally whooshed around the studio calling for Ella with no answer. As she passed through the drawing studio, Mother Huber stopped to look at a wrinkled pile of Klimt's drawings the cats had been playing with. Oh, my! Do you all pause mute all the time? Wally rolled her eyes at Judith. Yes, that is how Camilla got pregnant. She accidentally ran into the master on the way to the kitchen. When the little one is born, Herr Klimt is going to get us a larger apartment, Ella's mother said with a smile, oblivious to Wally's sarcasm. She's not here, Judith said. Here's her hat, Wally said, holding up the wide-brimmed straw hat with the lavender scarf tied around the band that Judith had used to conceal her face when she last borrowed it. She wore that today, said Mother Huber. Was she wearing her blue dress with the white lace collar? Judith asked. Why, yes, said the distressed mother. Judith took the hat from Wally and put it in front of Jeff, who crunched the brim. Now, damn me, don't eat it, smell it. We need to find Ella. Jeff made a sing-songy, howly whining noise to indicate that he was sorry, but how was he supposed to know? Wally put her hands on Mother Huber's shoulders and spoke to her like she often had to her own mother when she was drunk and irrational. Frau Huber, we will find Ella. She is our friend and we worry about her as well. Wally stopped herself from saying, because she is a beautiful little simpleton, because mothers do not want to hear that about their children, no matter how stupid they are. I'm sure she's just taken her pay and gone around to the shops to buy herself a treat. She shrugged at Judith as if to say, that seems as credible as the story is going to get, right? Could she have run off with Herr Klimt? Said Mother Huber. He had to be here to give her her wages, and he is gone too. The master was here this morning, Wally said, but he caught a train to Attersea at noon, with friends from the art world who don't mix with us. We'll find her, Judith said. She waved Ella's hat under Jeff's nose. Won't we, Jeff? No, don't eat the hat. Wally, give me a croissant for Jeff. And they have nurses there, Wally said. I think I'd be quite good at that. Jeff had led them to an alley in the 2nd district, Leopoldstadt. Wally had been recounting her adventuresome hour in the company of the handsome Dr. Baumann the entire time they'd been searching for Ella. I think you need training for that, don't you? But I have experience taking care of you. They might let me apprentice. She paused, looked around. I don't like this. It's dark. You'd better be right about this, Jeff, or no more croissants for you. She carried the sack of croissants, still half full. We'll be fine, Judith said. Jeff says this way. They followed Jeff down the alley. Something in the shadows made a squeaking noise, a rat, probably, and Jeff looked back over his shoulder at Judith as if to say, I hope you don't expect me to go after that rat, because it's dark and I don't care for it. Jeff paused at a weathered door made of roughly hewn boards. He whimpered, pranced a bit. This is it, Judith said. This is what? Ella didn't come down this alley on her own. She's afraid of moths. I chased her with a dead moth once and she screamed. Why would you do that? She was fine. She's tall. But if someone took her and they're in there, they might just think that we are delivering ourselves into their clutches. Their clutches? Their lair, where they will rape and kill us, and vice versa. I don't think that will happen, Judith said. But just in case, maybe you should back down the alley a bit, and if they grab me, you can run and get help. And just leave you in their clutches? Jeff scratched at the door and whined. Judith raised a hand of stern, "Shut up," to Wally, who immediately backed down the alley a few yards. They heard the door unbolt, and in an instant, Jeff was through it. Judith barked orders in a language Wally didn't understand. Wally could hear men shouting, scrambling, screaming. Judith pulled the door partially closed, looked at Wally, held out her hand. "I'm going to need the croissants," she said. Wally handed her the sack. Judith shouted, "Ak-ah! Akut! Ak-ah!" She tossed a croissant in through the crack in the door. "Really? Fine." She threw in another croissant, then looked to Wally again. "Come, help me get Ella up." There was already a message waiting for him when Van Beek checked in at the telegraph office. He hadn't left an address for delivery because he didn't want to be found, and he certainly didn't want a messenger coming to the room in the alley where the two hired scoundrels were watching the girl. News. Wait for reply upon next message. Van Beek swore and crumpled the message. How long was he to wait? He couldn't very well leave the girl in the hands of the two Hanses for very long. "The sender is going to have your message read over the telephone," the clerk volunteered. "Likely you won't have to wait long. If you'd like, you can go home and I'll call you by telephone when the response comes. Van Beek just didn't think in terms of the telephone. People shared lines if they had them, and that was no way to know who was listening. Although he was sending coded messages through telegraph operators who read every word he sent or received, so perhaps the telephone made sense. The clerk gave him a form and he filled out the message in clear block letters.
Lamp acquired. Awaiting instructions. Urgent.
He really hoped that urgent conveyed just how impatient he was with this entire job and its very weird circumstances, although he was grateful to not have experienced any more hallucinations since the day he'd seen the giant wolf outside Café Piccolo. To celebrate, he'd bought a bottle of Mother Hagen's cough killer, which took the edge off his nervousness somewhat, and consequently had kept him from shooting the two Hanses. "Here it comes," the clerk called from the desk where he worked the telegraph key. He transcribed the paper tape as it was fed out of the machine, folded the form, and brought it to the counter. Van Beek gave the young man a 5-crown coin and took the message. "Client's agent will receive lamp directly, Vienna, 2 days. Send discreet address."
What the fuck am I supposed to do with her for 2 days? Keep her drugged?
"The lamp?" asked the clerk, and Van Beek realised he'd spoken aloud.
Exactly,
said Van Beek.
One of those Jugendstil lamps with female figurines on the base.
"What kind of drugs does one use on those lamps, Herr Hagen?" Hagen being the alias Van Beek had been using in Vienna, in honour of his dear mother, the cough killer.
"Young man,"
said Van Beek, tapping the brim of his hat, as if a thought had suddenly landed there.
"I have forgotten to tip you. My apologies."
And he flipped another 5-crown coin onto the counter, which the clerk pocketed with a smile. "I hope your client likes your lamp," said the clerk. Van Beek took the message and hurried out into the night. The door was ajar when he arrived at the little room on the alley in the 2nd district. The girl was gone, the furniture broken, and the two Hanses cowered in the corner, whimpering.
It was huge. Teeth like knives, said Tall Hans. "We couldn't do anything. We couldn't move," said Short Hans. "It would have bitten me in two." "Look around. Make sure it's not coming back," said Tall. "They were just here," said Short. "They?" Van Beek asked. "Two girls. One looked like the girl we took, Tall. Yeah, the little redhead. They took her. It ate our shoes," wailed Short Hans, thrusting out his foot, which was bare and somewhat bloody, but not to a life-threatening degree. "I thought it was going to eat our legs, but she gave it a croissant." "A croissant?" "2 croissants," said Tall. "The tall girl gave it 2 croissants and called it off. That's all that saved us. This won't affect our pay, will it?" asked Short.
Van Beek turned and walked out.
"Because Jeff likes to chew shoes,"
Judith explained. They had Ella slung between them, and were more or less carrying, perhaps dragging her down the street. Ella raised her head just enough to say, "My head hurts. Oh, fuck." Then she passed out again. "He has eaten 2 pairs of the master's shoes," Wally allowed. When she'd come into the room, she'd felt sure it was mostly full of Jeff, to a really unbelievable level. But only a second later, he was normal Jeff size, chewing on one of the scoundrel's shoes, which he only dropped when Judith lured him out of the room with croissants. "What was the language you were speaking to him?" Wally asked. "The language of the people." "How do you know it?" "I spent some time with the people." "Before you were murdered?" "No, after, the 2nd time." "Will you tell me all about it after we take Ella to her mother?" "What I remember, it might not make sense." "I don't care. Tonight, then." "Oh, you have to stay at Egon's apartment tonight so I can keep an eye on you. I promised the maestro." "Does Egon know that Jeff is coming with us?" "Not yet, but Egon is going to love Jeff." Jeff made a howling, whining, talking noise, and Wally leaned Ella on Judith as she dug in the sack and retrieved a croissant for their valiant guardian.
"To Dr. Carl Jung, 1003 Seestraße, Kusnecht, Zürich, Switzerland. 19 Burgas, Vienna, Austria. 7th of June, 1911. Dear friend, I find myself of late as busy as I'm sure you find yourself, and I do not wish to add to your workload, but I have been treating a patient that I think may help illuminate and perhaps resolve our differences on the presence of fantasy and occultism in analysis and treatment. The patient, whom I shall refer to as Judith Dry, is a woman in her late teens to early 20s, of British birth, I believe, although her command of German as a second language is impressive. Initially, she could not remember any of her childhood or recent past, including her name or birthplace. She was brought to me by a prominent artist who claims he found her wandering outside his studio, naked and confused. After an attempt at free association, which yielded nothing but resistance and suspicion from her, I reverted after many years of abstinence from the method to regressing the patient by means of hypnosis. After 3 sessions, Judith can recall no memory from her childhood or upbringing, but instead notes her beginning, not as birth, but as being brought to life from a corpse by a mysterious Swiss doctor, and perhaps a dwarf. The imagery is confused, and much of her narrative places her in a wooden box, travelling on ships and sledges in the frozen north, being used as a sex slave by a giant patchwork man she believes was sewn together from disparate corpses and reanimated by the same Swiss doctor who she believes was murdered by her patchwork captor, who she believes, thus far in her narrative, has murdered her twice, only for her to return from the dead to endure more torture and sexual abuse. All the fantastic imagery of her story I attribute to abuse by an adult relative, perhaps from when she was very young, the memories of which are repressed so deeply that her unconscious has constructed these fanciful scenarios as protection. The wooden crate she was trapped in is perhaps a closet in the family home. It is the imagery that she recounts of her time when she believes she was dead, and shortly after that brings me to reach out to you. Judith believes that when she was dead in the frozen north, she lived in an underworld of magical talking animals and 2 gods in particular. Sedna, a mother figure that brings food and culture to the people, and Raven, a Promethean character who is animal, human, and god at once, who brought light and water to the people. Judith believes that both these deities abide within her, and indeed I have heard her affect the voice of Raven while under hypnosis, and the character answers with a distinct and separate personality. As you know, I am skeptical to the point of disgust at occult or religious nonsense as it relates to the personality, other than acting as symbols for various aspects of the psyche. But these 2 figures, and perhaps even the patchwork monster man and the magical Swiss doctor, seem to fit hand in glove with your theory of the collective unconscious and the archetypical aspects of consciousness. I would hope that further exploration of Judith's condition by a scientist with a more open attitude towards these supernatural aspects might help her break through her repression and perhaps recover some semblance of her history and normality. I hope you have the time and inclination to consider treatment of this patient, whom I have no doubt you will be able to help, but whose study, in turn, may disabuse you of some of your theories about the occult. The artist who acts as her guardian is well-funded, and I'm sure would consent to pay for her travel and treatment should you decide to take on her case. With the patient's permission, I have enclosed typescripts of my session notes, which include my interpretations of Judith Dry's narrative. I look forward to your thoughts. Yours, Freud. P.S. The patient has exhibited a unique type of transference, wherein she indulges frequent fantasies of murdering me. But I assure you this factored in no way in my reaching out to you on this matter.
16. Bohemians on a train. It was Wally's first long train trip, and most of it she spent up on her knees on her seat, looking out the window as the Austrian countryside went by. "It's a great adventure," Wally said to Judith, who sat across from her at the window. "Have you been on a trip before? Do you remember?" "I don't remember a train," Judith said, "but adventures, yes, I think." "I've been on dozens of train trips," said Gertie, who was sitting across the aisle with Anton Peschka, Egon's handsome painter friend. At 26, he was 5 years older than Egon, a fellow alumnus of the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. Gertie wore a wide-brimmed sun hat with an orange band, and she panned her head around as if projecting sunlight on everyone she addressed. "But my favourite was our trip to Trieste for our honeymoon. Do you remember, Egon?" Wally and Judith both looked from the window to Gertie, who had their full attention. Egon, who sat next to Judith, ran his fingers through his hair, and then leaned over a drawing of Peschka and his sister he had been working on in a notebook in his lap. "Yes," he said, as if he'd been pulled out of a dream. "Honeymoon?" Wally asked. "Oh, yes, it was very romantic," gushed Gertie. "We ran away together, just the two of us. Took the train to Trieste, where our parents had their honeymoon. We stayed at the same inn, in the same room that they did. Reenacted the whole thing. It was so romantic. The harbour at Trieste is simply stunning. Mamma was furious at us when we returned." "And when was this?" Peschka asked. "Oh, ages ago," Gertie said. "I think I was 12. Peschka looked at Sheila. "So you were 16? "Stop talking, Anton. I'm trying to draw your mustache." Egon was concentrating furiously on anything that was not the conversation. "Oh, it was marvellous," Gertie said. "We spread flower petals on the sheets, and we drank champagne." "And you were 12, Judith said, right into Egon's ear. "With your brother?" "Egon made drawings of the ships in the harbour, and many drawings of me in the room. I was already an excellent model." "Is this after your father went mad from syphilis and burned the family fortune?" Wally asked, remembering the story Egon had told on the first day she'd met him. "Oh, long after that," Gertie said. "I was little when Papa went mad. I don't even remember it, except there was a lot of screaming. Papa hated Egon's drawings." "The nudes?" asked Peschka. "Oh, yes," said Gertie. "Egon had loads of practice drawing nudes of me. He says one day my snatch will be in the Louvre." Everyone but Gertie and Judith cringed. Wally was up on her knees again, but this time turned toward Gertie. "So, you went on a honeymoon with your brother on a train," Judith said.
"When they were 12, Peschka added.
"Dr. Freud is going to love this story," Judith said.
"You're seeing Dr. Freud?"
said Peschka, his eyes wide with wonder. "She's mad," said Wally. "A complete bedbug." "Not from syphilis, though," said Judith. "Does that run in families?" She patted Egon's arm, rested her head against his shoulder to let him know that nothing was wrong with your father going mad from syphilis and you going on a honeymoon with your little sister. Who was she to judge? Egon folded his pencil into his notebook and stood. "Well, I'm famished. I'm going to the dining car. Can I bring anyone something?" "I'll go with you," said Gertie. She stood and hugged her brother's arm. Sheila looked at Peschka, pleading in his eyes. "I'll go along too," said Peschka, who stood and turned to Wally and Judith. "Can I bring you anything?" "Strudel, please," said Judith. "Also strudel," said Wally. "In the croissant for Jeff," Judith said. "I don't think they will let you in the baggage car while the train is moving," said Wally. "Then a strudel for Jeff," Judith said. "That doesn't—" Wally waved her hands in front of her face to clear any logic that was trying to enter the conversation. "Yes, 3 strudels, please."
I'll have the porter bring them, said Peshka. He bowed slightly and hurried after Egon and Gertie. Wally sat down in her seat. I hate her. She's so pretty and sophisticated, and she's known him all his life. Her hat is very pretty, said Judith. I don't know how to compete with her. I have an idea. We're not going to murder her, said Wally. But with Jeff, it's no. Oh, Judith said, disappointed. She slid down in her seat. We could get a ribbon for your hat. They paraded through the village of Krumau like they were announcing the circus. Egon and Anton in their cosmopolitan flannel suits in light colours, the girls in their hats and summer dresses, moving behind like dancers spreading flower petals behind the bride and groom at a wedding, except that each, in addition to her own bag, was carrying a tied bundle of number 30 framed canvases that Sheila's agent had sent with them, and Judith was leading Jeff on his leash, the Malamute prancing like a Lipizzaner stallion. So happy was he to be out of the baggage car. The lower part of Krumau was built into a loop of a river, tall stone houses with tile roofs piled on top of each other, and Upper Krumau was built atop a steep hill, a medieval village built around a great castle, a shamble of ancient buildings and narrow, winding cobblestone streets, with small shops interspersed among the houses. People looked out their windows as the artists passed. Shopkeepers stood in their doorways and gave them the evil eye, and children stopped playing and followed the little troop of fancy city people. They didn't see many visitors in Krumau, so the arrival of 5 vital young travellers and a big dog was the event of the week. Where's the airplane? Asked Wally. She had never seen one and very much wanted to. What is an airplane? Asked Judith. Oh, you bumpkin! How do you not know what an airplane is? Said Gertie. I've seen simply dozens of them. Where? Asked Egon, who had never seen one himself. Pictures and magazines, said Gertie, who took offence at being questioned. You wouldn't know. We shall not only see one, we will fly one, said Anton, who, despite being the oldest, was the least cynical of the bunch, and so often sounded like a complete loon. They stopped at a shop and bought 2 basketfuls of food and wine, then made their way to the house that Egon had secured, a rather large house as houses went in Krumau, stone, 2 stories tall, with 4 bedrooms and a small fenced garden on one side, the river on the other. It's huge, Wally said when Egon led them through the door, then, realising she was revealing her working-class roots, added, For a small house? Egon said, We can use this great room for a painting studio, and one of the bedrooms for a studio as well. I'll be painting plein air most days as well. Rustler says he likes to have the landscapes for those who don't want to hang a nude in their house. Puritans. The girls were giddy with the freedom promised by their new lodgings. We should pick some flowers to put around the house to make it cheerful, said Gertie. Oh, yes, said Wally, and build a fire in the stove so we can have tea, and kill our seal so we can use its oil for lamps at night, said Judith. And they all stopped and looked at her. We can also make boots out of the skin, Judith offered with a shrug, as if it were the lack of utility in her suggestion that had given them pause. Come, Gertie, let's go find the graveyard and steal some flowers, said Wally, trying to change the subject. Then everyone looked at her. Oh, find some wildflowers in the wild, Wally added. She was a city girl, and had seen the country for the first time on the train trip there. Jeff, find us some flowers, Judith said, and Jeff pricked up his ears and ruffed. Despite being a snow dog, he knew what flowers were from being told for many years in England not to pee on them. I'll open a bottle of wine and we'll have a drink, said Anton. To celebrate the establishment of our artist colony, said Egon. Within an hour, they had forgotten all about finding flowers. They were well into their 3rd bottle of wine and had inflicted serious damage on some bread and sausages when Egon broke out his sketchpad and began to draw out a portrait of Wally looking out the front window. Look over your shoulder at me, Egon directed. Wally gave him a coy smile. He drew furiously, barely looking at the paper but keeping his eyes on Wally as the lines formed a figure on the page. Your eyes are so blue in the daylight, Egon said. I'll have to do a painting.
Across the room, Judith sat on an old divan with broken-down cushions and watched Egon work while she cut bits of sausage and fed them to Jeff. Anton suggested that he should draw Gertie by window light as well, and since Egon had monopolised the window looking out on the street, he led Gertie by the hand up the stairs to one of the bedrooms that looked out over the river. "I'm going to take Jeff for a walk," Judith said, standing. "Don't go far and don't murder anyone," Wally said. "What if I see the Dutchman?" "Fine, him, but nobody else." "Stop moving," said Egon. "Sorry," Wally said. "I'm usually much more professional, but I'm being paid to look after her." "Get more wine," said Egon. "There's money in my bag," said Wally. "I have some money," Judith said. She'd taken all the money from the thugs who had kidnapped Ella, in exchange for not letting Jeff eat them. "Come, Jeff." Judith led Jeff out the front door and surprised several of the village children, who were watching Wally pose from under the window. The children fell in behind, as Jeff was more interesting than a pretty girl in a hat. "Does he bite?" one little girl asked. "Sometimes," Judith said. "Is he a wolf?" a boy asked. "Sometimes," Judith answered. She led them through the winding streets of Cromau, and on different blocks, parents called their children away from the parade until there was just one little boy following, desperate, it seemed, to pet the big snow dog. They passed through the gate of the old town walls, and the ramshackle village opened into fields with ripening crops. "Where are you going?" the little boy asked. He wore short pants and high socks and broken-down shoes that looked to be too big for him. "I don't know," said Judith. "Why are you following me?" "I don't know. Do you want to see the marmot?" "Yes." She remembered a marmot she'd met in the underworld, who was lovely. It turned out they were going in the right direction to find the marmot. The boy led them, although there were no crossroads for miles, so leading was just a matter of staying on the road. And after a while the boy fell in beside her and examined her as they walked, as if he were sizing her up for spare parts. "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm not sure," she said. "I am a corpse and a slave, but I am also a trickster and a sea wife. I am a hunter and fisher and a seamstress and a cook. I am a model for a painter. My friend Wally says I am a lunatic. Sometimes I am Raven, who fetched fire and the sun. And sometimes I am Sedna, who brings all the game and the fishes to the people. I think I have been a killer, but I don't remember killing anyone. I am probably English, but I might be Scottish, I don't remember. I try to think back every night as I fall asleep. I try to remember who I was. But there are many times I've lived in that I can't see. There is a famous doctor in Vienna who is trying to help me, and he says I am jealous of my father's penis. But I don't remember. I don't know who I am, I just don't know." "I am Jacob," said the boy. "Oh," she said, "I'm Judith. This is Jeff with the G." Jeff awooed softly to confirm the G. "I have been to the doctor," said Jacob. "He looked in my nose and ears and listened to my heart. He said I'm strong." "He didn't say anything about your father's penis?" "No? Would you like me to ask my father if you can have it? I don't think he uses it." "No, thank you. I don't think I need it." She stopped, let the revelation wash over her like the northern lights in the Arctic night, turned to Jacob and took him by the shoulders. "He's wrong, Jacob. Dr. Freud is wrong. I don't envy a penis. I don't want a penis."
"Not so fast,"
Raven said from the corner of her mind. "Shut up, bird," said Sedna, the sea wife, from another corner. "She's having an epiphany." They walked for a while longer, and the boy led them to a farm, where behind the barn there was a rabbit hutch, and inside was a portly marmot munching on a turnip. "He's like a giant squirrel," said Jacob. "I think I knew that," said Judith. "But he lives underground." Jeff whined and warbled, meaning to say, "I bet he would be delicious," but he behaved and instead produced a giant poo next to the cage to remind the marmot how he might have turned out. What do you want to do now? Asked Jakob. Judith squinted at the sky. We should go back to town. I need to buy some wine for my friends. My friends said that you city people would catch us and eat us. But I wasn't afraid. You are very brave. Jakob blushed, and then set his chin like a soldier, and proudly marched toward town. You are pretty, he said after a while. Thank you. I was made to be a monster. My sister says that I am a monster. We'll both be monsters, but in secret, she said. Jakob grinned as he marched on, revelling in his secret monstrosity. When they reached the wine shop, Judith shook Jakob's hand and thanked him for the marmot. He skipped away to tell his friends he had survived an encounter with a tall girl from the city. When Judith returned home, she found Egon and Wally shagging on the great room rug in front of a mirror with a gold frame that someone had taken off the wall and propped up against the couch. Wally was on the bottom, her legs in the air, wearing only her chemise and stockings, and Egon, spider-like, was on top of her, naked but for his socks, trying to draw on a sketch pad on the floor beside Wally's shoulder while looking at them in the mirror. He thrusted several times, then lost momentum as he concentrated on his drawing, then repeated the whole distracted dance step again. Hi, chirped Wally. Did you bring more wine? I'm trying to capture the grotesque savage beauty of it, Egon said. I'm sorry, Judith said. I'll go back out. No, don't bother. We're almost finished, Wally said. Make them a sandwich, Sedna said. Command Eckler to join in with them, Raven suggested. Judith was beginning to realise, as these memories surfaced, as these voices awakened in her mind, that good judgment demanded she ignore them most of the time, even when they were trying to help. Instead of making a sandwich or having Jeff join in the moving art installation on the great room rug, she said, The wine is on the table, and led Jeff up the stairs toward her room. As she passed the first bedroom, the door was open a crack, and she could hear a man moaning. She peeked in to see Anton Peshka sitting on a rocking chair, his artist's smock pulled up over his waist, and Gertie kneeling in the floor before him, her head bobbing in his lap, like she was a cat lapping up cream. You could, Sedna started. I'm not making them a sandwich, Judith said aloud. What? What? Said a startled Anton. Judith moved down the hallway. There's more wine on the table downstairs, she called over her shoulder. There was going to be a lot of this, she reckoned, over the next month. Art could be a very demanding endeavour. She went to her room, removed her shoes, lay down on the bed, and opened a magazine Wally had given her that seemed to be mostly about hats, soap, and popular entertainers. Jeff curled up on the rug by the bed and fell asleep. In a few minutes, there was a soft knock on the door. Yes, she said. Peshka opened the door a crack, peeked in. You're welcome to join us if you'd like, he said. Someone needs to finish Gertie off and I'm spent. Shh, we don't need her, slurred a drunken Gertie from behind him. I can do it. I'm just being polite, Peshka said. No, came Wally's voice from somewhere down the hall. No one touches Judith. The master said so also. She's mad. Thank you, Anton, said Judith. I'm just going to read and rest for a bit. Suddenly Peshka's face was yanked out of the door, and Wally's replaced it. How was your walk? Nice. I made a friend and we met an excellent marmot. I've never seen a marmot, said Wally. You'll have to introduce me. As they passed the days in Krumau, the young bohemians fell into a pattern of making art, making love, drinking too much, entertaining the village children, and scandalising the adults. Anton and Egon, usually somewhat hungover, would draw in the morning, posing the girls doing everything from mundane tasks like dressing, reading, or attending to their toilette, after le trek, to the most gymnastic of erotic poses, many of which devolved into actual sex. Judith was excused from the sexual sessions, although Egon tried to have Judith and Wally pose together to simulate acts of sapphic love, which always resulted in the models giggling to the point of tears, and sending Egon into a fit of anger, unless he had managed to complete a quick sketch before the laughing began. After lunch, Egon and Anton would take easels and paints out into the village and paint plein-air landscapes and architectural motifs. Egon to fulfil his commitment to his agent for the 30 canvases he needed to sell in Munich, Anton because he was sore and needed a break from tending to Gertie's sexual wants and needs. It was summer and school was out, so the two painters attracted a pack of curious children that followed them through the village and asked questions while they painted. "What is that colour called? Why do you mix the brown and the red? Mother says your girlfriends are witches. Will they turn Gunther into a toad?" Gunther was a thuggish little boy who bullied the smaller children and never joined in the artist gaggle because Egon had threatened to paint him as a naked clown and show it to the girls if he didn't cease his rough nonsense. While Gertie often accompanied the painters into the field, Wally and Judith would do the marketing. And over time, the local merchants got to know them and begrudgingly allowed that they were tentatively charming, if unserious, and mostly harmless, except for the more jealous wives of shopkeepers who thought them strumpets and probably witches. On afternoons when Gertie and Wally were engaged in private modelling sessions with the painters, Judith and Jeff would explore the village, doing the marketing, or sometimes just wandering in the countryside until it began to get dark. After one such adventure, Judith returned to the house to find Wally posing in the kitchen floor, naked, her bum in the air, and Egon, drunk, sketchpad in hand, shouting orders at her like a jailer to an unruly prisoner. "Face down, damn it! Lift your ass!" "I'm trying, I'm getting a cramp." Wally looked back at him, tears in her eyes. "Face down, bitch!" Egon put his foot on the side of Wally's head and shoved her face into the stone floor. Wally screamed. At which point, Judith dropped her shopping basket, grabbed Egon by the throat, picked him up and slammed him against the kitchen shelves. Their contents clattered to the floor. She held Jeff away with her left hand while keeping Egon suspended, the back of his neck against a shelf, his feet kicking as she squeezed his throat. He choked, then made no noise, except his heels kicking the shelves as his eyes bulged and veins rose purple in his face. "Never hurt her! Never!" Egon tried to pull her hand off his throat, but had no strength left. His heels beat a tattoo against the shelves, and he went limp. "Judith!" Wally called. "Let him go! You're killing him!" Judith let Egon fall to the floor in a pile and stepped back. Jeff whimpered. Wally crawled to Egon and turned him face up, put her ear to his chest to listen for his heart. She looked at Judith, who was breathing hard and looking bewildered. "He's alive," Wally said. "I'm sorry," Judith said. Wally stroked Egon's hair out of his face. "How did you do that?" "He was hurting you." Wally rubbed her cheek, where there was still an impression of the floor's stones. "I'll be okay." "I remembered something," Judith said. She cast wide-eyed glances around the house as if seeing it for the first time. What? Said Wally. "I've done this." "I've strangled someone before," Judith said, backing away, a horrified look on her face. "You were protecting me," Wally said. "He'll be all right." "Many times," Judith said. "I've done this many times before."
"Yes, you have," said Raven.
"Show her the lovely rolls you brought home," said Sedna. 17. Au plein air. "I've had a gramophone sent to your studio with some records," said Emily. She was lounging in the rowboat, which was tied up under a massive willow tree. Up on the bank, Klimt, in one of his long kaftans, stood before an easel that held a square canvas a metre wide. In front of him was the wall of one of the gardens of Schloss Kammer, a cascade of foliage and flowers from the ground to the top, in every bright colour of his palette. The canvas was mostly white, with a fine pencil sketch, each blossom drawn in place. So far he had painted only the crimson bits, so from Emily's perspective, it looked like blood splatter.
"Thank you, but I don't want to listen to music while I work," It's not for you, it's for the girls. My models, they'll be distracted. Some of them have never heard Beethoven, Gus. Never heard Strauss, Mozart. Why would you deprive them of that? I'm never going to paint a canvas this size plein air. I'm not capturing a moment like Monet. I'm doing fine brushwork over many days in difficult conditions. It's like cave painting. There's dust everywhere. I need to finish this in the studio, but the color... Why don't you do your drawing on the large canvas? Then do a smaller sketch in oils, just to place the colors, a map. Then finish in the studio. Klimt turned to look at her for the first time since he'd started painting. That's brilliant. Yes. You need to let the girls listen to music while they pose. Imagine Strauss playing while you paint. The joy of it. I think you could use more joy in your life, Gus. I can't play Strauss. They'll dance. I can't draw them if they are dancing. It will be good for all of you. Joy, Gus. You are my joy. She laughed until she snorted. That's not going to work. They should have never sent Wally and Judith to you. But they wanted to feature your brilliant work in a major painting. That's not going to work either, but thank you. I suppose I could try it for a while. The music could inspire mythic motifs, symbols, Wagner. No fucking Wagner. But he's dreadful. Girls will all be suiciding, not just Judith. He's not as bad as he sounds. We don't know that she tried to kill herself. Freud thinks, no. Fine. No Wagner. He turned back to the canvas and painted precise blossoms in crimson while he pouted. In the days following Judith's choking out Egon, the artists, both of them, treated the models with an elevated level of respect, which Gertie felt was deserved. Wally luxuriated in, and Judith, well, Judith kept Egon terrified that she might do it again by winking at him and making choking noises whenever they made eye contact. On the day after the choking, the painters decided to go into the field for some plein-air painting, and Gertie followed along to distract them. Wally and Judith went looking for a cafe where they could drink coffee and eat pastries like the cosmopolitan ladies that they were. But there was no such cafe in Crumhow. The local grocer, though, did sell them some loose coffee, which they took back to the house and boiled mercilessly, poured into cups unfiltered, sweetened to the point of syrup, lightened with a layer of fresh cream, and drank with rolls and plum preserves the grocer's wife had recommended, after she'd shown her husband out of the shop for flirting with the girls. They pulled the kitchen table to the window that looked out over the river and drank their coffee while wearing their hats, as if they were at a cafe in Vienna. So, you were a whore in Amsterdam? Wally inquired. I worked as a whore. How was it? Was it disgusting? Were the men disgusting? Yes, often. Not always, but often. I needed money to live, and it paid better than being a laundress or a cleaner. I hope I never have to be a whore. I would if I had to, but I hope I don't have to. I hope you don't either. And you choked your clients? Judith looked into her coffee. Not all of them. At first it was like yesterday when Egon was hurting you. One hurt me once, so I choked him until he stopped. From then on, if anyone hurt me, I choked them. And when they woke up, weren't they angry? Sometimes. Mostly they were afraid, like Egon. Sometimes they didn't wake up. Now Wally looked into her coffee and stirred it. You don't have to talk about it. I don't mind, I'm glad to remember. Oh, good, said Wally. She climbed up on her knees to her chair and leaned over the table. What did you do when they didn't wake up? There are a lot of canals in Amsterdam. I would carry them to the canal and throw them in. By yourself? I'm very strong. Oh, right. And they never caught you? Not for a long time. I never planned it. It was always an accident. And I got better as time went on. So, you didn't murder as many? Right. Usually it only happened
if the man was particularly large or strong, so they fought back. I accidentally snapped a couple of necks. How many would you say you murdered over the years? I like to think of them as accidents. How many did you accidentally murder? I don't know. A dozen, maybe. Over how many years? I don't remember.
30,
said Raven from the corner of Judith's mind. 30, Judith said without thinking, then cringed. Maybe not. 30, Wally said. I didn't think you were even 20 years old yet. How could you be? I told you about the ice. In the north, I was on the ice for a long time. I thought that was just nonsense you made up because you're insane. Judith thought for a moment, nibbled at her roll, sipped her coffee, then said, Oh, that's right. How can you be so old? Why aren't I rich? What kind of fortune could I have made all those years on the ice? The biggest pile of walrus hides? I was going to say, why aren't you smarter? Oh, right, good point. I am excellent for the harpoon, though. You won't accidentally murder Egon, will you? I think he really likes me. He stepped on your head, Wally. He says we are all just grotesque fuck beasts. I know I am. More monster than beast, she thought. And he had been drinking a lot. I'll try to be careful. I got better at not accidentally killing them for a while because some of the men I choked would return, offer me more money to do it to them again. That's strange. That's strange, isn't it? I don't think I'm a good judge of that. If Egon asks you to choke him again, I forbid you to do it. He's mine. I won't. But if he hurts you again, I might have to break his legs or something. You're the best friend ever. Not his arms, though. He needs them to paint. Do you want to go find the men and annoy them? I'd rather stay here and annoy you. But Gertie is with them. She's so pretty. Wally finished her coffee and chewed the grounds for a moment. Have you ever choked a woman? I'm not going to murder Gertie. That's not why I was asking. I was just making conversation. Trying to help you remember. Then, no. Not that I remember. I can't wait to hear what Dr. Freud says when you tell him you were a murdering prostitute. I don't think I'm going to tell him. Because of the murdering part? Yes. Then how is he going to make you well? I'm getting better. That's true. You haven't run into the streets naked in weeks. I'm going to make more coffee. Do you want more coffee? Yes, please. Wally went to the stove and put on a fresh pan of water, poured in some coffee grounds, eyed the mix, then poured in some more. Even if Dr. Freud turned you in, you probably wouldn't be hanged because you're a loony. I don't know. Judith was trying to remember if she had been afraid of being caught for murdering Johns. And while she had visions of herself carrying a body a block or two, as if he were too drunk to get home, in case someone saw, before chucking him into the canal, she didn't remember being afraid. They would probably just send you to a nut house. Hey, I could be your nurse and we could drink coffee and eat pastries. It would be just like now, except I would probably have to bathe you and hose you down with freezing water and tie you to your bed, and you wouldn't be able to come home at night, but I wouldn't mind. I think you would make an excellent nurse, Judith said. They probably wouldn't let you keep Jeff, but I could bring him to visit. I'd like that. Wait! Wally was dancing in a nervous little circle, in the very spot where 12 hours before Egon had stepped on her head. She'd had entirely too much coffee. Is a fake Dutchman actually a real Dutch policeman? And the reason he's after you is because you're a murdering Dutch prostitute? Dr. Freud thinks I'm English. Don't change the subject. Policemen don't drug and kidnap young girls. I don't know. I've never been to Holland, said Wally. Do they really wear wooden shoes there? No. What about that other Dutchman? The one they found headless in the canal the day Gus rescued you. He wasn't wearing wooden shoes, Judith said. Probably. How good. Let's go get some pastry. They have to have some croissants somewhere in this bumpkin town. I'll get the basket for the shopping, Judith said.
That was close,
Raven said. I don't remember, Judith said aloud. What? Wally said. The basket is behind the couch.
Just as well, said Sedna.
The painters came tumbling in the door, laughing, followed by a small parade of children, boys and girls, in sizes small to medium, who were carrying their easels, canvases, brushes and paints. Gertie trudged in behind them, moping because her enthusiasm had been overshadowed.
We bring our entourage,
Anton announced. One little boy, perhaps 8 years old, ran to Wally like he knew her, waving a sheet of drawing paper. Look! Anton made a drawing of me! Wally recognised Peshka's careful draftsmanship in the head and shoulders pencil drawing of the boy. That's very nice, she said.
My snatch will be in the Louvre next to Gertie's, the boy said.
Wally and Judith looked to Gertie, who was wrestling an easel away from two boys who were trying to set it up as an artillery installation in the doorway. Gertie met their gazes of disapproval, first with a haughty aspect of denial, then said, For art! When neither looked away or smiled, she looked at the floor and said, We've been drinking. Egon took the second easel from a pretty young girl of perhaps 12, who was wearing a green cotton dress and worn work shoes.
Come, my patrons, I'll show you how great art is made.
He unfolded the easel and took a canvas from the boy who was carrying it.
Wally, Judith, this is Tatiana, Egon said. I'm going to make a painting of her. Do we have any wine?
Wally moved to where she could see the canvas, which, mercifully, showed a sketch of a shamble of old Krumau houses. We have wine, she said, and we found some eclairs at the market.
Shall I choke him?
Judith whispered to her friend.
Not yet,
Wally said, but I'm not sharing my eclairs with these urchins. Jeff stood between them, woofing and warbling suspiciously.
We won't give them your share,
Judith said, scratching him behind the ears.
Come, look at my drawings,
Egon said to the entourage. He folded back the pages of his sketchbook and held it aloft for the children to see.
You can see her boobies,
said one little boy.
What is she doing? Is she trying to poop?
Asked a little girl.
My dog makes that pose when he's trying to poop.
Yes, said Egon. You see the pure, base animalness of our nature.
Wally hid her face against Judith's shoulder.
I was not trying to poop, she whispered.
I know, don't worry, Judith said, stroking Wally's hair. You can't even see your face in that one.
And here,
Egon said, flipping the page,
is the actor of beastly lust itself. Egon!
Anton called from the other side of the group. He too was drunk, but not so drunk that he wasn't horrified by what his friend was doing. Egon looked up. Anton shook his head slowly.
What? Egon said. They have to learn. Art will prepare them for the horror that is being human.
Gertie breezed into the kitchen, looked around until she saw the bakery box and opened it.
Look, everyone! Wally brought eclairs.
She snatched a knife off the drain board and brought it, with the eclairs, to the table.
There aren't enough for everyone to have one, so we'll have to share.
She started sawing the eclairs in half, as the children gathered round. Peshka moved to Sheila's side and gently wrestled the sketchbook out of his hands.
Perhaps only share the landscapes, he said.
The children had dispersed to different parts of the great room, except for a group of 4, who stood facing each other, grinning as they munched the pastries. One little boy, who had finished all of his eclair except for a cream-smeared stub, held it out and said,
Puppy! Here, fuzzy puppy!
Jeff bolted to the child and frisked until the boy fed him the pastry.
Jeff, you slut,
said Wally to Judith.
Your dog is a slut.
She's not my dog, said Judith. I just know him. Meanwhile, Peshka had retrieved his own sketch pad from his room and had taken a seat at the end of the divan by the front window.
Come, you,
he said to Tatiana, who was the oldest and therefore the tallest of the children.
Sit, I will draw your portrait.
Dummy, dummy, dummy,
came a call. Left standing with no one paying attention to him, Egon found another sketchbook, a smaller one, and took a seat at the kitchen table, which was still by the river window where the girls had staged their sophisticated coffee clatch.
Come, you,
he said, pointing to a boy with chocolate smeared on his mouth from an eclair near Miss.
I'll draw you.
The boy sat and Egon began drawing.
No, don't move. You mustn't move.
Shall I help him?
Gertie asked. She looked to Wally.
I was modelling for Egon when I was even younger than that kid.
Yes, please, said Egon. Wipe his face. It looks like he's been eating the ass out of a sheep.
As each of the artists completed a drawing, he would tear it out of the sketchbook and hand it to the child, who would show it around to the other children as a new model slid into place.
We should take Jeff for a walk,
Wally said to Judith.
and buy more eclairs,
said Judith.
to feed the children,
Sedna said in Judith's head.
and kill a seal. They need meat.
Yes, let's go, Judith said, snatching up the shopping basket and Jeff's leash and leading them out the front door. They took Jeff up to the castle and down to the river. They bought a loaf of bread and some cheese, because the eclairs were all gone for the day. Then, when they returned in the late afternoon, the children were gone. Anton was asleep on the couch, Gertie snored softly in the chair beside him, and Egon was sitting at the table sketching Titania, who sat across from him, her dress unbuttoned and pulled just off her shoulders.
I'm going to choke him,
Judith said.
No,
Wally held her back.
Jeff can bite her,
Judith suggested.
He loves children.
No! Wally moved behind Titania and put her hand gently on the girl's shoulder, bent down and whispered,
Drawing's done, love. Time to go home.
The drawing isn't finished,
Egon said, a growl in his voice. Judith snatched the top sheet off the sketchpad and balled it up.
Yes, it is.
When Egon started to get up, she pushed him back down in his seat and slid into his lap.
I've murdered simply dozens of men,
she whispered in his ear, evidently too loudly, because Wally said, You didn't say dozens.
Wally!
Egon wailed. Judith choked him just enough to cut off his air and therefore his pleas.
Shh,
she said. She kissed his eyebrows twice, then let him breathe.
Please don't make me go, said Titania to Wally. I like it here, and we're going to make art.
Wally put her hand around Titania's shoulders and led her to the front door.
I know, dear, it's very exciting, but that's all for today. Perhaps come back tomorrow. Those are the biggest eyebrows I've ever seen on a man,
said Judith. She grabbed Egon's right eyebrow and stood, pulled it up and him with it. Oh, 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 said Egon as he followed her, eye first up the stairs.
Where are you going?
asked Wally.
I'm going to take Egon upstairs and remind him about how to treat you. Don't murder him,
Wally said. Judith raised her eyebrows in question as if to say,
But he has to learn.
No! Fine! Judith led the enfant terrible of the Vienna art scene up the stairs.
Jeff
whimpered.
Please, Fraulein, said Tatiana. My father died and my mother has a new husband and he's horrible. I wasn't supposed to leave the house today. He will be very angry with me. He beats me.
She pulled up the hem of her dress to reveal strap marks across her thighs. Oh, balls, said Wally. She had lost her own father when she was 11, and while she hadn't endured an abusive stepfather, she knew girls who had.
You can stay here 1 night, but you are not to take your clothes off. Even to sleep?
Not even to sleep.
To bathe?
No bathing, and you're not to be alone in the room with Egon or Anton.
But how will he make the painting?
Wally looked back at Anton and Gertie, sleeping off their wine.
Gertie will be there. She's very pretty.
Yes, but she's as stupid as a chicken, so let that be a lesson to you.
To not be pretty?
To not be Gertie. And you will sleep in Judith's room. She thought she heard Egon wailing upstairs. No, on second thought, you will sleep on the divan.
Oh, thank you, Fraulein.
Tatiana threw her arms around Wally's neck and hugged her furiously. Wally pushed her away.
1 night. 1 night, the girl repeated. And you have to cook breakfast for everyone. I know how to do that.
Good, button up your dress. I have to go rescue Egon. Wally padded up the stairs. Judith emerged from Egon's room, examining something pinched between her fingers.
I really thought eyebrows were attached better, she said.
Wally rushed past her into the bedroom. Downstairs, Tatiana sat on the end of the divan at Anton's feet and leafed through a magazine by the soft afternoon light from the window. She stayed for 3 nights. On the 3rd morning, A policeman pounded on the door. 18. Places, ladies, music, and begin. When Klimt returned from Attersea, he walked into his studio to find 4 models in various states of undress, sprawled across the posing platforms, wanking joyously to Strauss's Blue Danube waltz.
"What is this?" he said. "What is this?"
He would have waved around the room to identify what he meant by this, but he was trying to carry a 6 metre-square canvases he'd brought home to finish, and they were not cooperating. 2 of the girls sat up and grinned, and Ella, wearing an open kimono, her belly now protruding like turnip Madonna, padded over to him and kissed his cheek. Judith, who lay on the wide platform by the window, strumming along to the music, held up a finger as if to say, "I'll be right with you as soon as I finish."
"Don't you love it?" Ella said. "We thought you'd love it. Thank you so much for the gramophone."
She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him hard enough to dislodge the canvases, which the 2 of them tried to catch before they fell flat. He leaned the canvases against a posing platform and returned Ella's embrace.
"I had to watch through the window," Ella said. "When you came through the garden gate, we all took our places, and Judith put the needle down on the record."
"Almost done," Judith said. Same free finger of paws in the air, although now her head was thrown back and she was wiggling a bit. The other 2 models, dressed only in their stockings, Trudy, a tall brunette with bobbed hair, and Anna, a round blonde with long locks, began dancing around Ella and Klimt, who was a little angry, in addition to being surprised. He desperately wanted to start sketching this scene. "That's it," said Judith. "Yes, that will do." She was out of breath and slightly flushed. Klimt could see the thread-thin white lines on her skin he hadn't seen since that morning when he'd fished her out of the canal. She slid off the posing platform to her feet, caught herself on weakened knees, then grinned as she waltzed across the room to Klimt and Ella. "Master, welcome home." She bent and kissed his cheek. "You look so tan and healthy." "And surprised."
"Were you surprised?"
Ella asked.
"Yes, surprised."
He looked around for someone to blame.
"Where is Wally?"
"In prison with Egon," Ella said. "Do you want to dance, Gus?"
She gracefully offered her hand, and he took it, not sure what to do next. First, she had never called him Gus before, and he wasn't sure he liked it. But he thought it might be in bad taste to scold one of your employees for being too familiar when she was naked and carrying your child, and he was disoriented in his own studio, his sanctum. And what were those white lines on Judith's skin, and where in the hell was Wally? "Thank you for the music, Gus," said Trudy as she waltzed by.
"Yes, thank you, Gus,"
said Anna over her shoulder as her partner danced her away. They were striking in their figures and movement, and he resisted the urge to shrug off the anxiety, pick up a sketch pad, and start drawing. But he let Ella lead him to the centre of the studio, where she curtsied, then began to lead him in a waltz. They had gone 3 steps when the record ended.
"I'll get it,"
said Judith.
"No,"
said Klimt. Judith lifted the needle and stood by the gramophone. "Oh, put on the cabaret record from Paris," said Trudy. Can, said Anna. "You love it, Gus. It's absolutely scandalous."
"No, wait, no. Why are you all calling me Gus?"
"Because of the card." Judith picked up a piece of white cardstock that was wedged into one of the seams in the gramophone's case and handed it to him. It read,
"To my girls. May it bring joy to all our work. All my love, Gus."
He recognised the handwriting. Emily. Torturing him with talk of joy and light for a month at Attersea wasn't enough. Now she was inflicting her joy on him in his studio.
"It's so sweet of you,"
said Ella. She kissed his cheek again, perched her arm between her breasts, and stood at his side.
"Wait, Wally is in prison?"
"No, she's not in prison," Judith said. "Egon is in prison, in Krumau. Wally just visits him." Klimt pushed Ella away, as it felt as if she was distracting him from grasping what had happened. But he watched her spirits sink and quickly put his arm around her shoulders.
"Judith, put on some clothes. All of you, put on some clothes.
The girls looked at each other, confused. He had never asked them to get dressed before. Klimt jostled Ella, and she took the cue.
Come on, let's all get dressed. Gus has other work to do.
He guessed that the Gus moniker was out of the lamp, never to be put back in, and sighed.
What is Egon in prison for?
Judith looked up from pulling on her knickers.
Exposing children to pornography, I think.
But it was much worse when they first arrested him. At first it was abduction of a minor with intent for corruption.
I was abducted,
said Ella cheerfully, wanting to be included in the story.
What?
Klimt sat down on the largest posing platform, which was large enough to accommodate a dog pile of models, and often had.
You were abducted?
Egon didn't abduct her, said Judith. There was a girl called Titania. I think she was 12. She came to the house where we were staying with a lot of other children Egon had collected. Klimt felt like he might be getting a headache. He rubbed his temples. Then Ella slapped his hands away, and she rubbed his temples, which felt much better. So, Judith continued, when the other children left, Tatiana stayed because her stepfather is a twat.
Did she say twat?
Asked Ella. No, I said that. I'm English, did I tell you? He was hitting her. Klimt looked up.
You're English?
And a prostitute, said Trudy. He was fully dressed now and sat down next to Judith on a smaller platform.
You're a prostitute?
Klimt asked. Ella rubbed his temples harder to help with his confusion.
A big old whore,
said Anna. She gave Judith a bit of a hip bump and sat next to her on the other side from Trudy.
A huge trumpet.
So, anyway, Judith said, the police came after 3 days and took Egon away, and then hauled him before the magistrate the next day for a trial. And Gertie and Anton and Wally all testified that he was a genius artist, and I testified that he referred to himself as a disgusting fuckbeast.
Is he?
Asked Ella. No, he's not disgusting, he's just thin. Although he looks strange with only the one eyebrow. So, they were going to put him away for a long time, but then Titania came in and said that she had asked to stay over and that she was never in the room with Egon alone, which is true, because Wally told Egon if he was alone with her, or if she took off one stitch of clothing, I would choke him out again.
Again?
Don't worry, I'm very good at it. It's how I remembered that I used to be a prostitute.
A big old floozy,
Anna said. Trudy nodded. He was being unkind to Wally. Anyway, the judge reduced the charges to showing pornography to children. They confiscated a lot of his drawings and showed them at the trial.
Was he showing them to children?
We don't think so, but he may have. Maybe one before Anton stopped him. He had some hanging in his studio space while the children were there. He brought out some drawings for the police that he had shown in an exhibition in Prague to show them they were art, and that's when they arrested him.
Those drawings were taken down by the police in Prague for indecency, Klimt said. He was distraught then. Why would he show them?
Egon doesn't have a good sense of what's appropriate for children. Wally thinks it's because he went on a honeymoon with his little sister when she was 12.
And now she's a big old harlot,
said Anna. No, she's not, said Judith. Although she's very pretty, so if she was a whore, she'd be rich as well.
So, how long is he going to be in prison?
Klimt asked. 30 days. And they won't let Wally in to see him anymore because she pretended to be his wife when she isn't. But he has a window where she can see him from the ground. It's 3 stories up. So she shouts at him and throws him fruit because he says the food is horrible. Wally sent me home with Anton and Gertie. She's going to stay to keep Egon from succumbing to melancholy. He was very depressed the first few days, but she talked the jailer into giving him his paints and drawing materials, so he's been better since then, she said.
And who has been watching you?
Klimt said. Well, it was supposed to be Anton and Gertie at Egon's apartment, but Anton lives with his mother, and Gertie lives with her mother, and they didn't want me and Jeff around because it interfered with their shagging, so we've been staying here.
And I've been watching her during the day,
said Ella. She's been very good at it.
She's on her own at night, but I come every morning with pastries.
said Ella.
Wait, am I paying you for that?
Klimt twisted out of her temple massage to look her in the eye.
I've been keeping track. I can make an invoice if you'd like. Judith taught me.
Because she's a big old slut,
Anna said. No, Wally taught me, Judith said.
Am I paying all of you?
Klimt asked. No, this was just our way of saying welcome home, said Trudy. A thank you for the gramophone. We know how much you like to draw us when we touch ourselves, so it was our welcome home present.
Yes, Judith,
Anna said, scowling at Judith. You're only supposed to pretend to touch yourself. Really? Judith looked at each of the models for an answer.
Yes,
Ella said. We were just pretending. Klimt closed his eyes and signalled for Ella to resume massaging his temples. I didn't know, Judith said. I'm new.
But I really was abducted,
Ella said.
On the day you abandoned me.
On the day you left for the lake, Judith said.
Holiday. I went on holiday.
2 horrible men abducted me,
Ella said.
right here, in your garden. Drugged me and whisked me away to a closet in Leopoldstadt. But Judith and Wally rescued me.
And Jeff, Judith added.
So now we're best friends,
Ella said, smiling at Judith.
Despite her being a gigantic whore,
Anna said. You mean Judith, not Ella, right? Asked Trudy. That is correct, said Anna.
Were you hurt?
Klimt asked Ella.
No, I was just groggy. But the men who took me were roughed up.
Jeff ate their shoes, said Judith.
Did you go to the police?
No, Judith said. We think the men were after me. Ella was wearing the blue dress I had been borrowing until Wally bought me new clothes. She thought the police would want to know about me, and you said that wouldn't be good because you didn't report finding me.
Right.
But we asked the ones who took her who they were working for. It was the Dutchman.
The one who pretended to be a policeman?
Yes. I think it's time we murder him.
No, Judith. You can't keep talking about murdering people.
I meant first ask him why he is after me, then murder him.
See,
said Ella.
You think she's all better, then she says something like that. I can't stay nights and look out for her for whatever you were paying Wally. Judith still needs help.
Because she's a massive tart,
said Anna. Dr. Freud is going to turn my treatment over to a different doctor in Switzerland. Klimt pushed Ella away again.
When did this happen? No one consulted me. Strauss invoices now a doctor in Switzerland. Why does no one consult me on my own business?
That reminds me, said Ella. A fat policeman came to the door this morning. He said he has some news about a case you asked him about, and he will meet you at Café Tivoli at noon. Commandant something.
Kruger?
That's it.
Klimt pulled his watch out of his waistcoat pocket.
That's in 20 minutes.
You'd better go then, said Ella. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Judith.
The colossal trollop, said Anna. And I'm going to paint Anna blue, Judith said. She means paint a picture of me in blue, Anna said. No, said Judith. Klimt desperately wanted order to return to his life. But part of him also really wanted to see what the curvy blonde would look like painted blue.
Use the Prussian blue, he said. It's cheaper. There's a fresh tube in the storeroom.
No, said Anna. It's for art, Judith said.
For art,
Ella said, snatching up a fresh, clean brush from the tray of a nearby easel. To Klimt, she said,
You had better go, Gus. You'll be late.
Anna jumped to her feet and ran toward the kitchen. Ella, Judith and Trudy headed after her.
Jeff, stop her,
Judith called. Jeff, who had been napping in the kitchen, answered in a talky yowl, which meant, Okay. Klimt put on his hat and left the studio, locking the front door on the way out. Maybe Emily had been right. The models really did seem more sophisticated after being exposed to classical music. To Dr. Sigmund Freud. 19 Burgast, Vienna, Austria. 1003 Straße, Kusnacht, Zurich, Switzerland. 14th of June, 1911. Dear Professor Freud,
How excited I was to receive your letter of June 7th. I am flattered that you feel I might be able to help this patient, Judith Dry, but I am reticent after the last patient you referred to me, our colleague Otto Gross, whom you described as needing my medical help with a cocaine addiction, but who required my full-time constant attention for months before I diagnosed his condition as dementia praecox. Asterix. Schizophrenia. Manifesting in nearly constant infantile autoerotic behavior. I can ill afford to again spend a full calendar page of days chasing a patient through the streets of Zurich as he furiously masturbates in front of crowds, while publicly announcing that I have cured him. I am still trying to repair the damage to my reputation. I trust your description of this young woman's condition does not conceal complicating circumstances that might require more time and attention than I am able to allocate to her treatment at this time. I would also be quite interested to know if her preoccupation with murdering you has caused her to manifest any behavior toward that goal, or if she, like so many upon meeting you, is simply responding to your personality. In short, has she actually tried to murder you? It will affect my response. That said, I have reviewed your case notes and I am intrigued by the particular images she cites, those of Raven and Sedna. While I have not heard of the latter, a short trip to the library yielded myriad references to a Raven deity across cultures. There is very little published to date about the mythology of the indigenous people of the Arctic, but a Danish explorer called Knud Rasmussen has recently published a study he compiled from many interviews with the Inuit people of northern Greenland, which may provide details which I can use for comparison to Judith's stories, and perhaps expand my theory of the collective unconscious. If the patient can recall elements of Arctic myth, which she has no way of knowing, she may have indeed tapped into the collective unconscious. This may be a unique opportunity to expand my studies. And with that in mind, I will accept Judith Dry as a patient under conditions my schedule can accommodate. I have wired the University of Copenhagen, which has compiled and published Rasmussen's research, which is currently only available in his native Danish language. They have consented to send me a copy of his full work, and I have hired one of my students who was born and raised in Denmark to translate for me. I will be able to visit Vienna a few days next month on my way to a conference in Munich. I would be grateful if I could use your offices for our sessions. I am delighted that a method we both concluded years ago produced inaccurate responses, hypnosis, has resurfaced as an effective procedure, and I will implement it with Judith in our sessions. I will send the exact date soon. If you could arrange with the patient or her caretaker for me to see her for 2 hours on 3 consecutive days, that will be helpful. Whether we will be able to find a cure for this woman's amnesia and whatever complexes she may suffer from or not, the prospect that I may be able to confirm the existence of the collective unconscious or reinforce your theory that all mental illness stems from repressed childhood sexual trauma is quite exciting. With kind regards, most sincerely yours, Jung.
It took the entire 20-minute walk to the Café Tivoli for Klimt to put his thoughts into enough order that he might be able to push them aside while he dodged the obstacles of subtext with Commandant Kruger over coffee and cake. Had life suddenly become more complicated? Or had a life of privilege, self-constructed as it may have been, softened his ability to cope? Was he too old to cope with change? Or did he, in fact, crave change, variety, and perhaps even chaos? Soon he would turn 49, an age when men were at the height of their intellectual powers, or so he had read, even if their physical prowess might be ebbing. He thought of poor Marla, lamenting that he could not keep up sexually with his young wife, Alma. The man was a genius, even if he had a heart condition. Had he deserved to weather the caprices of a young woman? Did he?
The syncopated wanking of his young models in 3/4 time had thrown him. He, who had built a worldwide reputation merging sex with art, was thrown by their silly performance. And who could he blame but himself? He had found the dead girl in the canal, brought her to his studio, saw to it that she was cared for, mind and body, and why? Because she represented risk, danger, beauty, sex, compassion, responsibility, death. The critics called him a symbolist painter, and he had gladly taken on the label, created works to enhance the reputation, to give his work intellectual heft that he, educated as a craftsman not at the Academy of Fine Arts but at the School of Applied Arts, felt he did not have. Symbols to somehow throw a haze over the fact that he was simply a working-class fellow who liked drawing, painting, spending time with and bedding pretty women. Was Judith a living symbol? A symbol of his weakness, perhaps? He desperately wished for a friend with whom he could talk about this. Someone as close and intelligent as Emily, but who wouldn't sum it all up as she often did. "Oh, Gus, you are just a dog. A lovely, loving dog." She could be hurtfully smug sometimes. Accurate, but hurtful. Well, Commandant Kruger was not the friend to whom he could pour his heart out. The big policeman admired him too much. He couldn't disappoint him by confessing human weakness. The maitre d' at Tivoli showed him through the dining room to the garden in the rear, where Kruger waited alone at a table, reading a newspaper on the stick provided by the cafe, over a tiny cup of coffee. Kruger spotted Klimt, stood, and heartily shook his hand.
"My friend, you look so tan and healthy, like someone who works for a living." "Just back from holiday at Attersea, but I did get some painting done."
Klimt sat and caught the waiter's eye, signalled to bring him whatever Kruger was having. He was grateful it was coffee and not beer. He was having a hard enough time keeping a clear head.
"And I am just back from a trip to Amsterdam," said Kruger, "where I found out some intriguing information about the dead policeman you were interested in." "Oh, Commandant, mine was only a casual interest. You needn't have gone so far." "Calm down, Klimt. I value your friendship, but not so much I'd go to Amsterdam on a case. I have detectives who do that kind of work for me. My wife's sister lives there, and we were visiting while on holiday. The case was a perfect excuse for me to get away from family." "It was diligent of you to keep it in mind." "Why can't Kruger just forget about social conversations like everyone else?" "The local police revealed more to me than they had told us in telephone and cable inquiries. Going in person made the difference. For one thing, I told you that Season thought he was on the trail of a killer. But it wasn't because of his overzealousness that he had to leave the police force. It was because his theory was so daft. He thought he could trace murders going back 30 years. All, he thought, done by the same prostitute who strangled them or snapped their necks, then threw her victims' bodies in the canals." "That's an old whore," Klimt said, grinning as if he were amused but trying to fight down the panic. "And a very strong one," said Kruger. "Absurd. Which is what Thyssen's captain said of this theory, but he kept at it. And when he was ordered to give up on the case, bury it, he went to the press with it. And one of the papers that specializes in fantastic stories published his theory. It was shortly after that he received a telegram from London offering to pay him to find this woman-killer." The waiter brought Klimt's coffee. But before he even touched it, he pulled his notebook from his inside pocket. "Commandant, do you mind if I sketch you while we talk?" He flipped open the notebook and tapped it with his pencil. Kruger twisted the ends of his great moustache self-consciously and brushed his eyebrows with his thumb, and it seemed to Klimt he might have even blushed. Well, I would think you could find a better subject, but if you insist.
Klimt smiled.
Do I tell you how to wield a sword? Good then, go on. Don't think about the drawing. The girl who answered your door at your studio. Very pretty and very pregnant. Is that your work? Oh, Camilla, Klimt said. No, she has a boyfriend. But I am working on a painting about birth and death, so her condition is useful to me. I see, said Kruger. Well, anyway, back to the case. It seems that Thiessen actually had found victims who died by strangulation going back 30 years, and all were men, and all had been dumped in the canals around the red light district, but there was no pattern time-wise. Sometimes there would be 2 found in a matter of weeks, then nothing for years. So it wasn't a gang robbing Johns, and they weren't especially rich. So I was going to dismiss it all as Thiessen trying to end his career on some fantastic case, which was the conclusion of his captain, until I returned to Vienna. Look that way, Klimt said, pointing to a table over his shoulder. There you go. So what happened when you returned? I sent one of my detectives back to the area to see if anyone had seen anything. And one old woman had heard a window crash in the middle of the night. Of course, any glass on the street had long since been cleared up, but my man spotted a window frame 3 stories up that hadn't been painted, as if the entire window, frame and all, had been replaced recently. So he went to the apartment, where he found a fellow of about 40, a printer who worked in the shop nearby, and with a little pressure confessed that on the night that Thiessen was killed, he had picked up a prostitute, a very pretty tall blonde, he said. He was beside himself. He was a widower who had recently lost his wife to cancer, and they kept swearing that this was the first time he'd ever hired a whore. But before they could do anything, a man announced that he was police and burst through the door, followed by a big dog, and the woman jumped through the window to escape. 3 stories. Did your detective find her body? No, that's the thing. We know it was Thiessen who burst into his room. The painter described his coat exactly. And, of course, the dog was the one mentioned in the telegram from London, from whoever was sponsoring Thiessen's investigation. But there was no evidence of the woman, and he said he doubted if she was more than 20 years old, so she certainly hadn't been strangling Johns in Amsterdam for 30 years. The next day he threw her clothes in the bin. There was no identification and very little money. She gave him the impression that she had picked him up out of desperation because she needed money, not as if she was a working regular. Interesting, Klimt said. Has anyone else seen this strange woman? Well, that actually is why I sought you out. Not because I had asked about the Dutch policeman. No, because one of my beat patrolmen has been bragging about coming to your studio with a newspaper boy, who claimed that you fished a naked woman out of the Danube Canal that morning. Ridiculous.
Klimt didn't look up from his drawing. He was afraid to.
When you're famous, Gus, people remember talking with you.
Gus? What was it with people calling him Gus, like he was a shoeshine boy? He carefully signed his drawing with the Art Nouveau-style calligraphy he had cultivated over the years, as distinct as the stamp on a Japanese print.
Voila,
he said, tearing the portrait out of his notebook and holding it out to Kruger.
My gift to you, my friend.
Kruger took the sheet in his big paws and held it like he was handling a holy relic.
Oh, my wife will be thrilled, and have it framed. We will have a signed Klimt in our little apartment. Why, I could never.
Klimt held up his hand and smiled.
It was nothing. My pleasure,
said the maestro.
Well, let me pay for your coffee at least,
said Kruger, mesmerized by the drawing.
If you insist,
said Klimt. 19. A Blue Danube Waltz with Henchmen. When Klimt returned to his studio from his meeting with Commandant Kruger, it was his intent to send all the models home except Judith, so he could have a word with her. But upon seeing that they actually had painted Anna blue, he amended his plan. "She's so strong," Anna said. The blonde was wearing only a kimono, and it was clear that the only parts of her not painted blue were her hair and her toenails. She put him in mind of a Matisse, but drawn better.
"She is," said Ella, "but also we helped."
Klimt noted that Ella, Trudy and Judith were blue from their hands up to the middles of their forearms.
"It was 3 against 1,
whined Anna.
There's some oil soap in the kitchen. You'll want to use that to take the paint off, not mineral spirits or turpentine. Those will make us sick."
"Won't it just wear off over time?" Trudy, the tall brunette, asked. Klimt sighed.
There are Giottos in the Uffizi Gallery that are over 500 years old, and the blue is still vivid and intact.
"So, no," Trudy said.
"We could sell her to the circus,"
Ella said. "I'd like that," said Judith.
"I wouldn't like that,"
said Anna.
"Take her to the bathroom," Klimt said. "Run a tub and use lots of oil soap. Do you know how to light the water heater?"
I do,
said Ella. "You're in charge, Cher. Trudy, help her, please."
Klimt looked to Judith.
"Could we have a word in the parlour?"
Ella took one of Anna's arms and led her out of the room, her nose in the air, unable to suppress her specialness, since the master had addressed her affectionately in French, Cher. Judith, wearing her knickers and a white cotton chemise, padded into the parlour and sat on the divan. Jeff trotted out of the kitchen, showing a distinct blue corona around his mouth, extending to his nose, teeth and tongue.
"Jeff helped,"
Judith said.
"I don't think that paint is good for him."
"He'll be fine. Jeff is very durable."
Klimt sat at the other end of the divan, cleared his throat, then dove in.
"Judith, were you a murdering prostitute in Amsterdam?"
"Seems as if that may be the case."
"Why didn't you tell me?"
"I only remembered when I choked Egon out."
"You murdered Sheila?"
"No, I was just teaching him to be more respectful to Wally. He's safely in jail for corrupting children."
"So, there you were with many men. Sex wasn't unusual for you."
"I means to an end. A job."
"When I pulled you from the canal, I sensed you were extraordinary. Untouchable."
"Was it because I was dead? Because evidently I make an irresistible corpse."
"No, I mean, yes, when I started drawing you. But even after, I realized you weren't dead. Precious. Like if someone touched you, they would burst into flames."
"I don't remember that happening. But not everything has come back to me yet. But I suppose it could have. I did murder my clients."
"That's true? I mean, is that true?"
"Several, perhaps many, but not all at once."
"So I gathered, but—"
"And you did name me Judith, so maybe you sensed that."
"Did you kill the cop on the bridge the night I found you?"
"I don't know. Possibly. I don't remember."
"The Dutch policeman, the dead one, believed that a prostitute had been murdering her Johns in Amsterdam on and off for 30 years.
"That's possible, I suppose."
"How is that possible? 30 years! Look at you. I thought you were 19, 20 at the most."
"I told you. I died 4 times. So I don't age."
"Didn't I tell you that?" "Yes, but I thought that was because you were mad. How can that be true?"
"If it makes you feel better, both things can be true."
"That doesn't make me feel better."
"Are you going to throw me out?"
No, of course not. I still want to do the painting of you. But should you stay here, it's not safe. Do you know the other Dutchman who is after you? Did you remember him from before in Amsterdam?
No, but now I would recognize him from seeing him outside of Emily's studio.
Do you know why he is after you?
I have no idea.
Well, he's not really a policeman, so it's not about the murders. Other crimes. Have you stolen something?
I keep trying to remember, but nothing. Maybe my new doctor will help me.
Have you remembered your name?
No.
He hung his head, rubbed his temples, more to buy himself a moment than to relieve any tension.
I'm sorry,
he said. He meant it. When he'd called her Judith, he'd been responding to a feeling she inspired in him. Seductive dread, perhaps. That and the beheaded policeman found in her proximity, but now it seemed cruel.
I can call you something else if...
It's fine, I like it. You shouldn't feel bad. You saved me. You fed me, clothed me, saw to it that I've been looked out for. You've been very kind to me. You have nothing to be sorry for. In fact, I am not untouchable. And if you'd like to go into the storeroom with me—
No!
he barked, then more softly.
No, thank you.
Perhaps a hand job, Wally says they work wonders. Although I can't promise you I won't get blue paint on your willy.
No more hand jobs.
Well, if you want more than that, there's negotiating to be done.
That's not what I mean. What's negotiating?
I just found out I was a prostitute for many years. I probably have valuable skills.
Do you remember them, the skills?
Just disposing of the bodies stands out. And the choking, of course.
Well, I don't want that.
Have you tried it? Some gents came to enjoy it. Others could not be convinced.
And you? Did you enjoy it?
I never choked anyone who didn't hurt me or someone else. I'm relatively sure of that. If they returned, paid me, I made them promise they would never hurt anyone again. Anyone.
That seems closer to the Judas of the Bible. Beautiful. Just. Fierce.
He was thinking about the painting now. He couldn't help himself. She was the femme fatale from legend. Maybe he'd pose her with a sword, like Donatello's David he'd seen in Florence. Delicate, demure, yet deadly. So, the storeroom. She bounced her eyebrows at him.
No, thank you. I don't think that would be appropriate.
I've embarrassed you.
She pulled away from him, hugged her knees to her chest.
I'm still learning what's appropriate.
I am too, apparently. Am I too old to start drawing new lines, ethically?
You are asking a murdering, blue-handed monster sitting on your couch in her underwear.
You're clever, aren't you? You talk like a child or a loon sometimes, but I think you're clever and you just don't remember that you are.
Thank you.
Emily is clever too, more clever than I am.
She is very clever.
It's a most annoying quality.
I can't wait to tell her.
Oh, she knows.
Van Beek waited at the train station for the noon train arriving from Zurich, but he wasn't sure what he was waiting for. He had no description of the agents he was meeting, but he had wired Amsterdam to tell them to look for a man in a brown suit and a deerstalker cap. As the arriving passengers filed down the platform, Van Beek ducked behind an iron girder and took a quick swig of Mother Hagen's cough killer. He was going to have to improvise, and cough killer calmed his nerves. Men in suits, mostly, and women in dresses and hats passed him, but none looked like what he expected, which were a couple of thugs from the same mould as the two he'd hired to snatch the girl. Nobody exiting the train fit that description.
Herr Van Beek?
A voice said from behind him, right behind him. He nearly jumped out of his shoes. He turned to look in the top button of a very tall, very broad-shouldered man in his mid-20s in shirt sleeves, carrying a jacket draped over one arm. Next to him stood another young man just as tall and broad, dressed in almost the same way, but wearing a light canvas jacket. They looked like farm boys dressed to go into town. Each had a great mop of straw-coloured hair. Neither wore a hat.
"Who is Eskings?"
Van Beek said, dropping the bottle of Mother Hagen's into his breast pocket, keeping his hand there near the butt of the revolver.
"We were sent from Zurich to meet you," said the second. "Where is the girl?" "About that," said Van Beek. "I couldn't very well bring her to the platform, could I? But I know where she is."
"You will take us to her." A simple statement of fact.
"Do you have my fee? When you deliver the girl unharmed."
"You didn't harm her, did you?"
No, she's fine. But the thing is, she's not actually in my... I don't have her anymore."
The two of them seemed suddenly to get larger. That couldn't be real, could it? Must have been the cough killer. Sometimes it played with his vision. If he drank enough of it, the furniture would appear to breathe.
"She's at the studio of an artist she works for. You'll have to fetch her yourself."
We were told she was working as a prostitute.
I don't know anything about that. I'll hail a taxi."
15 minutes later, they climbed out of the carriage in front of Klimt's studio.
Van Beek said, "I'll have my fee now, if you please." "Then we have the girl. Are you going to just break in the middle of the day and take her?"
He didn't want to tell them that he had tried that and it hadn't worked out well, or about the dog. He really didn't relish facing the dog again.
"No? We're going to knock on the door?"
said the fellow in the canvas jacket.
"Unless they have a doorbell,"
said the other one. He led them to the door and knocked. Van Beek grasped the butt of his revolver, ready to pull it if these two giants rushed inside. Spectres moved behind the reeded glass sidelight. Klimt opened the door and seemed taken aback that there were 3 men standing there. He looked past the 2 Swissers, right at Van Beek.
"I told you I couldn't help you."
Van Beek could tell there was another figure standing behind the door, a woman in a white chemise, it appeared. Canvas Jacket stepped in front of Van Beek and said,
"Mein Herr, we have travelled from Zurich. They are interested in buying the employment contract of one of your employees, the young woman from Amsterdam." "I don't know what you're talking about," Klimt said. "Who sent you?" "Our employee is a physician. He believes he can help the woman." "Yet you don't know her name, and you don't know the name of your employer." "The young woman has changed her name many times. You may know her as a different one than we have. Our employer is Dr. Frankenstein." "That means nothing to me. I'm working, gentlemen, and I must get back to it, so good day."
Klimt began to push the door closed, and Van Beek stepped between the 2 Swiss giants and put his foot in the door jamb, then pulled the pistol from his shoulder holster and pushed it into Klimt's face. Before he could voice a credible threat, something struck his forearm with such force that the bones shattered, and he screamed and leapt back. The gun thudded onto the wooden floor inside.
"A clot! A clot! To Flagger!"
the woman inside the door shouted. Then she pulled the painter away as she pulled the door open. Through the white light of his pain, Van Beek saw the wolf dog coming through the parlour.
"Run!"
Cradling his broken arm and his good one, he ran, not looking back, hoping that the Swissers might distract the dog long enough for him to escape the walled garden. He looked over his shoulder to see the Swissers only begin to run as the wolf dog cleared the doorway, and the girl slammed the door behind him. He made it to the street outside the wall before he heard their screams. Judith opened the door a crack and barked,
"Ak-ah! Aklut! Ak-ah!"
Asterix. Aklut, protect. Klimt was on the floor, where basically she had thrown him. He looked up in confusion and wonder.
"I heard this arm break when you hit it."
She shrugged. He had the gun. Klimt stood, dusted himself off.
"We should send for the police."
"Or keep the gun for next time. Do you want to explain how you are employing a killer hooker?"
"There were 3 this time. What if they send more next time? Who is this Frankenstein anyway? Do you remember him?"
"I remember what Adam told me. Adam the patchwork man who kept me as a slave on the ice."
"Yes, Freud told me that was one of your dreams. He thinks..."
"I know. He thinks Adam is a memory of an older relative from my childhood who locked me in a closet and abused me. No, not a dream, Gus. I'm sure of it now. Adam said that Frankenstein was our father, the man who brought us back from the dead.
Do you remember what happened to him? Did Adam say?
Yes. He said that he tore his head off when he took me from the Prometheus, the ship.
Tore his head off? Is that even possible?
She shrugged. Adam was a true monster. So where should I put the gun?
We have to move you. I have to move. I can't paint with this chaos, this violence hanging over me.
Yes, you can. She squeezed his shoulder like a reassuring mentor. There was a yowling chuff at the door. Judith opened it a crack, peeked out, and pulled it open for Jeff, who trotted in carrying a large work boot in his mouth. Judith looked out into the garden, spotted no carnage, and pushed it shut. So, that went well. He answered with a boot-muted, "Ahoo!"
What?
What? Klimt looked back and forth from the dog to the girl, and back again. Fine, Judith said. No bodies to hide. Klimt's confusion turned to panic.
I have to do that painting. I can start sketches with you in one of the kimonos, but we need to get the gown from Emily finished. Has she finished the fitting? I can't take you there.
She patted his arm. I know. If she ever connects Studio Klimt with Attersea Klimt, she'll shatter like the fragile crystal doll that she is. She rolled her eyes. It's fine, Gus. I'll go with Wally when she gets back. She loves going to Emily's.
Yes, she is an extraordinary woman. Extraordinary.
I like Wally too, Judith said. She's my only friend. Klimt started to correct her, but thought better of it. Van Beek sat on the floor of his hotel room, across from the two enormous Swissers, who sat on his bed, tending to their wounds. Their ankles and shins were bleeding, with scrapes and punctures from the wolf dog's teeth. They were both able to walk without help, but it had taken some first aid in the motor taxi to stop the bleeding, which Van Beek made them pay for on the spot. One of them had lost a small toe, and so that was how Van Beek could tell them apart.
Why didn't you tell us? Said Nine Toes. You knew about this, said Ten Toes. How could you let us walk into a trap like that?
Van Beek sighed. He had finished off a bottle of Mother Hagen's cough killer and had split a second bottle among the three of them. He told them it would help with their pain, and it had. It had helped with his arm, which the hotel doctor had set and put into a cast for an obscene amount of the Swiss's money. If not for Mother Hagen's, he'd have gone into shock from the pain. Now he was feeling wistful, contemplative, lucky. Like a fellow who had gotten out of the garden before the enormous fucking dog could eat his shoes.
Well, gentlemen, the information about the dog was available upon payment. But you decided to not pay me, so I thought it best if you saw in person the difficulties I faced.
They still had his fee, and he would have it one way or another. If the woman hadn't relieved him of his revolver, he'd have robbed them and been on his way back to Amsterdam. But they were stubborn and large, and he was unarmed and wearing a cast.
That is not possible, said Nine Toes. That creature was too large to get through the door. Too large to exist, said Ten. This is some kind of evil science.
Van Beek dusted off one of his shoes with his handkerchief, a soft display of his position of authority. The one with shoes.
That may be, but what do we do now? I have some ideas, but I'm afraid I'll need to be paid before I share them with you. We can do nothing until we report back to our master, said Ten Toes. I'm still bleeding, said Nine Toes. I will factor that into the plan, said Van Beek. We have to wire home for instructions, said Ten Toes. You can't go to the telegraph office like that, said Nine Toes, nodding to Van Beek's arm and torn shirt sleeve. I can, said Van Beek. In fact, if you want to write out your message, I will go out, find us some foods, buy you each some shoes, and book you another room in the hotel. That would be good, said Ten Toes. Would you do that? I will, but I will require my fee plus 10%, and of course the price of the room, the shoes, and the wire. We will need new trousers too, said Nine Toes. and fresh bandages. Thanks, said Van Beek. The money, please.
He held out his hand. 10 Toes pulled an envelope out of the pocket of his canvas jacket and began counting bills.
Oh, Swiss francs, said Van Beek, putting his good hand up as if the money had been dipped in leprosy. That will require an exchange bonus.
10 Toes looked bewildered at the stacks of bills he held in either hand. Looked back and forth, as if trying to figure out the value by weight. Van Beek saved him by standing and snatching both stacks away.
This will do nicely.
10 Toes hung his head.
That is all of our money. Did you buy round-trip tickets?
Asked Van Beek. The 2 Swissers nodded sadly.
Then you'll be fine. I'll be back in a tick with food and shoes, and we'll get you moved to a room with a bath where you can clean up in heels.
Thank you, said 9 Toes.
Some fresh bandages and antiseptic, if you please. Of course, said Van Beek.
He picked up his valise and headed to the door.
Do you need your bag?
Asked 10.
I need to bring 2 full outfits of clothing back, I think I do. Very well, be quick, I'm starving, said 10. I'll have food sent up right away, said Van Beek.
He tipped the brim of his deerstalker hat as he backed out of the room. Then he sauntered down the hall, trying to think of a hotel nearby where he could stay for the night. It was too late to catch a train back to Amsterdam. He'd leave in the morning. Perhaps a nice meal, a bath to wash this entire job off of him tonight. Vienna, artists, giant dogs, giant Swisses, all of it. In the past. Maybe he'd treat himself to a fresh flask of Mother Hagen's and a whore to suck him to sleep. Reward for a job well done. 20. Dangerous playthings.
My urchins were shit, said Wally. Common has shed urchins.
They were walking down Maria Hilferstrasse on their way to Schwester Fluger to have Judith fitted to the gown she would pose in for Klimt's painting. The right side of Wally's face was swollen and purple, as was much of her right arm, the result of her failed attempt to break Egon out of prison.
They seem nice, said Judith. One introduced me to a marmot. Well, they're all shit at prison breaks. I hired 4 of them to help me get Egon out of prison, and they were useless. They were supposed to start a fire at the front of the jail. Then I would climb the short side of the building, climb down a rope to Egon's window, and saw off one of the bars. Then we would both slide down to the ground to get away. But they didn't start the fire. So, as I was lowering myself to Egon's window, the jailer opened another window and yelled at me, so I fell. I had tied the end of the rope around my waist, so I didn't fall all the way to the ground, but I swung into the wall really hard. Was the wall on Egon's window made of iron? How were you going to saw through that? That wasn't the problem. The problem is I was surprised. Everyone knows you do not send Pee-Pants to fetch the matches because he will put them in his pocket and they'll be too damn to light when you need them. Does everybody know that? Asked Judith. I should have known from his nickname. Does that still hurt? It looks like it hurts. It hurts a lot, said Wally, touching her purple cheek and wincing. But I was saving him. What made you think you could do that? Well, I saved you, and look how good you turned out. No, I mean, what made you think you could do all the climbing and rope tying and things? Before my father died, when I was 11, we used to read The Count of Monte Cristo together. I thought I was an expert at breaking out of prison. The jailer had called a woman from the church to minister to Wally's injuries. He thought about taking her before the magistrate, but reconsidered. He wasn't even sure what she'd done was a crime, and the poor girl's face looked like a summer plum, and he didn't want to punish her any further. Also, if she were put in his jail, she wouldn't stop shouting to Sheila, which was wildly annoying. She'd returned to Vienna at Sheila's insistence, as he'd received a wire from Gertie saying Klimt needed Wally's help with Judith. The models tied Jeff up outside the cafe and left instructions with the waitress to give him a croissant if he got restless. They found Emily on the 2nd floor, talking to a tall young man with protruding ears and such an overall aspect of anxiety that they stayed by the double doors and watched rather than going in.
Please, Fräulein Floger, I know you have Elmer's measurements. I need them exact, or the doll maker will not be able to construct a suitable model. And I will order a gown for the doll as well. I would like it to have structure, but for the fabric to be pleasant to the touch.
Emily Flurger wasn't buying the young man's pitch. Oscar, I cannot give you Alma's measurements. My clients depend upon my discretion.
Oscar? Wally whispered to Judith. I think that is Oscar Kukushka, one of Egon's group of painters, the Expressionists.
Oscar said, She is a sensuous flesh dreadnought, and I have perished on the bow of her bosom.
Emily looked past Kokoschka to the two models at the door. Her face went from delight to concern when she saw Wally's bruised face.
Oh, my, excuse me, Oscar, she said.
She hurried to meet the girls, reached out and took Wally's hands in hers.
Child, what has happened to you? If this is Sheila's doing, I will have him beaten.
She tried to break Egon out of prison, but her actions were shit, said Judith cheerfully. But I will be happy to beat Egon if you think it will help.
Does it really look that bad?
asked Wally, touching her cheek and wincing. Emily nodded gravely.
No, it will heal. Have you sent a doctor to check that no bones were broken?
Yes, they had a doctor come to the jail. He gave me a tincture for the pain.
It works wonderfully, said Judith. Wally put some in my coffee and I can't even feel my face.
You're Sheila's new mortal,
said Kokoschka, who had crossed the room and stood behind Emily.
You're absolutely grotesque. No wonder he's so fascinated with you.
He said he was fascinated with me, Wally said, bright and purple. Emily stepped between the painter and the models.
Oscar, you need to fuck off now. But I still need...
Emily put her hand before Kokoschka's face.
Now, Oscar, go downstairs to the cafe and wait for me.
But can I? Judith asked Wally, bouncing on her toes in anticipation.
No,
Wally said.
What?
asked Emily. I know a way to make men more cooperative, Judith said. Kokoschka slunk away, out the double doors and down the stairs.
1 second,
Emily said, patting Wally's hands. Greta, come here, please, she called to the empty room. Greta, mistress of the measuring tape, came breezing from behind one of the changing screens, stopped and stood at attention, waiting for orders.
Greta, I need you to fetch some Spanish lace from upstairs, and the green silk peach basket hat, the one with the faux jewel. We're going to make Wally a veil.
She leaned in and whispered to Wally, It will just cover one side of your face. You will appear intriguing and mysterious. Back to Greta. After you bring the hat, I'd like you to go downstairs to the cafe and offer to sell Alma Mahler's measurements to Oscar Kokoschka. And make sure you get a fair price. That boy is desperate and will pay all he has. Greta, normally the model of urgent efficiency, said, But, Madame, discretion is for me, Greta. A house of fashion can't share information about their valued clients. But there's no reason an enterprising seamstress in possession of that same information shouldn't profit from it.
Thank you, Madame, but what if Frau Mahler finds out?
Tell me, Greta, do you think that you could guess Frau Mahler's measurements by just looking at her?
Within a centimetre, Madame,
said Greta. Then that will be our defence. Oscar has intimate knowledge of Elmer's shape. Our numbers are not going to help his efforts, but if it comes up, we will say that he simply guessed. If it makes you feel better, you can lie.
Oh, Madame,
Greta said, covering her mouth as if stifling a mischievous giggle. She hurried away to go about her tasks. Come in, ladies. Tell me about your adventures. How was prison, Wally? Was it ghastly? They followed Emily to the opposite side of the great studio, where she rolled one of the changing screens aside to reveal a small table and chairs. Sit. I'll call down to the cafe and have some sent-up coffee and pastry. Emily went to a brass tube on the wall, with a string near it. She pulled the string, then put her ear to the tube. When it was obvious she heard something, she spoke into the tube. Bring us 3 cappuccinos and a plate of cookies, please. She turned and grinned at the models. I can talk directly to the kitchen in the cafe. My sister Helene hates it. She runs a cafe, you know. She joined them at the table. So, that young man was Oscar Kokushka. I hope you'll forgive me for not introducing you, but I very much wanted him to go away. Alma Mahler is coming in for a fitting. I hoped you two might meet her, but I did not want him to see her. Why did he want her measurements? Asked Judith. He's obsessed with her, Emily said. She broke off her affair with him and won't see him, so he's having a life-sized doll built to replace her. I wouldn't be surprised if he came here today because he found out she had a fitting. Wally, confused, scrunched up her face, then winced from the pain. I thought her husband just died. He did. The affair was going on while Mahler was still alive, as was her affair with Walter Gropius, the architect. She stays busy, Judith said. Is he going to shag the doll? Wally asked. It seems that is his intention, Emily said. Thus, the measurements. He's commissioned a doll maker in Munich. He's instructed him to stuff it with horsehair, so it feels like sinew under fat, he said. He said the doll maker had covered the first draft of the doll with fine white feathers, so he had more of a feeling of a polar bear rug than a woman. Well, if he tries to fuck a polar bear, he'll be cured of his obsession, I can tell you that, Judith said. They both looked at her. Sorry, Judith said. Then quickly changing the subject, what's a dreadnought? A battleship, said Emily. Well, no wonder she dumped him, Wally said. He compared her bosom to a battleship. If Egon ever calls me a battleship, I'll choke the life out of him, said Judith. Thank you, Wally said. You're welcome. Emily didn't follow the girls' conversation, but they were young and silly, and she allowed them that. Alma Mahler is one of the most accomplished women in Vienna, Emily said. Mind you, she's a bitch, but she's amazing on the piano, and if she hadn't put her music aside for Mahler, she might have been a renowned composer. She's brilliant. She memorized Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra when she was 17. Yet this grotesque fuck beast? Wally offered. Yes! This grotesque little fuck beast thinks he can replicate her with horsehair stuffing and a dress. Emily regarded Wally. That's good. Egon, Wally explained. Egon is also a grotesque fuck beast, Judith clarified. Sometimes a disgusting fuck beast. These men, these artists who try to define us by where they want to stick their dick. I'll not have it. As if we have no will of our own. Fucking Nietzsche, for men he postulates the Übermensch, above all rules and morals, but for women he says we exist only for the child, and to men we represent only danger and play. The most dangerous placing, Emily mimicked, spitting with disgust, then laughed at herself. Why is there no Oberfrau? Judith asked. There is, Wally said. She patted Judith's hand. They heard the doors squeak and saw a waitress in a long apron butt-bump through the double doors with a tray of coffee and cookies. She set the treats out on the table, and Emily thanked her. I don't think I've seen women waiting tables at the other cafes, said Wally, stirring some sugar into her coffee. Would you like to try it? Emily asked. They make a decent wage. I have an in with the owner. She winked at Wally. Maybe, Wally said. She winked back and winced from the pain. Do you think your living should be threatened at the whim of an artist? Emily nibbled a cookie and raised her eyebrows, affecting the aspect of a wise and curious squirrel. She had resolved to help these poor girls ascend from their positions as pretty objects for exploitation by these male artists to having control of their own fates. Perhaps this was why Gus had never let her meet any of his models. I can survive as a model, I think, Wally said. Plus, we don't have to wear clothes to work, said Judith, spraying crumbs over the table. You're here to be fitted for a very expensive couture gown for work, Emily said. You can't listen to me, Judith said. I'm insane.
She is, Wally agreed. I think I might like being a nurse for the insane, too.
That's a spirit,
said Emily. Do you think she'd have to shag the doctors? Judith asked.
That is not a requirement for all jobs, no, said Emily. Speaking of that, how are your sessions with Dr. Freud going?
He fired me because I can't remember my father's penis. He's turned me over to a Swiss doctor called Jung.
Oh, Jung, Emily said. Much better, or at least different. I've read his papers as well. He believes we can all be defined by archetypes in the unconscious. Universal ones, common to all people. The hero, the goddess, the mother, the trickster. As if we are all living in the middle of a great unconscious opera.
Oh, that, said Judith. Thank you for the gramophone. The girls love it.
And Gus?
It made them uncomfortable. Emily grinned. Mischief achieved.
We should get your fitting finished before Frau Mahler arrives. The gown is behind that screen. Put it on, and when Greta gets back, we'll pin you up.
Judith padded around the screen Emily was pointing to, and was stunned when she saw the gown. It's so beautiful, Judy said. Wally, come look.
It's nothing without you in it, Cher, said Emily. You will make it worthy of a Klimt.
Alma Mahler wore a black satin dress, complete with layered petticoats, and carried a black parasol. Her hat was large with a wide brim, an explosion of black ostrich feathers, and a black veil that surrounded her head and shoulders like a Gothic beekeeper's. She leaned her parasol by the doors and folded back her veil to greet Emily with an air kiss to each cheek. Wally and Judith stood by the cafe table, where they'd been snacking with Emily since Greta had finished the fitting. Wally wore the green hat Emily had fixed for her. A structured veil of black Spanish lace covered the bruised side of her face and accentuated the wide, bright blue of the eye that was showing. Emily had put extra mascara on her to enhance the effect.
Well, she doesn't look like a battleship at all, Wally whispered.
I thought she'd be fussier,
Judith said.
But you can't really see her skin. Maybe she's only fuzzy when she's naked.
Wally turned to her.
What are you talking about? The polar bear. Oscar said the doll was like a polar bear.
Can you be a little less crazy just while we're here?
I'll save it up for Dr. Jung tomorrow.
Thank you.
And don't mention the prison break, please.
Emily breezed across the room toward them, Alma Mahler in tow.
And these two young women have been dying to meet you.
She stepped aside and performed a presentation flourish as if it were a dance step in a formal waltz.
Alma, these are Wally and Judith. They are artist models. Ladies, this is Alma Mahler.
Charmed, Alma said, offering her fingers to shake hands again, as if she expected to be led onto the dance floor.
Charmed,
Judith parroted. I'm sorry to hear about your husband, Wally said. He was an extraordinary composer.
A terrible loss to you and the world, Emily added. Being dead isn't all that bad, said Judith.
Wally clamped a hand over her mouth.
Fuck,
she said softly.
Then ow, fuck,
loudly when she accidentally touched her bruise.
Oh, child,
said Alma Mahler. She stepped up and pushed Wally's veil aside.
What have you done?
An accident, Wally said.
She fell while breaking Ikon Sheila out of jail, Judith said.
Alma tilted Wally's head this way and that to get a better look at the injury, all the while tut-tutting.
Egon Schiele, the painter. Oscar has spoken of him. What is Schiele in jail for?
Wally didn't answer. Her eyes darted around in panic.
Showing dirty pictures to children,
Judith offered.
Wally moaned. It was a misunderstanding, Emily explained, despite not knowing the particulars of the situation. Some children visited his studio. He had drawings pinned on the walls.
Art is wasted on children, Alma said, as are women.
Women only exist for the child, said Judith, and for men are only danger and play.
Alma Mahler dropped Wally's chin and looked at Judith. Nietzsche. A genius, no doubt, but a nitwit when it comes to women. When I was your age, he captivated my imagination. His Übermensch. But as I've gotten older, perspective has allowed me to see his work more clearly. The torment of the Übermensch, above the practical and the comfortable, that is no place for a woman. I have found what comfort I can in the company of genius. Is your Egon Schiele a genius, child? Wally pulled her veil back down. Egon says he and Kokoschka are breaking down the walls of artistic convention. Ah, Oscar may be a genius, maybe not, but Gropius is also a genius, and he is better in bed, so I chose him for now. We get to choose? Wally said. You get to choose. At your age, the only path I could find to live an elevated life, a life of greatness, was marriage, and I chose Mahler. Now I will choose again. But be sure a man will give himself to you and take care of your needs before you give yourself to him. That was my mistake with Mahler. He was a genius, and he made me give up my own music for him, so we both serviced his genius. But he was many years my senior, and he had a weak heart, so he did not see to my sexual appetites. Emily was standing behind Alma Mahler, grinning like the Cheshire Cat, enjoying the looks of surprise and confusion playing over the girls' faces. Wally said, Well, I'm going to have a word with Egon when he gets out of prison. He sounds like a scoundrel, Alma said. She sighed. But I can tolerate a scoundrel if he's a genius. He's more pleasant when you choke the breath out of him, Judith said with a smile. Shh, Judith, no, Wally scolded, as if she caught Jeff eating the master's shoes. Alma stepped back, her eyebrows raised. And you, tall girl who knows Nietzsche, that will be your path to greatness. Emily stepped between them in the interest of congeniality, but also because Judith appeared as if she might choke Alma Mahler. Klimt is going to do a major painting of Judith. The girls are here to pick up the gown we've made for it. And you don't mind Klimt spending hours with this beauty? I could not do it, Emily. I've promised not to boink him, Judith explained, but he's been very kind. Well, you should know that both Emily and I have posed for Klimt, but mine was only a drawing when I was but a girl, while Emily has been the model for at least 2 major paintings. One, The Kiss, I believe is Klimt's greatest painting to date. Emily has also been very kind, said Judith. Well, I couldn't do it. You have a way about you. I wouldn't let you near my man. That's probably good, said Wally, if you want him to keep breathing. Oh, you are so silly, laughed Emily. Now, Alma, come look at the drawings I've done for your dress. Alma excused herself from the younger women and wished them luck, then followed Emily up the stairs, presumably to an office where she had a drawing board. She seems nice, said Judith. She seems like a bitch, said Wally. But Emily wanted us to meet her, and Emily is nice. I think Emily is looking out for us, and that was a warning. Judith nodded, the lesson hitting home. Don't cover yourself with fine feathers. Yes, that's it, Wally said. Let's go get Jeff and feed him pastries. I wonder if Oscar has ever tried to shag a swan, Judith mused. You can't let the feathers thing go, can you? See what you think after I teach you about polar bears, Judith said. 21. The inimitable Dr. Jung. Young Dr. Baumann was manning the desk at the clinic when Wally and Judith arrived. He seemed genuinely pleased to see them, or at least to see Wally, who still wore her green hat with a veil. Before you say anything, it was an accident, and I'll recover soon, and I'll be better than before. I was thinking you looked mysterious, Dr. Baumann said. Yes, that's what I mean, said Wally. Let's go chat with some loonies. First, we don't use that term for the patients, and I need to introduce Judith to Dr. Jung. I'm on the desk for another quarter hour. Then you can go on rounds with me if you'd like. I would very much like, Wally said. You'll have to leave the dog outside. But Jeff loves loonies. Judith is his favourite. Patience, Judith said, correcting her. Dr. Bauman ignored Wally's protest and held out his arm as if presenting the staircase.
If you'll come this way, Judith.
The young doctor let Judith lead him up the stairs, then directed her to Freud's outer office, where a dark-haired man in his mid-30s sat in one of Freud's wing-back chairs, leafing through a thick file. He was taller than Freud, as tall as Judith, and as fit as young Dr. Bauman. When he looked up and saw Judith, he immediately jumped to his feet and went to greet her, nearly losing some of the papers from his file along the way.
Judith, I'm so pleased to meet you. I've been looking forward to this.
She offered her hand in a limp, do what you will with it way she'd seen ladies do, and Jung gave her a warm handshake with a smile. A pleasure, she said.
Thank you, Dr. Bauman,
Jung said, dismissing the young intern. Then to Judith, please come in, have a seat. Should I lie down on the couch?
As you wish. I thought we would chat for a while, and if we decide to continue with hypnosis, perhaps you can move to the couch where you can relax.
She sat in the wing-back chair, across from where he had been sitting, and he took his seat. He patted the file and leaned forward.
I've read through all of Dr. Freud's notes from your sessions. You have some very interesting characters in your history.
Do you think they're real? My friend Wally says I'm just insane.
We don't say insane anymore. I don't, anyway. When we did, it was an excuse for giving up. You may be insane, which is to say you may not be distinguishing between what is real and what is imagined. But all the details matter. A diagnosis, melancholy, psychosis, dementia praecox, doesn't matter except as it may lead to a path for treatment. What matters is your story. The details, real and imagined. Only when I know your entire story can I help find a cure. And that is what we are hoping for, isn't it?
I just want to find out who I am.
Who you are is your story, Judith. Let's find out the rest of your story.
I don't even know my real name. Judith is the name Gustav Klimt gave to me.
Ah, Herr Klimt. I must confess I was hoping he would accompany you. I admire his work.
I'll ask him to come next time. He doesn't allow me to go out the city by myself. And Wally comes with me most of the time because she likes Dr. Bauman and talking to loonies.
Jung winced at loonies. He said, I would love to meet him, but I will only be here in Vienna for a few days. With that in mind, I've blocked 2 hours for a session today, if that works for you.
That will be fine, but Dr. Freud and I had an agreement, since I am learning everything over again, that he would explain his method to me as we went along.
Absolutely. We will reveal aspects of both of our stories. First, I would like to ask you about some of the dream figures you've spoken about, so I might learn their nature. These spirits I think you call Raven and Sedna and Adam. Can you tell me about them?
Can I be honest with you, Doctor?
This process doesn't work any other way. And I promise to be honest with you. And I will not reveal what you tell me to anyone else.
Even Dr. Freud?
Dr. Freud will probably want to hear what you have to say, but I won't tell him either, if you'd rather I didn't.
Just tell him, you were able to find my father's penis, and it was huge.
Jung laughed. He would be much more comfortable with that than with what I suspect we are going to find out.
Oh, Dr. Jung, I like the way you think. What should we tell him?
I can see you have embraced the trickster aspect of your nature. Perhaps we will tell him that what he thinks are figments of your dreams are more.
Like Adam and Raven and Sedna.
Let's start with Raven and Sedna. You said in your session with Freud that Raven was a god. Do you remember how you encountered him?
I spoke of him when I was under hypnosis. When I woke up, I remembered that I met Raven in the underworld, and since then he is always with me.
And Sedna?
The same. She is quieter, and usually when she speaks to me, it is to tell me to feed someone or help them.
Because she brings fish and game to the people?
Yes, how did you know?
I sent for a monograph from a Danish researcher called Rasmussen. He was raised among the Inuit people of Greenland, and he speaks their language fluently. He transcribed their oral traditions, the stories they tell of their gods and heroes. It was only available in Danish, so I had a student translate it into German for me. Rasmussen's accounts of Raven and Sedna are exactly as you describe them.
How would I know that? I don't speak Danish, not that I remember.
I think you experienced them directly, through something I call the collective unconscious, which is something I think we all share, but we are not aware of in our conscious world. People from many different cultures manifest the same myths, the same gods, the same heroes, although sometimes with different names and forms, even when there is no physical contact between the cultures. I call them archetypes. I don't know how you did it, but you managed to make the unconscious conscious.
I think I do. Did Freud not tell you I died 4 times and returned?
He mentions it in his notes, but he thinks you are confusing being beaten unconscious with death. You remember surviving a horrible trauma as coming to life again.
No! I died 4 times and came back to life. I died and visited the underworld, which is where I met Raven and Sedna and Aklut, lived with them, or whatever living is there. This is the point where we start using the term loony again, right?
Aklut? That name is not in Freud's notes.
Aklut is, well, he's not. He doesn't speak well.
He is not articulate.
Yes, that's the word. He isn't articulate. He is savage, but he is a god in the underworld. A giant wolf when he is on land and an orca when he is in the water. He changes at will. He followed me here too. Would you like to meet him?
I hope to meet them all.
I can't call up Raven and Sedna, but Aklut is just downstairs. We call him Jeff with a G. He's a silly boy.
Jung smiled and finished writing a note with a flourish. But according to Professor Freud, you can access them when you are under hypnosis.
So he says.
Like Professor Freud, I have not used hypnosis in my practice for years, but I am certainly willing to try it again if you are.
Will I find out who I am?
That is the intention. We may find out who we both are in the process.
My friend Wally was afraid that Dr. Freud would put me under and have his way with me. That's not your intention, is it, Dr. Jung?
Quite the opposite.
I'll have my way with you.
In a manner of speaking. I feel as if what we discover may change us both.
Let's start!
He leapt out of the chair and plopped down on the fainting couch.
Do you have a watch, or do you want to borrow Freud's? I tried to take it, but he made me give it back.
I thought I'd use the tip of my pen.
You rascal!
Perhaps Raven rises in me as well. Jung smiled.
Doctor, you didn't mention Adam among your
archetypes, yes. I feel as if the Adam figure is different. Didn't you say that?
No, he's not of the underworld. He was on the ice. He, like me, returned from the dead.
I see. Jung made a note. Shall we begin?
2 minutes later, Judith was in a trance. Jung checked his notes from Freud, then began the questions.
You said that when you awoke after falling off the cliff, you had not died. Do you remember what happened after that?
It was summer then. So the ice had broken up around the island and the bears were everywhere. We had to be mindful of bears all the time. We kept spears inside the stone house that Adam had built and would block the entry with stones when we slept. When I say house, it was a hut, really. I couldn't stand up inside and Adam was doubled over. Even the ceiling was made of stone, supported with driftwood to keep out the bears. Something Adam had figured out how to do after he murdered the hunters, before I returned to life. He draped a sealskin tent over the roof to keep out the rain. With the summer rain, there was standing water all over the island where the mosquitoes bred. Driftwood was plentiful, great tangles of it driven up the edges of the sea cliffs, so we kept a fire going all the time to keep mosquitoes away. There was a massive glacier, miles across, and rivers of fresh water poured off of it and carved out crevices in the glacier that seemed to go down for hundreds of feet. We explored the glacier looking for food, but always probing the surface for hidden faults, and always wearing the bone goggles with the thin slits in them that the hunters used to prevent snow blindness. In the short hours of darkness, we burned seal oil the native hunters had left in a shallow stone bowl carved out for that purpose. But Adam was right. Hunting without the ice or the skin boats was difficult on the island in summer, so we conserved the oil.
Young said, "You said we as if you and Adam were cooperating. Did you try to escape again?"
I did. And again. Adam caught me and dragged me back and would resume his torture and humiliation. He said it was my wifely duty. I found if I stopped fighting, just submitted and let him do his dread deed, he was less violent, there was less pain. I fell into the mindset of a slave, a beaten creature who fills a routine to avoid suffering. I lost my will to escape or rebel. All the time, though, when I felt my mind go vacant, Raven was in my ear, telling me to escape, plotting how to kill Adam. When Adam slept, he tethered me to him by a strong rope and kept the knives outside of the hut. He had disassembled the hunter's skin boats so we might use the materials, so there was no escape by sea.
You said that Adam had also returned from the dead. Did he not hear the voices of the spirits there?
He didn't, because I had learned to hunt and fish and sew, the skills of the people in the underworld. Adam would ask me how I had learned. I realized he knew nothing of the animal people or the gods of the underworld. He had never heard of Sedna or Aklut, and Raven to him was just a bird.
Why do you think Adam didn't experience the underworld?
Because he was a patchwork man, Raven told me. The second time Adam murdered me and I woke up in the underworld, I was afraid I had killed him, driven an icicle into his brain, and he would follow me. He survived my attack, but I didn't know that at the time. Raven told me he could not follow me. He was man of meat only, not a person. He was soulless. Even animals pass in and out of the underworld. We call them the animal people there, and they can talk there, but not Adam. I don't know where he went when he was dead.
When you were dead in the underworld, did you have a sense of your body?
No, a small mercy. Who knows what evil Adam got up to with my corpse while I was away? I mean, beyond cutting every inch of my skin in a grid to scar me and make me as hideous to the eye as he was.
But you weren't. You have no scars I can see.
They healed, more than they would for a normal person. Now, if I'm very cold or flushed with heat, you can see very fine white lines on my skin from the cuts. I had forgotten them, but Klimt mentioned he could see them sometimes. He's very observant.
So, that part of you in the underworld, interacting with Raven and the others, you call it your soul. But it is a consciousness, with your thoughts and feelings, even without your body.
Yes.
Yet you don't remember your first life, we'll call it. The person you were before Adam murdered you the first time in Edinburgh.
No. Raven and Sedna don't know that person either. I asked them. They did not meet me until I woke up after Adam murdered me the second time, but I had sensed them before. Adam told me I had spent months in the crate, unconscious, dead even. I think during that time, at least when I was in the box on the ice, and later on the ship, I could hear voices from the underworld.
And these voices, they were in a language you understood?
Yes, I remember them as pictures, symbols, the way you remember a dream as real. But after I died, I could understand all languages.
And that is true outside of the underworld? You can understand all languages?
It seems so. I can speak English, which Adam said was my native language, as well as Dutch, German, French, and the language of the people.
We'll call that Inuit, Young said. And you don't remember having to learn these languages?
When Adam first took me onto the ice, he spoke to me in English. He read aloud from Shakespeare and Chaucer to practice his English, although I'm not sure Chaucer helped. He had learned to speak French while hiding in the pigsty in the Alps, outside an old blind man's house. I don't know where he learned German. Perhaps it came to him from memory, the way it did to me the last time I died here in Vienna. He knew less about his past before Frankenstein raised him from the dead than I did about mine. All he would talk about was the suffering Frankenstein had raised him into, the pain and alienation, as if he would find a sympathetic ear in his prisoner, his slave. The only way to quiet him was to kill him.
You killed him?
She was quiet for a moment. Jung waited, didn't want to interrupt the silence even with a scratch of his pen. It was the spring. We had spent the winter in the stone hut, burning seal oil and making small fires of driftwood. I had learned to hunt from Setna. When the ice returned, we found the air holes that seals use to breathe. You wait for them to come up for air and harpoon them. Sometimes they would lie on top of the ice near a larger hole, but it was almost impossible to get close enough to them to spear them unless the weather was bad, which was as dangerous as the bears, who also hunted seals at the air holes. Anyway, it was spring, and we had made it through the winter, and we'd procured enough meat and oil to make it through another, but we still hunted on the thinner ice. Maybe it had been more than one winter, I don't remember. Faced with monotony, passing time in a small space with a monster who tortured me, I became numb. I retreated into my own world, which was the underworld. While Adam yammered on in the stone hut, in my head, Raven chanted to me,
"Slay him, slay him, slay him."
And when I would ask how,
Raven would say, "Crush his skull with the stone."
So I tried that. I was beaten unconscious, and afterward I had to tend to Adam's semi-crushed skull until he healed.
"Slay him with the spear,"
Raven chanted. And in the winter, when Adam had become more careless with the killing lances, I was able to break one of the sharp stone tips from the shaft and hide it inside my polar bear leggings. When he slept, I drove the blade deep into his chest, and he bled and roared, and I pulled the spear point out so he might bleed to death, and ran out onto the island to wait for him to die. I waited for days, nearly freezing, having no food to eat. But when I sneaked back to the shore to find his body, he caught me from behind, bursting out of a snowbank. After that, I lay tied up inside the stone hut, unable to stand and barely able to move. He would only untie my legs so I might relieve myself outside. Then he would bind me and drag me in again. At last, in spring, when he thought I had learned my lesson and untied me, I ran into the sea and tried to drown myself, but he dragged me back and bound me again. He made me swear I would behave before he unbound me again. As strong as I was, I had grown weak from lack of exercise, so attacking him again was out of the question. Sea ice still framed the shore on the windward side of the island. So one bright but hazy spring day, we went to hunt seals. We saw seals lying upon the ice near a sizable hole, but they were 100 yards away, and it would be very difficult to approach them without them slipping into the water. What I saw, that Adam didn't see, I suppose my taking his one eye and smashing his skull had affected his sight, was there was a white bear haunting the same hole, hiding among mounds of rough ice. We still had the bear rugs from the crate, so we used one of them as a blind to approach seals on the ice, so the animals would only see white on white when they looked up. We crept up on the seals, allowing as much time as needed to move the 100 yards. While the bear rug shielded our approach from the seals, the snow bear was downwind, and he knew we were approaching. Then I heard Raven's voice in my head.
"I give you sunshine, little bird."
And the sun broke through the haze and was hot on our skins on the ice. In no time there was water on the ice, and it became as clear as glass.
"When the ice is clear, Nanook can hunt from below the ice as well,"
Raven said, but I didn't understand what he was talking about. We crept on, but when we were almost within range to throw a harpoon, Adam stepped on a bubble in the ice. There was a loud crackle, and the seals, 4 of them, slid into the water. I looked to see if the bear had reacted, but he was gone. Raven said,
"Tell him that the people lie down on the ice near the hole, so the seals do not see their shadows and will surface. You stay back, little bird."
So, when he stopped cursing his luck at having frightened away the seals, I told Adam of the people's trick of lying down on the ice. He didn't see how he would throw the harpoon that way, but I told him with the large hole the harpoon could go deeper, and he could pop up to his knees and strike at an angle. With his great strength, it would be no challenge to spear a seal under the water. The tiny native hunters did it all the time. Adam relented, and since we could see no game close, lay down on the wet ice to wait, while I stood 10 yards away, watching. Then I saw it, right below me. Something I had never seen before. The white bear under the ice, swimming and looking at me as he passed. It was terrifying to have the massive bear only half a foot away, and I thought I might wee in my sealskin trousers, but I remained calm, leaning on the harpoon I had been using to prop up the bear rug hunting blind. Adam didn't even see the deadly ghost moving under him. It exploded out of the hole in the ice, face first, all teeth and claws, catching Adam's head in its mouth with a sickening crunch. Hooking its great claws into his ribs, the bear slid back into the water, dragging Adam with it, leaving a cloud of blood spreading pink under the ice. Adam's harpoon lay on the ice, where he had been a moment before. I stood there for a long time, stunned, waiting for Adam to rise out of the hole in the ice. The bear must have surfaced at another hole on the far side of the mounded ice, but I did not see it again. An hour passed, and I picked up the spears and the bear rug and dragged them back to the stone hut by the beach. Raven's voice whispered in my head,
"Well done, little bird! Well done!"
Jung took off his glasses and wiped them on his handkerchief. The voice coming from Judith when Raven spoke sounded nothing like her. It was deeper, raspy. It didn't really even sound human. Jung said,
"Judith, please stay present if you can, but may I speak to Raven directly, please?"
The sound of rustling feathers filled the room, from whence Jung couldn't tell. Then, in a scratchy Raven voice, Judith said,
"I told her to fly, to escape, but she wouldn't fly, so I helped her kill him."
"You knew the bear could hunt from below the ice, even though Judith didn't?"
"Beneath clear ice,"
Raven said, correcting him.
"I know many things."
"And you brought out the sun to melt the ice so it would be clear? You can control the weather?"
"When you bring the sun, you don't just do it one time. You bring the sun every morning, which is why everyone should be grateful to Raven every time they feel the sun on their face."
"Does everyone pass through the underworld?"
"Many. Most I don't know."
"But why Judith? Why does she remember? Why are you with her and not with others?"
"Others don't come back from the dead. Sometimes for a few seconds, just long enough to look around. But she was with us a long time before returning. We call her Little Bird, not Judith." In the dag? Jung checked his notes. Eklund? Was he in the underworld for a long time? No, Eklund is wanted out. He's savage. He does what he wants. He likes her. Is the underworld of the North, where Judith found you, different from the underworld here? There are different animal people and other gods. And in the underworld of the North, there is a huge fucking tree that holds up the sky. How does it do that? Where does the tree come from? Is it a legend from the people in the North? I don't know. I think it holds up the sky. Everyone kept asking about it, so I took credit for inventing it. You invented trees, then? No, just a huge fucking tree. I didn't invent it, I just take credit for it. No one will know better. Why tell me, then? No one will believe you, with your collective unconscious nonsense. But you are a figure, a manifestation of the collective unconscious. Irony. I stole the sun. I invented the trees, and I bring you, irony, my gifts. Because you are the trickster? Possibly. I'm bored now. We'll talk again. Talk to Sedna next time. She's the sea wife and won't be too clever for you.
Judith opened her eyes and turned to face Jung. I killed Adam. You hadn't remembered that before? No. And I was worried. There was some men who came to Klimt's studio looking for me. I chased them away, but not before they said they were sent by Dr. Frankenstein.
Who you believe raised you and Adam from the dead?
Yes, who Adam murdered. He said he tore his head off on the ship where he stole me.
And you believe he lied?
Possibly, but I also wondered if Adam survived the polar bear. He might have assumed the identity of his maker, his father, he called him.
And he came all this way, all these years later to Europe?
Why not? I did. Do you think now that I will remember who I was before Adam and Frankenstein?
I don't know. We will keep talking, keep working until we find a cure. Would you like to try some free word associations? I find that method can access the unconscious without inaccuracies.
I tried that with Freud and he didn't think it worked.
Because all your answers were about murdering him.
Well, yes. Is he here? We could murder Dr. Freud.
I think the trickster raven is tall in your consciousness, and you were just saying that to intimidate Freud.
Of course. But imagine the surprised look on his face when we actually do it.
Judith grinned.
Jung smiled, letting her have her joke.
I don't think that will help us find a cure.
What is a cure? Is it when I remember who I was?
That is the hope. But a cure will be being at peace with who you are now.
Are you at peace with who you are?
Absolutely not. Well, sometimes. No.
So you and I, are fucked.
That is not a cure. Just another diagnosis.
And?
Yes, we're fucked.
I feel better now, she said.
Let me ask you what you can remember about the ship you were on. The name of it wasn't in Freud's notes. Do you remember it?
Yes. I don't remember much from being there. A twilight dream, really. But Adam talked about it all the time. The Prometheus! Jung made a note. 22.
Dutch Crunch.
Not all crazy people are like you, Judith, Wally said as they strolled along the boulevard. Some are sad. Mental illness is not all fun and games.
She had shadowed Dr. Bauman for the full 2 hours Judith had been in session, and had seen more than she had bargained for.
There's a fellow in there that can't untie or he bites himself.
Did you try giving him a croissant? That keeps Jeff from biting. Jeff, who was frisking along beside them, let out a bubbly, soft yowl at the mention of his name.
No, but I'll suggest that next time. Did you remember anything in your session?
Yes, that I murdered a man who twice murdered me.
That's nice. Choking? Polar bear. I wouldn't have thought of that. You must have been very clever before. Did you remember anything else? Your name? Not my name. But I remembered that I know how to hunt. That could come in handy sometime, maybe. Maybe, Judith said. What she didn't tell Wally, didn't tell anybody, is that she had remembered how to hunt the day the Dutchman and his 2 large minions came to Klimt's studio. After all the girls left, and finally, after she had assured Klimt she would be all right because now she had a gun, and reminded him that she had once been a murdering prostitute, he went home and she called Jeff to the parlour. He trotted in, with a boot in his mouth, although much of it was gone. "Give me that," she said, wrenching it out of his mouth. "I need you to find the man you took this boot from. Can you do that?" Jeff answered in a talky whine, which meant, "Please give me the boot back." Judith started to repeat herself, then paused. She didn't want to find one of the 2 tall boys who had come to the door. She wanted to find the Dutchman. He was the one who had come for her, followed her and Wally, and kidnapped Ella. She grabbed the revolver out of the drawer in the hall tree and held it out to Jeff, open-handed. "I want you to find this man, the man you smell on this gun. Can you do that?" Jeff Howley talked a few syllables, which Judith understood to mean "yes," but by which Jeff meant, "Can I please have my boot back?" She handed him his boot. But before he could settle down to give it a good and thorough chew, Judith dressed, found a canvas shoulder bag, which Klimt used to carry books, and stuffed the big revolver inside. "Let's go then, Jeff. Let's go, boy. Find the bad man." Jeff trotted through the door, boot in mouth, and Judith locked it behind him. She hooked the leash to his collar. She shoved his nose into the bag with the gun so he could get the scent, and they were off into the city. Jeff led her to 3 bakeries, all of which were closed, before she realised that the last time anyone had used this particular shoulder bag was when Wally had fetched a batch of strudel for them. "No, Jeff! Snacks later, after we find the fake Dutch policeman." Jeff tilted his head from side to side, as if he'd just come out of a coma and was trying to remember her name. She understood the effect, so she pulled him into an alley, drew the gun from the satchel, and waved the grip under his nose. "We need to find the man who was carrying this." Jeff yowled, by which he meant, "Why didn't you say so?" He was off like a shot, dragging her down the sidewalk for half a block before she was able to get the revolver back into the bag. "Good boy, Jeff, but slow down!" They stumbled up to the entrance of a hotel called Hotel Schlossgarten on the Ringstrasse, where the doorman, who wore a very fancy military-looking uniform with many shiny buttons, gave her and Jeff a severe look of disapproval. "No dogs," he said. "Fine," Judith said. She led Jeff around the corner to a service entrance and tied his leash to the door handle. "I'll be right back." When she strolled through the front doors into the empty lobby, she gave the doorman a look of extreme disapproval. "All hors are ran through the concierge," he said. She stopped, nodded to herself, pivoted on her heel, and walked back to the doorman. "Secret," she said. She was taller than he, but she bent down and crooked her finger for him to bend down also to hear her. The doorman bent down, trying to look smug and bored while still trying to hear her. "Don't," she said. She clamped her right hand on his throat, pushed hard on the side of his neck with her left, then whispered in his ear as she lowered him gently to the ground, unconscious. "You'd think it's the choking, but it's not. It's pressing on the artery in your neck that puts you out. You probably won't die." The clerk behind the desk had been placing notes in pigeonholes the entire time and didn't even look back. When he did, he'd see his doorman in a pile by the door. Judith slid by the desk and down a corridor past the elevators to the door where Jeff was waiting. She untied him, gave him a sniff of the gun butt, then followed him up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. On the 3rd floor, Jeff yowly talked at the exit door. She opened it for him, and he led her to the door of room 327. Jeff frisked and started to scratch at the door, but Judith shooshed him and ruffled him behind the ears. "First this, then snacks," she said. She knocked softly on the door. After a few seconds, the door opened a bit, and a young girl, perhaps Wally's age,
stuck her face in the gap.
What?
She said.
I checked in with the concierge.
Pardon, Fraulein, Judith said. Are you finished?
I was finished before I started. He's had a whole bottle of cough medicine. He passed out before he could get his trousers off.
Did you get paid?
Always before.
Well then, this one is finished for the night. You can leave. If the doorman is still out, would you kick him in the ribs as you pass, please?
I'm not going to do that.
Well, perhaps slip out the service entrance then. Have a pleasant evening. Judith stepped back from the door and held Jeff's collar as the girl swished by.
They didn't say he wanted a dog?
The girl said. I don't do dogs. A girl has to have a speciality, Judith said. She smiled in solidarity as the girl wiggled away down the hall. The fake policeman was lying on the end of the bed, his trousers down around his ankles, his broken arm thrown back over his head. Jeff, give him kisses. She tapped the Dutchman on the lips, and Jeff began licking him in the face. The Dutchman didn't even sniffle when Jeff licked his nose. Judith hummed. She pulled the revolver from her satchel and gave it a looking over. It was a big American revolver, Smith & Wesson 44, stamped on the top of the barrel. She cocked the hammer, which had a firing pin in it that looked like the beak of a small steel bird. She put the gun close to the Dutchman's crotch, then pulled his scrotum skin out in a small wing, which she held between the hammer and the frame of the gun before pulling the trigger. It snapped with a very unsatisfying click, but the Dutchman was awake and would have been screaming had she not clamped her hand over his mouth, leaving the revolver clipped to his nutsack, unsupervised. The Dutchman clawed at the gun with his good hand to dislodge it, but only served to hurt himself more. Calm down, Judith said. She pinched his nostrils shut and said it again. He didn't calm down. She released his nose and cocked the revolver again, releasing his scrotum. She set the gun on the bed and held the Dutchman as he tried to squirm out from under her. She didn't want to, but she had to. She clamped down on his windpipe, cutting off his air, and said into his ear in Dutch, "If you don't stop squirming, I'm going to strangle you. Do you understand?" He stopped squirming just for a second as her message wove its way through his opium-fogged brain. She released his windpipe and he snorted but began breathing again. "I'm going to take my hand off your mouth. If you scream, I'll snap your neck. Do you understand?" He nodded, and she removed her hand from his mouth. He grabbed the gun off the bed, aimed it at her, and clicked off 3 quick shots, which did just that. Clicked. He pointed the gun at Jeff and clicked off 3 more. Jeff roughed. "What? You thought I'd just take 3 of the bullets out?" Judith said. She snatched the gun out of his hand and tossed it into the corner, where it landed with a thud. The Dutchman scuttled up to the top of the bed and sat with his back against the headboard. "Pull your trousers up," Judith said. The Dutchman looked down. "I'm bleeding." "Pull your trousers up, or I'll have Jeff bite your dick off." The Dutchman wiggled into his trousers as best he could with one hand, but couldn't cinch up the belt. "What do you want?" "I want to know who you are, and who sent you to kidnap me." "I'm nobody. It was a job. I know a man in Amsterdam who arranged it." "One more time. Who are you, and who sent you to kidnap me?" "I don't have contact with the client. It's all done by telegrams." "Fine," she said. "Aklut makituk." Asterix. Aklut. Rise, she said to Jeff. She grabbed the Dutchman by the throat again, pinning him to the headboard, as Jeff changed. As if his fur were being blown by a strong wind in 30 directions, he grew, his fangs lengthening, his coat going darker, and the floor creaked under his weight. Aklut's back was against the hotel room's ceiling. His body nearly filled the room, and his muzzle was more than half the length of the Dutchman's body. Judith could feel his steamy dog breath fogging the room. The Dutchman squirmed on the bed and screamed against Judith's hand. She shook him until he stopped fighting, saying, "Calm, settle, be still." His eyes were fixed on Aklut's fangs. long, sharp, and glistening damp, a foot above his face. "Who are you, and who sent you?" She took her hand away.
"My name is Jen Van Beek. I was a policeman in Rotterdam. Now I work freelance as an investigator and a fixer. I work through a middleman in Amsterdam. I don't know who sent me. But those boys you sent to get you were from Switzerland, near Zurich, I think. They said they worked for a doctor called Frankenstein. That's all I know. You were not to be harmed in any way, or I wouldn't be paid."
"You drugged Ella, and your thugs were about to rape her when we arrived."
"That was on them. Locals are hired for muscle. I was away sending a message that we had the girl. I thought she was you. I didn't know she would be touched, I swear. I know the bar where you can find them."
"You have never spoken with this Frankenstein?"
"First I heard of him is when we came to Klim's studio and they said his name at the door. I can tell you where the Swiss boys are. And there's a cop from Amsterdam. He brought your dog. He was going to hurt you."
"Where are the two Swiss?"
"I left them in a hotel near the Opera House. Hotel Herrenhof. They should still be there. They didn't have any clothes or money. I don't know their names."
Van Beek tried to catch his breath, while never taking his eyes off Aklut's moor. "You don't know who I was or what they did before, then?"
"Nothing. I didn't even have a description of you, other than you were a young woman. I was to follow Thiessen, who led me to you."
"And who sent Thiessen?"
"Someone from London. I don't have a name, I swear. I would tell you."
"Aklut," she said. Aklut growled, laid back his ears. His eyes became fire.
"Walton!"
Van Beek said.
"I heard the name Walton. That's all I know, I swear."
The name meant nothing to her. She released her grip on his throat. "Fine, then," she said, turning away. Aklut took the "fine, then" as permission and chomped down on the entire upper half of Van Beek's body. Blood sprayed the ceiling and the bed. Aklut tossed his head and swallowed the dead Dutchman with a gulp. "Oh, Jeff!" Judith said, wiping blood out of her eyes. "That wasn't what I meant!" Jeff let loose a yowly-talky whine, by which he meant, "You said snacks after." Judith found a long canvas travel coat in the armoire, slipped it over her bloody clothes, wiped her face off with a flannel she dampened in the basin, retrieved the revolver, then quickly led Jeff down the stairs and out the service entrance before the blood dried on his fur. "Where have you been?" Judith asked the Malamute. "If I'd had to in Amsterdam to dispose of bodies, we wouldn't even be here." Jeff roughed, by which she meant, "Sorry." The next day, walking home from the clinic with Judith, Wally said, "I'm thinking of taking Alma Mahler's strategy for becoming great by attaching myself to a genius." "Attaching yourself permanently? Like sewing yourself to them, or, I don't know, handcuffs?" "No, like Alma Mahler and Gustav Mahler, married. And like now with her and Gropius or Kokoschka, be his support, his muse. I think I will do that with Egon." "I thought you were going to be a nurse." "Maybe, if musing doesn't work out. I don't have the education or family connections to succeed any other way. I need to attach myself to a successful man." "You just want to get your snatch in the Louvre next to Gertie's." Judith bumped shoulders with her friend. "I do not. Besides, I think Gertie is going to marry Anton Peschka. Now that I'm home, they can't use Egon's apartment for shagging, so they are desperate. Do you want to move in with me now? Get you away from the studio so Gus won't worry about you at night?" "Can Jeff come?" "Absolutely, but you have to walk him. And when Egon gets out of jail, he may throw Jeff out." "That would be a surprise for Egon." "How so?" "I'll tell you later," Judith said. They walked in silence for a while. Since she had introduced the suspense of a secret, to break the silence, Judith said, "I would be afraid of becoming like Kokoschka's doll. Just something a man makes and keeps to put his dick in, with no will or ambition of my own, like some kind of sex puppet." "That won't happen." "That already has happened." I was made to be a sex puppet, and that's what I was.
They walked for a little while more, without talking. Wally said, "Is that why you started murdering men when you were a prostitute?"
Probably.
"Did you tell Dr. Young about it? Maybe he can help."
I don't think he can help if it's already happened.
"I thought that's exactly what he was supposed to be doing." They played with Jeff for a few blocks, teasing him with a beat-up deerstalker hat that he had adopted as his new toy and carried everywhere. They played make fun of the people on the streetcar for a while, but settled into a steady pace after the car was out of sight. Judith thought about the revelation of what she had done to Adam and realised that even though he had been gone for many, many years, she was still afraid he might turn up. Or more precisely, she had become afraid again. The time in between she wasn't sure of. She said,
I don't want to be a sex puppet anymore.
"I don't think you are," Wally said. "You haven't shagged anyone since I've known you, have you?"
No, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like Kokoschka's Alma doll.
Covered with feathers. I agree. You would look terrible covered in feathers. You're too tall. You'd look like a big...
That's not what I mean. I mean treated like an object. Alma Mala may be a bitch, but she's talented and well-educated and has things to say, and Kokoschka thinks he can replace her with a doll covered in feathers.
Were you a little disappointed when she didn't have feathers in real life?
No.
Me either, Wally said. I don't want to be a sex puppet either. Maybe Egon and I can be like Alma and Marla, except Egon won't die and leave me at the mercy of younger artists.
Maybe be like Emily is to Gus, Judith said.
He does love her, and she loves him, and they have fun. But Emily has her own money, her own art. She doesn't need Gus to get by.
Exactly, Judith said.
What about Dr. Bauman? What if I was a nurse and married Dr. Bauman?
Well, you'd be a nurse.
And Dr. Bauman likes me, and he's never even seen me naked.
He seems like a nice man.
And as long as you're a loony, we could see each other all the time.
What if I wasn't?
Wasn't what?
What if I wasn't a loony? What if I'm not crazy?
Don't be silly. I love you, but you're a bedbug.
What if all the things I'm remembering in my sessions aren't dreams, like Dr. Freud says? What if they're real? Judith had shared most of what she had remembered with Wally, leaving out her adventures in the underworld because she was only beginning to believe they had happened.
Like you were a raven and a... what was it called? A sea wife?
Yes, a sea wife or a sea mother, who takes care of people and feeds them, even teaches them to hunt.
Like when you ran through Cafe Landman throwing trout at people?
Yes, like that.
That's when I knew we were going to be friends. Because you needed me.
If I show you something, do you promise not to be afraid of me and stop being my friend?
Is it worse than being a murdering prostitute and choking out Egon?
Not worse, bigger.
No, I'll always be your friend.
Judith laughed and bent and kissed Wally on the temple. Come with me. She led them down an alley, then turned down another alley so they couldn't be seen from the boulevard.
If you're bringing me down here to murder me, I will be surprised, Wally said.
No, nothing like that.
Judith looked around, made sure no one was watching from the windows above, put her arm around Wally's shoulders, then said, Klut! Makituk!
Jeff bubbled, expanded. His teeth grew, and his fur danced like wind-blown grass until he was nearly 3 meters tall. Aklut rose.
Holy shit!
Wally said. Judith held her fast. Don't be scared. It's just Jeff.
I peed a little.
But only a little. Judith hugged her. Still friends?
Yes. Can you make him Jeff again?
He ate the fake Dutch policeman.
You mean bit?
I mean, ate.
I never liked that guy.
It was an accident.
Is that where he got the silly hat?
Yes.
He loves that hat.
He's a silly boy.
What do we do now?
Pastries? You always want to say pastries, not, she spelled it out, S-N-A-C-K-S. I learned that lesson. 23. How Raven Got His Shiny Feathers. Dr. Jung held a sheaf of notes as he led Judith into Freud's outer office. He gestured toward one of the wingback chairs instead of the fainting couch. He wore a grey suit of herringbone tweed that looked too warm for the weather. Judith could see sweat shining on his forehead and wanted to give him permission to remove his jacket. Jung said, "I thought we could have a conversation first. After our last session, I wired a colleague in London who has access to the British National Archives, where they have all of Britain's maritime records going back to the 1400s. He found an English ship called the Prometheus built in Whitby, North Yorkshire. Well, at least Thatham wasn't lying about that. Its last port of call was at Archangel, Russia, where it shipped on an exploration expedition, searching for the Northwest Passage with a crew of Swedes and Russians under a Captain John Walton, and was lost in the ice." "That's it!" Walton was the name of the man Van Beek had said sent the Dutch policeman who died on the bridge, who had sent Jeff. She wasn't sure she should tell Jung about Van Beek. But how? The ship was lost in 1799, Judith, 112 years ago. That can't be it, then, can it? Did anyone survive? Many of the crew were rescued by another expedition ship, but most were lost when the Prometheus was crushed by shifting ice. The captain? Was the captain rescued? Yes, Captain Walton survived, and his great-great-grandson still owns a shipping company in London. What we have to ask ourselves is, how you heard of this ship. How did it work its way into your memory when you couldn't possibly have been on it as you remember? Why has your unconscious repressed these memories under a facade of the impossible? Why did the name of the ship have enough impact on you to break through? I thought you believed me that I died 4 times. I believe that is part of your story, yes. But that I couldn't have been on the Prometheus a century ago. I am more concerned with why that is part of your story. Because Adam murdered me so Frankenstein could raise me from the dead to be his sex slave, the way men do with women. Adam and Frankenstein were just more direct. I had no worth to them except as a sex puppet. What does that mean, sex puppet? So she told him about Kokoschka and his Alma Mahler doll, about a brilliant woman who was reduced, in the mind of her lover, to a bundle of horsehair and feathers. Feathers? Really? Not the point, Doctor. It's why I want to know who I was before Adam, before Frankenstein, before the ice. I have to be more than a fuck puppet, made to feed some monster's sexual appetite. Perhaps we can find a parallel in the story of Pygmalion and Galatea, from Ovid. Pygmalion was a sculptor who saw the debasement of the prostitutes in Cyprus, so he vowed to sculpt a perfect woman, and made a sculpture of a woman that he named Galatea, which was so beautiful that he fell in love with it, and made offerings to Aphrodite that he might marry the living version of his statue. In response, Aphrodite brought the statue to life, and Pygmalion married her. They had children together. So it was love, the love of beauty, not sex, that drove him. That's a happier story, but I don't think it applies to what happened to me. Adam tortured and raped me, cut my skin to make me as ugly as he was. Yes, I was just making a point that there is a parallel. Men construct those figures they need. When I was a boy, I carved a mannequin, a small figure from wood. I called him Atma Victu, which means the breath of life. I kept him in my pencil box, hidden on a beam in the attic of our home. I used to write prayers on little scrolls and leave them in the box for him. I believe he was more of a real and primal god than the god of my father, who was a pastor, as was my grandfather. Judith fidgeted, frustrated with the story. So did you try to shag your little god?
No, I was 7.
Doesn't Dr. Freud think we are sexual creatures from birth?
He does. Perhaps there is some truth there. As a child, I had repeated dreams of my father's God as a giant penis sitting upon a throne in his church.
Well, you were a twisted little scamp, weren't you?
That does seem rather sexual in nature, I suppose. I'm not completely in disagreement with Dr. Freud, but I believe he needs to see beyond the sexual aspect of psychotherapy. There's more.
Adam said he chose me because I was tall.
How do you feel about that?
I murdered him.
And after that? Do you feel that all men are like Adam? Herr Klimt has been very kind to you, you've said.
He rescued me. He pays for my care. Yes.
And you think he expects sex in return for his kindness?
No. Maybe before, but not since he's gotten to know me.
So you feel he respects you?
I think he reveres beauty. He respects me as an object, but I think he fears me.
But he has continued to help you. Certainly that would indicate his motives are not sexual.
He wants to paint me. I'm not sure if it had been an ugly girl or a man he found washed up out of the canal that morning, that he wouldn't have just hurried away to find a policeman.
He found you in the canal? I didn't know that.
I wasn't supposed to tell you. That was the 4th time I died.
You believe you were dead when he found you?
Yes, drowned.
Jung took a moment to make some notes. When he looked up, he said,
So, the first time was when Adam killed you?
Yes, in Scotland.
In 1799,
if you say so.
And the second time was when he broke your neck, just as you reached the island in the Arctic?
Yes.
And the 4th time was here in Vienna?
Yes.
And the 3rd time you died, what do you believe happened the 3rd time?
I don't know.
Perhaps we'll find out today. I want to talk about Sedna. You know, I spoke with Raven last time, and he told me I should ask Sedna about you. The Rasmussen monograph says that she is the daughter of Anguta, the creator god.
That could be. She doesn't talk much.
Jung nodded.
It says that Sedna refused to consider the eligible men in the village for marriage, but she agreed to marry a wandering hunter who would give the people fish and game in exchange. But he was a bird in disguise. So her father took her to sea in a boat and threw her over the side. Her treatment angered a storm god who raised a great storm. Sedna tried to crawl back in the boat, but her father, afraid she would capsize the boat, cut off her fingers with an axe so she could not climb. Her fingers became the seals, the walruses, and the whales, and she became the supreme goddess in the land of the dead. Does that sound right?
Judith said,
She doesn't talk about it, but others do. Raven does. Yes, that sounds like what happened.
So her rejection from the land of the living comes from her not obeying her father's wishes about her sexuality.
You know that her father, Anguta, lives in the underworld as well, right?
Rasmussen doesn't say much about him.
He meets the dead when they descend into the underworld and hits them in the dick for their violations of taboo.
What about women?
I never heard about him hitting women in the dick. Have you told Dr. Freud about Anguta? He would love him.
Yes, I think he would have perhaps found his patron saint. But I'm not clear. Anguta is the creator, but he is not supreme in the underworld.
The animal people pretty much agree that what he created was a dark mess.
Other gods had to fix things. Raven brought the sun and fresh water. Sedna brought the animals and the fish.
And now, in the underworld, what does Anguta do?
Hits people in the dick with a stake, that's about it.
I can't think of a parallel in other mythologies. This may be a unique archetype. Sedna is the rebellious daughter, but this Anguta...
Doctor, how do these figures get into your collective unconscious? Are they real people, real gods, and we found out about them?
What do you think?
Don't ask me. I've lived among them, talked to them. They are real people to me, with supernatural powers and knowledge and experience beyond what is human. Not to me. Perhaps they are gods, or perhaps they are part of the physical structure of the human brain. In all different cultures we experience the same archetypes with different names. Tricksters like Raven, Loki, Reynard the Fox, Hermes, Mercury, Anubis, or mothers, Gaia, Matadevi, Hera, the Madonna. Even destroyers, rapists like Zeus and your Adam. They are extensions of human experience. Adam was real? If you perceive him as real, he is real. Was, Judith said. She pulled off the sleeve of her frock and began slapping herself on the forearm, the impact making loud cracks. Jung said, "Please, stop that. Please, don't harm yourself." She slapped until the skin on her arm was bright red, as if she'd scalded it under boiling water. Then, as abruptly as she'd begun, she stopped and held her arm up a hand's breadth away from his face. "Can you see them? Can you see the lines?" He did see. Across the entire length of her forearm, fine white lines, finer than a human hair, but distinct, in a grid. "This is where he cut me. I could do this on my thigh, on my face, on my breasts, and you'd see these scars. In some places 2 or 3 sets, where I healed and he cut me again. Adam was not a manifestation of the structure of my brain. He was the cruel, soulless monster pieced together by Frankenstein." Jung pushed back in his chair. He nodded, to acknowledge that he could see what she was talking about, and she put her arm down. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to diminish your suffering or elevate your tormentor. Of course, Adam was real. I was careless and inconsiderate in my description. Sometimes I need to be reminded that patients are individuals, not collections of complexes. I apologize. I didn't mean to be disrespectful." Judith nodded, pulled down her sleeve. "I forgive you." Then she grinned. "But I think you can expect to be bashed in the bollocks for a long time when you pass to the underworld. I know people there." Jung hung his head and smiled. "I was more focused on filling out my notes than on treating my patient. I hope I will learn my lesson by the time I pass to the underworld. But understanding this sadness nature may prove to be helpful. The entire pantheon of the North, which Rasmussen notes is full of gods, these 2 became your protectors, your patrons, if you will. There must be a reason. And it may be the reason you can't remember. Just be glad I showed you my scars and not Aklut. Wally peed herself when she saw him. I have that to look forward to, I guess. Shall we continue?" Judith stood, moved to the fainting couch, and lay down. "Let's find out how I died the 3rd time." "Very well," Jung said. He removed the cap from his fountain pen, which by habit he'd capped when he'd paused in his notes, and began the ritual. "Focus on the nib of the pen. I'm going to count back from 10. Less than a minute later, Judith was in a trance. Jung said, "Judith, can you go back to that day when Adam was dragged under the ice by a bear?" "Love to," Judith said. "What happened next?" "I picked up the spears, draped the bear rug over me, and went back to the side of the island with the stone hut." "And then?" "Then I went on, hunting, fishing, gathering bird eggs, sewing bags from sealskin to store blubber in." "You didn't see anyone else? None of the native hunters returned?" "No. I dried meat and fish to take me through the winter. I even built a second stone hut where I could store dry driftwood and meat. Staying alive in the North takes a lot of work." "And all these skills, you learned them in the underworld?" "Yes, and Setna would talk to me, help me. Raven talked to me as well, but mostly to tell stories about himself. He gave me hints about how to live, tricks for hunting and catching fish. But half the time Sedna would whisper in my other ear that he was trying to trick me.
Why would Raven trick you?
He gets bored with sameness. He wanted things to change. He wanted to create drama. Drama for him often means danger for me.
That's true,
said Raven, a scratchy male voice coming from Judith's mouth. Young was startled by the abrupt change in voice. He fidgeted in his seat. Raven laughed, and Young realised that startling him was exactly what the trickster was trying to do.
I also taught her to fly, and made her feathers shiny and pretty.
I'm talking to Judith now, Young said.
No, you're not, big eyes.
Young touched his glasses. You don't have spectacles in the underworld?
If we wanted to look silly, I would invent them.
Can I speak to Judith, please?
Let me tell you about how I made my feathers the shiniest of all. I was flying high over the land one day, and I saw something sparkling in the sun, which I stole and gave to the people because I am very generous. And naturally, I flew down to see what it was. When I reached the ground, I found a great mound of black glass that had come up from the earth as liquid fire and cooled to the shiniest black. And nearby, Sedna was sitting on some of the black glass, striking a piece of the black glass with one of the hard pink stones. And I said, "What are you doing, sea wife?" Even though I knew what she was doing, I know she enjoys explaining things. And she said, "I have made a blade core." And I said, "What is a blade core?" Even though I knew what it was. But you know how Sedna likes to talk. And she showed me the piece of the black glass that was in the shape of a stick, but flat on many sides. And Sedna said, "You see, when I strike the blade core just right, each time it sheds a very thin, very sharp blade. So sharp that if you hold it up to the sun, you can see the light shine to the very edges." And I said, "Of course, those blades are the sharpest and shiniest I have ever seen. I'll bet if I put them in with my feathers, I would light up like a star when I fly in the sunshine." And Sedna said, "And you would be able to flay the skin off a walrus with a swipe of your wings." And I said, "I knew that, but walrus skin is very thick and very tough." And Sedna said, "There is no sharper blade in any of the worlds." And of course I knew that. But I had things to do, so I said, "Would you make me many of those I could weave in among my feathers? So I would be the shiniest as well as the smartest in all the worlds." And Sedna said, "I will strike those blades for you. But you still won't be the smartest in all the worlds, because Sedna can be a bitch sometimes, which is why the people say she snatches children if they get too close to the shore. But she made many, many of the black glass blades, and I worked them into my wing feathers. And now I have the shiniest feathers in all the worlds." Young said, "Thank you for that story. May I speak to Judith, please?" "You know I gave Judith shiny feathers too, but she won't fly because she is afraid." "I am not afraid," came Judith's voice. "Does Raven talk to you like that all the time?" "No, only sometimes." "Did he talk to you when you were on the island?" "Yes. He warned me if bears were nearby. Sometimes he would tell me where to find seals basking." "But not storytelling, like he just did?" "Maybe. You stop listening after a while. And after a while he went quiet." "After a while? How long were you on the island?" "My whole life." I don't understand. Weeks? Months? Years? I don't know how many. I died on the island." "Do you remember how you died on the island?" "Do you remember I told you of the crevices in the glacier that ran with fresh water in the spring?" "Yes." "I jumped into one You didn't fall?
When Sedna and Raven's voices went quiet, the only memories I had were of their stories and the time with Adam. The cruelty. I climbed to the top of the glacier in winter, took off my boots and my furs, and leapt into one of the crevices.
And you died? It wasn't like when you fell off the cliff and were simply unconscious?
I died. I went to the underworld. I lived with Sedna and Raven and Aklut and all the other gods and all the animal people.
And that was the third time you died?
Yes.
And you came back, though? You somehow came to Europe?
Yes, Amsterdam eventually.
You said you died 4 times. Do you remember when was the 4th time?
It was the night I tore the policeman's head off.
Young had been scribbling in his notebook, and he stopped. He didn't want to write down what she had just said. It wasn't the fanciful world of talking ravens and sea goddesses. He wasn't sure what to ask next. Finally, he settled on, "What can you tell me about that night?" "Well, he was being a cunt, wasn't he?" she said in English, with a distinct northern accent. Young checked his watch. Maybe he'd bring her out of the trance until he could gather his notes and his wits. "Judith, I'm going to count to 3, and you will be awake and alert, and you will remember everything we've talked about." At this point, normally, he would have told the patient that they were at peace with everything they had said, but he'd never had a patient confess to murder under hypnosis before. Perhaps he would just count. "Would you like to see my shiny feathers?" Judith said. Young said, 1, 2, 3, and you're awake. 24. An Englishman in Vienna. The dress was finished. They knew that Emily could have just had it delivered to Klimt's studio, but she had sent a message to ask them to pick it up, so she must have wanted to see them, and they were very excited. "Maybe she's going to hire us to model her clothes," Wally said as they strutted down the street, 2 self-assured young women in hats with a large croissant-eating demon dog. "It would be strange to be paid for putting clothes on, but I could get used to it." "Is Egon glad to be home?" Judith asked. Sheila had been released from prison a week early due to excessive melancholy that the jailer was afraid was catching. He'd arrived home the night before, thus ruining Judith's plans to move into the flat with Wally. "He's still sad. We spent the whole night eating spätzle and shagging. I'm a little sore." "Spätzle? They're little dumplings. We ate them with cheese and butter." "I know what they are, but why?" "I don't know. He missed spätzle and sunlight, he said." "And you?" "I called them Nocken, not Spätzle. I think Spätzle is the German name. I mean, and he missed you." "I think so. I introduced him to the 2 sisters about my age, who live across the courtyard from us, Edith and Adele. They're pretty, but not rudely so like Gertie. He was a little too interested in them." "Did they seem interested in him?" "Not as much as you might think. They were when he mentioned he'd like to sketch them sometime if they didn't mind. Then I told them he was just home from prison for sexually corrupting a minor, so we had to run and catch up on some matters. After that, they were very polite about letting us get on with our evening." "So you cheered him up?" "He was still moping this morning that he never got to see Crummon's airplane. He can always go back. He's afraid they might throw him back in jail." "There will be other airplanes." "We should tie Jeff up," Wally said. She looped Jeff's leash around a decorative wrought iron railing by Café Piccolo's front door. "Should I buy him a treat from the cafe before we go up?" Jeff awooed and ruffed, by which she meant, "Yes, please." "After," Judith said. Jeff drooled a disappointed yowl and lay down on the sidewalk to sulk. They took the stairs 2 at a time and burst through the double doors into Schwestenfloger's studio, like springtime in tap shoes. "Oh, my sweet darlings," Emily said. She glided to them, her diaphanous gown trailing behind her, embraced them,
and kissed them both on the cheeks, lifting Wally's veil to gain access. "Your face is healing up nicely," she said. "All the swelling is gone." "But I'm still purple and black." "Oh, I'd call it lavender and green. Matisse could paint you, as is, and no one would ever know." "And you, Judith, tell me about Young. Has he told you anything scandalous or embarrassing?" "Well, as a child, he dreamed of God as a giant penis on a throne in his father's church." "Hot stunting! Freud must have thought he found a kindred spirit when he told that story." "And I told him about Kokoschka's doll of Alma Mala." "And what was his reaction?" "He said that he carved a small mannequin as a boy that he kept in a pencil box and wrote confessions to. He said men construct of us what they need. I told him I thought I was constructed to be a sex puppet." Emily paused for a moment, chewed her lip as she thought. It was the first time Judith had seen her without a smile on her face. She went to the desk, where a broad dress box was perched. She started to pick it up, then stopped and turned back to face them. "Judith, you said you can sew." "Yes, mostly sealskin, but I can prepare walrus hide and polar bear fur as well." Emily nodded, as if making mental notes. "Well, we don't have much call for walrus hide, but I would think your skills are transferable. I'd like you to come to work here for me." "I have to model for Goss's painting." "When does he plan to start?" "Later today he'll start sketches," he said, "as soon as we deliver the gown." "As soon as the painting is finished, or at least as soon as he has a preliminary drawing on canvas, you can start. He can sometimes take a year or more to finish a major painting. He won't need you there all the time. Come back as soon as you can get away." "But why?" "Because you are not a sex puppet. And when you are a skilled craftswoman, you will never consider it again." She turned to Wally. "And I want you to start as a waitress in the cafe downstairs." "But I just decided to go the route of Alma Mala and achieve greatness by attaching myself to a genius." "Then you can start in the early mornings and attach yourself to your genius in the afternoon." "I don't know of a single painter who works early in the morning." "But I'm not a fog puppet like Judith. I'm a professional model." "Come to the cafe tomorrow. Talk to my sister Helene, who runs the cafe. If you want, she will teach you to bake as well, and don't show up hungover." "I won't." "Wear shoes you will be comfortable in all morning." "I only have these shoes." Emily scowled at Wally's run-down brown shoes. "We'll get you shoes. Be here at 6. I'll tell my sister to expect you." "I can't. I'm taking Judith to see the doctor tomorrow morning." "Then, after the doctor." She handed the dress box to Judith. "There. Now, my darlings, take the dress and go. Hang it once you get to the studio, Judith, and every time you take it off." "I will." "Go, go, go," Emily said. She kissed him on the cheeks, and as she pulled Wally's veil down, she said, "A few more days, and you will be the beautiful creature I know you to be." They said goodbye several dozen times as they made their way to the double doors. On the stairs, Wally said, "I love her more than my mother." "She does smell nice," said Judith. "I love her more than my sisters and my mother and my dead father put together." "Calm down, Wally. She hasn't tasted your coffee yet." "What do you know, sex puppet?" Wally elbowed Judith in the shoulder, then hurried down the stairs to hold the door for her so she could keep the dress box level. Outside, a thin old man in a dark suit was rubbing Jeff's belly, and the demon dog was squirming and yowling a happy good boy song.
"That's a good boy, Jeff. Who's a good boy?"
the old man said in English. "How do you know his name?" Judith said in English. "He's touching our dog," Wally said in German, "and Jeff is letting him." The man stood. Jeff rolled over and stood next to him. The man scratched Jeff's ears as he spoke again in English.
"There you are."
He looked Judith up and down.
"Exactly as you were. Although somewhat more lively than when I last saw you. How are you so well preserved?"
"Why is he looking at you like that?" Wally said. "I don't like the way he's looking at you. Is he propositioning you? Can I choke this one? He's so old, it looks like he's made of paper. I can't do it."
Where do you know me from? Judith asked. She didn't recognise him, but there were years of her past, decades, that she didn't remember, and many, many men. The old man smiled.
I am Robert Walton, the captain of the Prometheus. You were brought onto my ship inside a crate by a man named Victor Frankenstein.
Judith dropped the dress box, and it landed flat on the sidewalk with a pop. I know, Wally said. Have Jeff eat him. Jeff, stop letting him touch you. Judith waved for Wally to be quiet. In English, she said, The Prometheus sank over 100 years ago. How?
112 years ago, to be exact. And, strictly speaking, the ship was crushed by ice floes. Though I suppose much of it sank, if the pieces ever found the sea again.
How? Judith said.
Your blood. Frankenstein had me draw your blood to inject into him. He said it would heal him. Unfortunately for him, before I could give it to him, Adam came aboard, tore off his head, and made off with you. When the crew and I grew ill, I injected the blood into myself.
How does Jeff know you? Jeff roughed at the sound of his name.
Jeff is my dog, dear. Adam crushed him, but he had your magical blood inside of him too. So I kept him in my cabin, and after a week he was no longer dead. He's been with me since then.
So you don't know what he is, what he can do?
Do? He can eat a dozen scones at a sitting, but otherwise he's just a very old dog.
Do you know who I am? Who I was before Frankenstein brought me on your ship? Did he tell you?
Sadly, no. Just a girl that Adam murdered in Edinburgh.
Wally leapt in front of Judith and grabbed the old man by the lapels of his very nice suit. Where is the fucking library?
Where is the fucking library?
She demanded in English, trying to shake the answer out of him. What are you doing? Judith asked. It's all I know how to say in English. Judith pried Wally's hands off the old man and gently pushed her away. He knows me from one of my old lives. Let's not choke him yet. Fine, Wally said, but just say the word. Thank you, Judith said. She turned to Walton. So you sent the policeman, Thiessen?
Yes. He found you and kept in touch with me by wire. When you fled Amsterdam, I sent Jeff to him, thinking he would be able to help find you.
They found me.
I just needed some more of your blood.
Why?
I'm dying. I've never been ill since the transfusion. And I am very strong despite my appearance, but finally, after 140 years, I am dying. Look at Jeff. He's still little more than a puppy. Look at you. As if a day hasn't passed since I last saw you. Yet I am this withered shell. I thought,
when you found me, you could have just asked. You didn't have to have Thiessen hunt me.
You weren't supposed to be harmed, I told him.
That's not what he said. Thiessen pointed a gun at me and told me that it didn't matter if I was dead or alive. He just needed my blood. The scene on the bridge was playing out in her mind, and she was becoming flushed with anger. The fine white scars were showing on her face.
I'm sorry. He wasn't supposed to do that. I will pay you, handsomely. I inherited a fortune, and it has grown over the years.
How has no one noticed that you never die?
But I do. I live on a large country estate in West Sussex. Every 20 years or so, my attorney places an announcement of the birth of another Robert Allen Walton. And 20 years after that, Robert Allen Walton dies, and the new one inherits his estate. I'm currently Robert Allen Walton VI. Sometimes I hire a young squire to pose as the younger Robert Walton, so the servants can say they've seen him. There's a comfortable cottage where the young Waltons live, and I send them off with a fortune in their own name.
So you've been looking for me for 100 years?
Less than that. There was a note in the Maritime News years ago of a white woman wandering on the ice, picked up by a Dutch ship. But there was no record of where they took her. I thought it might be you. So I hired agents around Europe and America to watch papers for any story of an unusually lucky woman.
Lucky?
Someone who should have died, but somehow escaped.
That's how you found me.
No. Thiessen published an article in a strange true crime magazine about what he believed was a prostitute who had been murdering men in Amsterdam for more than 30 years. A young woman. Of course, it was just a penny dreadful for the masses, written by a charlatan, most thought. But when I saw it, I contacted him, offered to fund him to help find you, and here we are.
But how are you here now? Thiessen is dead. How did you find me this time?
I've been in Vienna since Thiessen was killed. But looking for a tall, blonde woman in Austria, well, it's been like looking for hay in a haystack. And today I saw Jeff tied up here. I only hoped you might still be near him. Thiessen didn't report where he had tracked you to, specifically.
He didn't know. I never stopped running.
Did you kill him? The police said his head was torn from his body. I've only heard of that, seen that, once before.
Judith looked at Wally, who was trying to follow the conversation by reading their faces and their tones. She had gone from being angry to being bewildered to looking terrified. Judith could see her eyes were wide even through the veil. She put her arm around Wally's shoulders, hugged her and whispered in German, "Everything is fine. When I'm done asking him questions, you can choke him all you want." To Walton she said, "I don't remember what happened on the bridge. I drowned that night. I haven't remembered much since." She did remember, at last, but she wasn't going to tell Walton. Walton stopped petting Jeff and stood. He was shorter than Judith, thin, frail. His expensive suit looked as if it had been hung on a skeleton.
"I've rented some rooms nearby. Perhaps we can retire there and discuss this out of the eye of the public."
"Did you send Van Beek?"
"Who is Van Beek?"
"A fixer, hired through an agent in Amsterdam. Through Switzerland, he said."
"I haven't been to Switzerland in 70 years.
"So no," she said.
"I can set you up in England. Your own home, a permanent income. All you have to do is provide transfusions periodically. You'll never have to sell yourself again."
"Isn't that exactly what I'd be doing?"
"You know what I meant. And the equipment for transfusions is far better than the crude devices Frankenstein used a century ago. Almost painless."
"He's lying," came Sedna's voice in Judith's head. Judith picked up the dress box and handed it to Wally, then turned back to Walton. "Mr. Walton, I have work to do now. You've waited 100 years. You can wait until I finish my current job. Give me the address where I can contact you."
"But I don't know how much time I have left."
"I can give you an answer now, if you don't think you can wait. If you can't wait, you have exactly as much time as it takes for your head to fall from your shoulders to the street."
"You wouldn't dare. Here in public?"
"I will consider your offer, Mr. Walton, your address." Walton reached into his inside jacket pocket and retrieved a calling card. His hand was wraith-thin, his skin like crepe paper, but he was steady.
"There is a telephone number there too. You can call when you are ready to meet to settle terms."
"What if I want to stay in Vienna?" She thought it strange that she'd had business cards printed for a temporary address, but maybe that was something that the landed gentry in England did.
"I'll consider it when we discuss terms. Where can I contact you?"
"You can't," she said. She bent to untie Jeff's leash from the railing. "Are you going to have Jeff eat him now?" Wally asked, cheerful once again. "Maybe later," Judith said in German. "You'll hear from me, Mr. Walton," she said in English.
"I look forward to it,"
the old man said. "If you follow us, I'm going to let Wally choke you." "What did you say?" Wally asked. "I heard my name." "I told him if he tried to follow us, I would let you strangle him." "Oh," Wally said. "You're so good to me."
"Wait, what do I call you?"
Walton asked. "Judith," she said. "Just Judith." They were in the portrait studio. Judith stood on a posing platform, a knee-high cube that was draped with a sheet, her arms out in the aspect of Nike, goddess of victory, head high,
breasts out, the front of her gown open as if she were about to fly out of it, the fabric shining with gold and silver threads, flowing behind her in a trail. Squares and triangles of gold, silver and black peppered the gown and gave it a strange dimension as each layer shone through the draped sleeves and tails. The dress had been designed for this, for standing on a platform, entirely too long, and would have been dragged to ruin if actually worn for normal activity. Klimt worked on a nearly life-size canvas on his easel, sketching and revising, moving from broad strokes to details, occasionally stopping to arrange the fabric of the dress.
"I'll let you have a break shortly," he said. "I know that pose is difficult to hold, but I have to get the pattern of these gold and silver patches set. It will be difficult to get them in the same position once you move."
"I'm fine," Judith said.
"Surely your arms must be aching."
"No, but I will take a break when you're ready. I need to count the cats." Klimt looked up from his drawing, noting that she did not break her pose to speak to him.
"If you're going to drag a dead girl out of the canal to model for you, good to pick one with natural talent. Why do you need to count the cats?"
"Because Jeff and I have an agreement and I need to make sure he's sticking to it."
"I've never been comfortable with having a dog at the studio."
"I may be leaving soon. I have to."
"Well, I think you would be safer somewhere else. That Dutchman..."
"The Dutchman isn't the problem. He's gone."
"Don't smile. For the picture you should look ecstatic."
"When I'm ecstatic, I smile."
"If the Dutchman is gone, then why do you have to leave?"
"There are new problems."
"I thought you were going to move in with Wally."
"Egon is out of jail, and Wally wants to be his muse, so I would be in the way. I mean, I may have to leave Vienna."
"Where would you go? How would you live?" "You won't leave before the painting is finished, will you?"
He put down his crayon, stood back from the drawing.
"Take a break."
She climbed down from the posing cube, shrugged off the gown, put it on a hanger, and hung it on a peg on the wall. She walked naked into the drawing studio, headed for the kitchen. "Would you like tea?"
"Yes, please."
Over her shoulder she said, "If I go away, you have to promise to look out for Wally."
"I thought she was going to be Sheila's muse. He's selling everything he paints now."
"Promise, or I won't stay to finish the painting."
"I promise."
"And Ella. You have to promise to take care of Ella, too."
"Of course I will. We're already searching for a larger flat for her and her mother."
"And don't make her name the baby Gustav."
"I won't make her name the baby anything."
"Fine. He'll wander around being known as Klimp's nameless bastard." She was shouting from the kitchen now.
"It might be a girl."
"Nameless is nameless." She rattled around the kitchen, filling the kettle, lighting the cooker. "Young wants to meet you. Do you want to take me to my session tomorrow?"
"What time is it?"
"In the morning. He wants to talk simples with you."
"I should check on your progress as well."
"I'm better."
"You seem better. Less
"Insane?"
I wasn't going to say that. You seem to be remembering how to be a person in the world."
"Sugar in your tea?"
"Yes, please."
"They're all here."
"What?"
"The cats, they're all here. Jeff didn't eat any of them." Jeff arooed softly from the kitchen, by which she meant, "See?
"You'll stay then to finish the picture?"
For a while, if you don't mind."
"Stay as long as you like," he said,
stepping into the doorway of the kitchen. "Thank you for helping me, Gus."
"You're welcome. Also, please don't call me Gus."
"But we're friends, aren't we? I should call you by your name."
"The way you say it, it sounds like a dog's name."
Jeff roughed in agreement. 25. Among the people. Wally showed up to the studio early to escort Judith to her appointment with Dr. Young. She still had the key to let herself in and found Judith and Jeff sleeping in the storeroom amid a pile of cats. "Get up, get up, get up," Wally chanted. "I have a rendezvous with handsome Dr. Bauman and I don't want to be late." There was much stretching and yawning in the storeroom, as well as abundant groggy complaining in 3 languages. Asterix, dog, cat, and German. Gus is going to take me, Judith said, stopping mid-sentence to pinch some cat fur off her tongue. Well, it's almost time and Gus isn't here and you can't go alone because Dr. Bauman will be sad if I'm not there. Also, I need to see to your mental health. I thought you were going to concentrate on being Egon's muse. I am. I inspired him twice this morning already. But Emily convinced me to have a backup plan. We need to stop by her cafe on the way back from the clinic. Wait, is your backup plan to be a waitress or a nurse? Yes. Get dressed. We're going to Cafe Central for coffee before we go to the clinic. Jeff shook off his morning haze and yelled an enthusiastic song of croissant anticipation. Fine, Judith said. Will you take Jeff out for a poo while I dress? Of course. And sponge off some of that cat hair. Your tits look like they have mould growing on them. Cafe Central might have been a Gothic coffee grotto. With its tall columns and soaring marble-arched ceilings, the pastry cases in the middle of the floor floated like barges of sweet abundance, bringing sustenance to the surrounding tables and booths of the great unfed. Wally and Judith took a table near one of the pastry cases so they could watch people in many directions while waiters in white coats whizzed by them, trailing espresso steam and strudel fumes. Why are we here? Judith asked. Because it is the centre of Viennese coffee culture and we need to be part of it, Wally answered. Did you read that in the brochure? It's on the menu, right there behind you on the pastry case. Oh, so it is. Also, I thought if we sat in the middle of this big room, we could see if we were being followed. You mean by Walton? I'm supposed to be looking out for you, Wally said. And I'll let that horrible man find you. She kept turning in her seat as if she was looking for someone, which she was. I wish they'd let us bring Jeff in here. They ordered coffee and 2 pain au chocolat, which Wally ordered because the baker once told her she pronounced the French perfectly, and a plain croissant for Jeff, which the waiter brought in a small white paper sack. Also, Wally said, crunching into her pastry and spraying light, flaky and buttery crumbs as she spoke, handsome Dr. Bauman mentioned this place at your last appointment and asked if I knew it, and I said, of course. I wanted to be sure to not get caught in a lie if he brought up details today. And there he is, Judith said. She'd spotted Walton by the door, standing with 2 younger men. Don't look! Handsome Dr. Bauman! Wally, eyes wide, spun in her chair. Go ahead and look, then, Judith said. Oh, him. Can I choke him out now? No, but I'm glad you thought to set a trap to see if he was following. Well, he's shit at hiding, isn't he? Probably why he hired the Dutch policeman. The real one or the fake one? The real one, the one who died on the bridge. Can I choke him out, please? Wally pleaded. I think I'm ready. I practiced on Egon twice today already. You choked Egon out? Not completely. Just until he turned kind of blue and veins popped out at his temples. How did he take that? Better than expected. He wanted to choke me back, though, and I screamed no, slapped him, and called him a disgusting fuck beast. And that worked. It inspired him. You know how he loves his self-loathing. So I was forced to choke him a second time. You seem to be getting pretty good at this muse job. I'm not sure I am. Which is why I need a backup plan. Plans. I may have to go, Judith said. Wally glanced at one of the clocks fixed to a marble column. We still have 10 minutes. I may have to go away from Vienna. No! Wally shouted. She wound up to slap her friend, but Judith caught her hand. Well, that didn't work, Wally said. Judith said, I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I just don't want you to worry if I'm suddenly gone. How will I know you weren't kidnapped? I'll leave you a nice note. Ah, that's sweet. We should probably go. I'll leave first and get Jeff. You wait a minute and follow. And if the old man follows you, I can choke him out. He's with 2 strong-looking young men, Molly. Well, you have to do something. I can't look after everyone. I'll go. Judith stuffed Jeff's croissant into Gus's satchel with Van Beek's revolver and made for the door. Wally watched the clock for a minute, and when Walton and his minions didn't follow Judith and Jeff, she ran after them. Judith sank into a trance before Young was able to count to 3.
I want you to go back to when you jumped into the crevasse in the glacier. Can you tell me what happened next?
It was very cold. But I had often been very cold. Soon I was no longer cold, and I was waking up in the underworld. Raven had taken his beak off, which he does when he wants to appear as a man, and was poking me with it.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
He chanted until I sat up and asked him to stop. Raven can be very annoying sometimes.
I am not annoying,
came Raven's scratchy voice from Judith's mouth.
I am handsome and wise.
Young said,
So now you are in the underworld. What else did you see there?
The animal people, of course, doing what they do. And trees and mountains, water and sky. And what Raven calls the huge fucking tree.
What else are you going to call it?
Raven said.
Did I mention I invented it?
Young scratched a note.
When you say the animal people did what they do, what is that?
They live, forage, eat, fly, swim, burrow, animal things. And they talk.
What do they talk about?
It depends on what animal. If you talk to a whale and mention krill, you'd better pull up a rock to sit on because you are going to hear krill talk for a long time. Or herring or salmon. But if you talk to a salmon, you'll get a lot of talk about what dicks, whales and bears are for eating them.
But isn't that the natural order of things?
Yes, they accept it, but they don't have to like it.
And the people, there are human people there?
They are boring. They do what the people do, but there is only one village and they're all the same. I preferred spending time with gods like Raven, Setna, or Nanook, the white bear god.
I don't understand. What do you mean the people are all the same?
They play their roles. Father, mother, hunter, child, fisher, shaman, but they don't have personalities.
Raven's voice. They aren't in the underworld long enough to be individuals. The people are just shells for the people from above to live in while they are with us. Then they move on, the same as the animal people.
Young wrote furiously in his notebook, mostly questions.
Were you not one of the people in the underworld?
No, I'm different.
She stayed, said Raven, longer than anyone who is not the god, and she returned as herself to the same body. How long did you stay in the underworld? 1,000 years, said Raven. Maybe more. How long is an eon?
Judith said, I can't say. More than a decade, less than a century.
And how were you able to return to the world of the living?
There came a very warm spring. The glacier melted and spewed great rivers of fresh water. Some hunters came to the island and found my body on the beach, so I must have washed down out of the glacier. I don't remember this, but it became part of legend in my village. They found me, still frozen, and took me back to their village. They had never seen a European woman, nor anybody so tall or with light hair. The shaman said I was Sedna returned from the sea, so they kept me in his house. I don't know how long I was there, but at some point I thawed and my heart began beating, and they cared for me until I woke up.
When you woke up, did you remember jumping in the crevasse?
No, not for a while. Nothing about being on the ice with Adam or being on a Prometheus came back to me for months. And then they seemed like remembering a nightmare, not something that happened.
Did you remember your time before in England?
No, only what I knew in the underworld. So I had skills. I knew how to hunt, how to sew, how to build shelters and boats, all the skills of the people. And I knew the animal people, so I could tell where fish and game would be.
And you could speak their language?
Yes, I didn't know it then, but I could speak all languages of all the people. I don't know how, I just understood.
And when you dream, what language do you dream in?
I don't dream in words. I dream in pictures, smells, light and dark, warm and cold.
And what did you do now that you were among people again?
Many were afraid of me because I was different. But after I led them to game and fish, they were more kindly disposed toward me. There was a man called Innik, whose wife had died in childbirth, and who had 2 little ones, who took me as his wife.
And how was your life after that? Did Innik treat you well?
He treated me as a wife, the way any other man treated his wife. I worked with the women, raised his children. After several years, when I didn't become pregnant, he became angry and demanded the second wife, which was allowed if he proved he could support her. With my knowledge of animals and fish, and the ability to call them, summon them, he was granted a second wife, a girl named Pinga.
How did the new wife treat you?
She was fearful of me at first, then resentful. She would do little things to hurt me, hide a needle among my furs, leave the most difficult sewing for me. After she had the child, she calmed down and treated me like a convenience to help her raise her baby.
Did you become friends?
No. She never stopped being afraid of me.
Were the people cruel or unkind to you?
No, they treated me fairly, but I was apart. I was always apart. Sometimes the men would take me hunting with them, which was something a woman didn't do, so the other women resented me. Because Innik had 2 wives, I could be away from the children. Most of the time, I worked beside the other women.
What about sex? Did you and Innik still have a sex life after he took a second wife?
The 3 of us slept together, with a baby when they were little. Sex was something that happened in the dark, sometimes with me, sometimes with Pinga. I didn't mind. It wasn't cruel or painful. After a time, it was sometimes enjoyable.
And you never became pregnant?
No. And I wasn't able to nurse, as some women do.
You didn't have bad memories of your time with Adam?
It wasn't the same. What happened with Adam wasn't sex. It was rape. Even after I submitted to him, it was only to keep from being hurt. Innik was a good man.
Did you love him?
I don't know. We were family. We were all in each other's lives. We had our roles and we lived them. Mine was different from anyone else's, but I had my role.
Did he love you?
He didn't let me starve or leave me in the cold.
What happened with Innik?
He died.
Hunting on the ice must be very dangerous.
He died of old age. Old by the standard of the people. He stopped breathing one winter.
And Pinga?
She died too. I took care of her until she was gone. Some kind of fever.
And the children?
They grew up. They married.
But you didn't grow old like Innik and Pinga?
No. In the time when Pinga died, there were too few women of marriage age. Many had died. I was made the wife of a man called Tonrak, who lost his wife to the fever. His children were grown, so he was left alone. And the people hate for someone to live without family. He wasn't old enough to be left out on the ice.
Left on the ice?
In those times, especially if food was sparse, they would leave the old or sick out on the ice to die. Tonrak was still strong, so I was given to him as his wife. Otherwise, I would have been alone too.
And did he treat you well?
Well enough. He too was a little afraid of me. The people called me Setna, who brings abundance, but who also is used to frighten children. They are told she will pull them into the sea if they get too close to the water's edge. It keeps the little ones from playing too close to the water. I think he held on to some of that fear from when he was a boy. Also, he was a small man and he didn't like that I was tall. He often said that he wouldn't mind me being so pale and having yellow hair if I wasn't so tall.
What happened with Tonrak? Did he take another wife?
He might have if there had been someone, even a widow. But several summers passed, and he became more angry, insisting that he deserved a wife who could bear children, even though he was old and had children and grandchildren. Everyone knew me and knew my powers, and they had no sympathy for him. He became very grumpy. He complained all the time that I was too old and too tall.
Too old, but you still looked as you do now, right?
Yes, but the people knew I was as old as most of the elders, no matter my appearance.
Was he cruel to you? Physically?
He was afraid to be. I had told him of what I had done to Adam, my first husband, telling only the story of him being pulled under the ice by the bear. I had remembered it by then. Sedna encouraged me to murder Tonrak.
Sedna spoke to you then?
All the time. Less than Raven, who would talk to me to hear his own voice, but Sedna was always there on the hunt.
Raven's voice came. I do have a beautiful voice.
I'm talking to Judith now,
Jung said.
And the shiniest, most beautiful feathers,
Raven said.
You should have her show you.
What happened after you threatened Tonrak?
He took me on a hunt. Just the two of us. It was fall. The ice had returned, and someone had seen a bear offshore. Tonrak said that because I was magical, he and I would go kill the bear and bring it back. We took a dog team and sled and 3 killing lances, and we went out on the ice. Miles and miles. I told him there were no bears the way he was going, but he drove the dogs on. The days were short, and we stopped and made a snow house at night. On the 3rd night, I awoke to the sound of the dogs. I crawled out of the snow house to see Tonrak driving off with the dogs. He had taken the lances, the oil lamp, all my furs except the bear rug we had been sleeping in. I had my mucklucks, my boots, but only because I had been using them as a pillow to keep them warm. I could hear Raven laughing. I shouted at him, angry he hadn't warned me of what Tonrak had done. He just laughed and told me,
Fly away home, little bird.
Sedna growled at me and reminded me that she had told me I should have killed Tonrak. Days and nights had passed before they returned. 4 of them searching for me, they said. Tonrak had said I had been dragged off by a bear who broke into our igloo. The others were worried that the game and fish might go away. There had been no famine among the people since I had joined them, and as fearful as they might have been of me, I had been their blessing from Sedna, and they had insisted Tonrak look for me. He hadn't told them that he had taken my furs and all the tools.
But they found you?
They found me in a new snow house that had been dug into a snow bank, much bigger than the snow house Tonrak had left me in. One of the hunters crawled in the entrance with a lighted oilstone and found me nestled in my rug, and a great female bear curled around me. He backed out of the house, shouting for the others to run. The bear followed him. They had brought 2 sleds and teams. They had lances, and they might have killed the bear if they had stood their ground and acted like hunters, but they ran. Even a team of dogs can't outrun a fully grown bear. The driver of the trailing sled was smaller than the others, so I told the bear to knock him off the sled.
Tonrak?
Yes, Tonrak. The bear picked him up in her jaws and shook him until he stopped screaming. Then they stopped moving. I told the bear to wait, and I took Tonrak's furs, his knife, his snow goggles, even some dried meat he had tucked in his parka. The others kept going until they were almost out of sight. Then they stopped and watched. I waved to them as the bear ate Tonrak. It took a long time, and there was much blood on the ice.
You said you told the bear what to do?
I could speak all languages, even bear. Nanook, the bear god, was my friend in the underworld. all bears carry a little of Nanook's spirit. Young had been writing furiously as she spoke. He looked up to ask, "Where did you go then?" "I waited a few days. Then I returned to my village. The women and children hid. Some of the men came with spears, but did not attack. I stood there at the edge of the camp, feeling like I had the day I jumped into the crevasse. I cried. I screamed. I dared them to kill me. All the time Sedna was in my ear, telling me to kill them all."
Sedna, not Raven.
No, Raven laughed, called me little bird, and told me to fly away.
But isn't Sedna the mother who feeds everyone, cares for everyone, brings the game?
Sedna is the bringer of the animals and the fish, the caretaker. But she has a side that is still angry with how her father treated her. She fights her urge to take revenge only so long as she is respected by the people.
Do they make sacrifices to her?
Some would say that the old people and the crippled left on the ice during hard times were sacrifices to her, but she did not recognize them that way. Sedna doesn't accept offerings. She takes her sacrifices.
Were Adam and Tonrek sacrifices to her?
Judith didn't answer right away. Young caught up with his notes and waited. He could hear Judith's soft breathing, the clock ticking on the wall.
"Judith? Are you there?"
"They were sacrifices to me," she said flatly. Sedna's voice. "When I am not respected, I take my sacrifices." Young could hear his own breathing, the clock ticking on the wall.
"Judith, I'm going to count to 3 and you will be awake. You will be rested and aware, and you will remember everything we've talked about."
Judith opened her eyes and sat up. "Well, that was a surprise," she said.
"Was it?" said Young. "You didn't seem surprised."
"What do you mean?"
"Subjects who are regressed in trance, Judith, tend to react and behave as if they are experiencing memories for the first time, experiencing the fear or trauma, but you are conversational, casual, as if you are reciting something you've recalled many times, or something that didn't happen at all."
"You said it didn't matter if it really happened. Even if I'm remembering dreams, they are valuable to understanding my story."
"As real as these stories may or may not be to you, Judith, your ideation of murder concerns me."
"Is it really murder if a bear eats a man who was unpleasant?"
"Yes."
"What is the harm if you don't believe it happened?"
"You believe it. That is what matters. I only point out the logic so you don't follow these destructive urges now. Murder and suicide."
"You saw the scars, Doctor."
"I have no doubt you have experienced great trauma, great pain, and your suppression of those experiences is so deep that you have constructed a fanciful narrative that has allowed you to give a context for them that is separate from the reality we share now."
"What about the collective unconscious? You said that Raven and Sedna inhabited. I heard you talking to Raven."
"I have been discussing the theory with Dr. Freud in the evenings. And I believe that the archetypes in the collective unconscious may be complexes that are no longer needed. Complexes are states of mind, which are created out of unresolved experience or motivations."
"So, not real."
Dr. Freud has persuaded me that we need to view them as artifacts of imagination created to cope.
"So, I remember these things, these people, these gods as real, but they aren't."
Which is not to say they don't have value in your treatment. They do. But now, in the cold light of day, as they say, how do we reconcile you being on the ice for lifetimes and somehow ending up in Europe in the 20th century?
"You didn't ask before, but I remembered. I lived on the ice by myself for a while, through a winter. But the next summer I saw a ship, and I went to it. It was a Dutch ship. They brought me to Amsterdam.
and we will find the meaning of those images. But it may take longer than the time we have while I'm here in Vienna.
So I won't find out who I was originally.
I'm not saying that, but that identity is so repressed that we have to get through the layers of your story that are covering it.
Judith stood, straightened her dress. Do we still have time today?
As you know, you are the only patient I'm seeing in Vienna, but I did promise Dr. Freud he would have his office back. We still have a quarter of an hour.
Oh, good. If you'd wait a bit, I'll be right back. I just need to run downstairs for a moment.
Very well, said Young.
She left the office, and he perused his notes while he waited, marking those points he wanted to revisit and discuss with Freud. In a few minutes, he heard footfalls on the stairs, and Judith came through the double doors of the treatment office, leading a large dog. Dr. Young, this is Jeff, she said.
Oh, the infamous Jeff, the immortal sled dog who returned from the underworld.
Young put down his notebook, rose, and went to them.
He scratched Jeff behind the ears. There's a good boy,
Young said. Yes. She released Jeff's collar and stepped back, holding the leash. Aklut! Makituk! She said. Aklut rose. 2 minutes later, Judith led Jeff down the stairs to find Wally waiting by the desk. Handsome Dr. Bauman was not to be seen. Oh, you took Jeff to your session? Yes, you weren't down here when I came to get him. We were on rounds, Wally said. Handsome Dr. Bauman is updating his charts. How did Dr. Young like Jeff? Loved him, Judith said. Shall we go? Jeff's a little queasy. I promised him a croissant. Did you remember anything good? Wally asked. Judith shrugged. I fed the village, raised some children, and fed my second husband to a bear. A bear? How exciting. Wait, you were married? Long story, Judith said. I'll tell you on the way to Emily's. 26. Posing a threat. When Judith and Wally arrived the next morning at Dr. Freud's clinic, they were met at the desk by a sad, handsome Dr. Bauman. I'm sorry, Fraulein Judith, but Dr. Jung has returned to Switzerland. He left a note for you, however. The doctor handed Judith an envelope. Does this mean that we can't do the rounds today? Wally asked. I would love that, said Dr. Bauman. But unfortunately, Dr. Freud has forbidden anyone in the clinic from having anything to do with this particular case. Why? Judith isn't cured. She's as loony as ever. Say something crazy, Judith. Judith waved her off as she read Young's letter. Give her a minute, Wally said. Judith read. My dear Judith, it is not my wish to leave a patient suddenly while she is in treatment, but I'm afraid I'm forced to return to Basel, and I do not know when I will be able to come to Vienna again. Dr. Freud and I had a conflict over what you showed me yesterday and how it applies to my theory of the collective unconscious, and I'm afraid our points of view cannot be reconciled at this time. Dr. Freud revoked his permission for me to use his offices. He is quite cross about the rug. I apologize for the abrupt and impersonal nature of this notice, but I had to catch the early train. That said, please do not feel abandoned. I have obligations in Basel and Zurich for the next few months, but if you are able to persuade Herr Klimt to finance your travel to Basel, I will try to find you temporary quarters at the university, and we can continue our sessions. I can make no promises as to whether we will be able to find out who you were before your abduction and abuse, but I will promise that I will do my best to help you reconcile your past with a happy, healthy life going forward. If you are able to persuade Herr Klimt to cover your expenses, please write to me and I will make arrangements for your quarters. I only ask that you do not bring along your dog, as dogs are not allowed in university accommodations, and frankly he terrifies me. Yours most sincerely, C.G. Jung. Well, Judith said, Goss is working on the portrait of Frau Bloch this morning and won't need me to model until this afternoon. I don't start at Café Piccolo until tomorrow, Wally said. I told them I had to bring you to the doctor. Maybe I'll run home and surprise Egon. Will you be all right to get back to Goss's studio? I could do it with my eyes closed. Jeff and I will do some shopping on the way.
Wally hugged Judith and kissed the air on either side of her cheeks because she thought it was very French.
À demain, mon ami,
she said.
Tomorrow,
Judith said.
can I come to the cafe and visit you?
Maybe not on my first day, Wally said. I'll come by the studio after lunch.
I'll probably be posing. You know how Gus gets.
I'll just sneak in with my key.
He loves surprises.
Wally walked back to the apartment, passing slowly by the cafes on the way to watch how the waiters moved. She could do it. She was almost sure. When she walked into the flat, she found Egon sitting shirtless in one of the dining chairs, sketchbook in hand, while across from him, in her underwear, with one shoulder shrugged out of her chemise, the neighbour girl Adele Harms sat posing. On the divan sat a slightly younger Edith Harms, fully dressed, sipping tea. Both women were long-necked and red-haired, dyed like Wally's, and both wore their hair up under knitted bands. Adele's red, Edith's black. Edith's teacup rattled in its saucer when she looked up.
"Oh, Wally,"
said Egon, only glancing up briefly from his drawing.
"Wally is one of my models,"
he explained to the sisters. To Wally he said,
"I knew you were busy this morning, so Adele and Edith came over to help me out."
"We met before," Wally said.
Yes, Wally, said Adele. Your life as a model must be so exciting.
Exciting, said Judith. Wally wanted to punch her in the mouth. She approached them tentatively, small steps, a stranger in her own home. Dr. Jung had to go back to Switzerland early. Judith went back to Klimt's studio.
"Yes, Klimt," said Egon. "A true genius of a generation past."
Wally backed slowly to the door.
I don't want to interrupt the enfant terrible or the Vienna avant-garde at work.
She took no pleasure in saying the French words, which she was pretty sure she pronounced them perfectly.
Perhaps your naughty bits will hang in the Louvre next to his sisters,
she added as she slipped out the door. Judith stood on the posing platform, wearing Emily's gold and silver gown.
Gus, Dr. Young has had to return to Switzerland. So, if I want to continue my treatment, I have to go to Basel. He said you'd be happy to pay for my travel and he could put me in a room at the university.
How does he know I would be happy to pay for your travel? He hasn't even met me.
He's seen your work and can tell that you are a kind and generous gentleman who is only interested in me getting better.
Did Wally tell you to say that?
No, but she would say the same thing if we asked her.
I thought you had another session here in Vienna. What happened?
Cancelled. Young had a falling out with Dr. Freud.
What did they have a falling out over?
Dr. Freud hates dogs, evidently.
I read that Freud had 2 dogs. Chow-chows, I think.
Maybe he just hates Jeff. I took him up to the office yesterday.
Why did you do that?
Dr. Young wanted to meet him. I've told many stories about him.
And he and Freud had a falling out just because you brought Jeff into the office? That seems rigid.
Well, Jeff vomited.
In the office?
On a very nice rug.
That's why I don't have nice rugs here in the studio.
You didn't have rugs before Jeff showed up. You don't have rugs because you drip paint and you have 1,000 cats.
9 cats. We still have 9, right?
Yes, I counted.
Hold still and don't talk. I'm doing a detail of your jaw. How bad was the stain on his rug? Maybe I should offer to have it cleaned or replace it.
Jeff horked up a walrus.
Hold still. What do you mean? A walrus?
You can't ask me questions if you don't want me to move my mouth.
Klimt sighed and stepped back from the canvas.
What do you mean, a walrus?
Just a baby one, although it was partially digested.
A walrus?
Now you've got it.
What? Chewed up meat that looked like a walrus? You're just using walrus as a metaphor, right?
No, a whole baby walrus.
A whole baby walrus.
Although deceased and partially digested.
Jeff hooked up a whole baby walrus on Sigmund Freud's rug.
Yes!
As you've probably noticed, Jeff doesn't always chew his food very well.
How big is a baby walrus?
About like this? She moved her hands in a motion describing parentheses in the air that would contain about 3.5 large house cats.
Don't move your arms.
Well, I couldn't think of anything that size. A medium sheep, maybe? Besides, you weren't drawing.
But you were modeling. You're being paid to model, and you need to hold the pose. How could Jeff possibly eat the whole walrus? Where did he get it?
She answered, without moving her lips at all. The front door clicked behind him and Klimt turned. Judith allowed her eyes to dart in that direction without moving her head. Wally burst into the room. Black mascara tear marks striped her cheeks.
That's it! Judith! You will not be anyone's fuck puppet! I forbid it! Gus, if you touch her, I will have Jeff bite off your nutsack!
Wally!
Klimt said, but he didn't have any reply to what she had said, so he said,
Where did you get the key?
Judith mphed.
We're finished for the day,
Klimt said. She's had the key since she went to Attersea, Judith said. I used it for a while too. She dropped her arms and carefully gathered up the trail of the open gown before she stepped off the posing platform.
What's wrong?
Klimt asked Wally.
Men are disgusting fuck beasts is what,
Wally said.
especially artists.
Oh, child,
Klimt said. He held his arms out for her to come to him for an embrace. In his long blue kaftan, he looked like a paint-spattered saint offering absolution.
You can't fall in love with them.
Wally bolted past Klimt into Judith's waiting arms. Judith petted her and kissed the top of her head. Wally left black, damp, wet eye prints on Judith's naked chest.
Hold that pose,
Klimt said. He snatched up a sketchbook from the side table and started to sketch.
Jeff!
Wally called. Jeff oohed from the kitchen, and they could hear his nails clicking on the floor as he got up.
Never mind,
Klimt said, letting the sketchbook fall to his side. So you'll pay for my trip to Basel? Judith said.
What?
He said. You said you're paying me to model, Judith said. You haven't paid me.
I've been giving your pay to Wally. She was supposed to pass it on to you.
Wally looked up at Judith.
We've gone to the market and a lot of cafes.
I wasn't sure you wouldn't give it all away to feed strangers if I gave it to you.
Good thinking,
Judith said. To Klimt she said, So, a trip to Basel?
How long will you be gone?
I don't know.
Can you finish posing for the preliminary sketches first? Another week?
Yes, I think so.
Then yes, I will pay for your trip to Basel. And when you get back, we'll find you different living arrangements.
What about the Englishman? Wally asked.
What Englishman?
Klimt asked. They ignored him. Oh, I spoke to him, Judith said. We have an understanding.
Is it an understanding that if he doesn't like it, he's going to be the next thing Jeff barfs up on Dr. Freud's rug?
Yes, something like that. Wait, how do you know about that?
I went back to the clinic later to see handsome Dr. Bauman, let him know I was interested in working with him. He says that Freud is very cross with us.
What Englishman?
Klimt said. Wally breathed an exasperated sigh and turned out of Judith's embrace.
The one who hired the Dutch policeman that was decapitated on the bridge the day you found Judith.
Klimt backed to the love seat he kept in the parlour, where he sometimes met with clients to discuss the work, and sat.
Do we still have any of that French wine I keep for the portraiture clients?
Klimt asked.
It's your studio,
Wally said.
Don't you know? There's a bottle in the kitchen,
Judith said.
I'll fetch it.
She padded off to the kitchen.
Then you have to tell me what the Englishman said,
Wally said.
It's a fair offer,
the Englishman had said.
I dare say it will be the first time in your long life when you have had any security. Better than any woman of your breeding could expect.
She'd gone to the address on the card he'd given her as soon as she'd left Freud's office that morning. It was a white, concrete and marble building in the Empire style, white on white, like so many of the buildings on Ringstrasse. Walton had leased an entire floor. She waited while the doorman called up through a brass tube behind the desk to a servant on Walton's floor. "How many servants are with Mr. Walton in his flat?"
"I am not permitted to discuss the business of the tenants, Fräulein," the doorman said.
She contemplated persuading him, but then thought better of it. She might have to return at some point, and a terrified doorman might be an inconvenience. "I understand," she said. Jeff growled, and she scratched between his ears to settle him. Standing clear of Jeff, the doorman gestured to a wide marble staircase that whirled up and out of the lobby. A man in his 30s with extravagant mutton chop sideburns greeted her at the door to the apartment and said,
"Mr. Walton is this way,"
in German with an accent. After a frown at Jeff, he led her into a parlour or reception room big enough to hold a ball in, groups of furniture spaced out so guests might have their own conversation space. Walton sat in one of a pair of Louis XVI chairs in gold and mauve velvet, an ornate gilded table between them. He stood and gestured to the other chair.
"Can I get you anything?" Walton said. "We have everything."
"No, I won't be long," she said. "I wanted to discuss your offer."
It was then that the Englishman had said,
"It's a fair offer. I dare say it will be the first time in your long life when you have had any security. Better than any woman of your breeding could expect."
"What do you know of my breeding?"
"Well, nothing directly. But Frankenstein said his monster found you on the streets of Edinburgh at night. No lady would be out on the city street at night."
"You don't know? I might have been getting out of my carriage at the opera."
"The only time you ever spoke, you called me a butt puddle."
"Well, that has more to do with your background than mine, don't you think?"
"That is not the speech of a lady from a good family."
"I see," she said. "Well, that may be true, and I may accept your offer, but there are conditions."
"Please, I will accommodate your needs as best I can."
She sat with her bag in her lap, and now she felt the reassuring weight of Van Beek's revolver inside.
"I will need you to stop following me and anyone I know. I have work to do, and you don't need to know what it is."
"Yes, I apologize for that. But it took so long to find you, I was afraid of losing track of you again."
That brings me to my next point. If I agree to accompany you to your estate, I have to be able to leave to travel any time I want. I will be there to do your transfusions, but you will not own me. Is that understood?"
Walton said,
"But we will—"
She held up a finger for silence, and he paused.
"If you break that condition, I will murder you and anyone that gets in my way. Anyone you send my way. You may be under the impression that my blood made you immortal, Mr. Walton, but you are not. You remember Adam from that night on the ship, I presume? There has never been a more powerful human animal to walk the earth, nor one more resistant to death."
"Yes, I remember."
"I killed him. You found me. Do you think for all your effort you wouldn't have heard of an 8-foot-tall immortal monster on the ice if he had survived?"
"I assure you, Miss Judith, I do not want to restrain you or harm you in any way."
Judith noticed that 4 different servants, all male, had started to move from the corners of the great room toward where they were sitting, each occupying himself as if attending some other task that required their convergence. Jeff fidgeted at her feet and ruffed at the closest of the toadies, the one with mutton chops. She didn't want to call up Acklet now. Jeff had spent over 100 years with Walton. She wasn't sure what his response might be.
"Kill them all," came a voice in her head. Sedna, "make a boat from their skins." "I'm not sure I believe you, Mr. Walton."
She stood, pulled the big revolver from her bag, and fired it at Mutton Chops. The noise was horrific and set her ears ringing. The old man had dived to the floor, his hands over his head. Mutton Chops was not hurt in the least, as the bullet had ricocheted off a marble column and splintered the leg of a chair on the other side of the room, but he froze in place. Judith looked at the gun, kept it pointed in the direction of Mutton Chops, but tilted it side to side.
"These things are great," she said. "My first time. Normally I just break someone's neck, strangle them or tear off their head, but these things are the tits. Loud, but smashing. She waved the gun in the direction of each of Walton's minions, and each ducked or dived behind a piece of furniture. She let the gun fall to her side, and the minions slowly crawled out of their hiding places. Then she waved the gun again, and they all ducked again. She laughed and did it 3 more times. When Mutton Chops didn't duck, she said, "I will shoot you, and if I miss, I'll be happy to pull your brain out of your eye holes." Mutton Chops didn't believe her, and began moving toward her. Walton obviously hadn't told them what she was capable of. She shrugged and looked down at Walton. "Are you testing me?" "No, I'm—" She pulled up the pistol and shot Mutton Chops. He fell to the floor and screamed, holding his thigh. "Oh, it's easier if they're closer. Still quite loud, though. I will have the police." She pointed the pistol at Walton, and he stopped talking. "Oh, do that. Send for the police and have me arrested. They'll be happy to make arrangements for me to live on your estate and give you blood to keep you alive, especially when I tell them how old you are." Walton dropped his head, defeated. Judith turned to each of the unshot minions, pointing the revolver and sending them back into their hiding places. "I will return here in a month, and we can make arrangements from there. But if I see you, or anyone who I think you may have hired, you will all be floating headless in the Danube." "Let's go, Jeff," Jeff roughed. She walked across the room, swinging the revolver as she went, her heels clicking on the marble floor, Jeff's nails tapping softly like rodent castanets. She paused and stood over Mutton Chops, who was wincing and breathing hard, holding his thigh. "I apologise. I'm just learning. I meant to shoot you in the heart, so it would be quick and painless. I'm not a monster." She continued on her way, paused at the big double doors, and shoved the gun into her bag. "Not all the time, anyway," she called. The minions broke their poses and rushed to their fallen comrade as she slipped out the door. Jeff padded along behind her.
"Oh, little bird," said Raven, "I have missed you so."
On the way back to Klimt's studio, she stopped at a cafe and bought Jeff a croissant and herself a coffee and a piece of cherry strudel. They enjoyed them at an outdoor table in the shade.
"Jeff, you silly boy. How does Walter not know who you really are?"
"He's a good boy," came Sedna's voice in her head.
"He barfed a baby walrus on my doctor's rug," Judith said aloud.
"We wondered what happened to that walrus,"
Raven said.
"Have you two been with me all this time? All the time in Amsterdam?"
"Maybe,"
Raven said.
"You could have helped me. Told me how I killed that policeman on the bridge."
"And ruined the surprise,"
Raven said.
"You know how I love surprises."
2 women at a nearby table looked over at Judith with scowls of disapproval. She smiled at them.
"I'm comforting my dog. His tummy has been upset," she said. "He's a good boy." Jeff warbled sadly.
The women nodded as if they understood and turned back to their own conversation. 27. Dog gone. A week passed before Klimt was far enough along with the painting to let her go, and in that time he wired Young to tell him to prepare for her arrival. He walked her to the edge of the garden to help her hail a cab. Jeff pranced at the end of his leash, excited to get to go for a ride or a walk or any of the activities that might end with eating a croissant.
"Do you have everything?"
Klimt asked her.
"I don't have anything."
"You have money and—"
He couldn't think of anything else to ask. She patted the canvas bag, which had magically become hers.
"I have bread and sausages and cheese and a revolver."
"Oh, good,"
Klimt said.
"Well, wire me if you need anything."
"I will."
"And no strangling people."
"No promises."
"Are you sure you want to take Jeff?"
"I have to. There won't be anyone here at night to take care of him."
"But Wally—"
"Wally has too much to do already with her new job, and she's trying to save her future with Egon."
"He is a very talented young man."
Out of respect for the maestro, she didn't say she thought Egon was a twat. A motorcab putted up to the curb and stopped.
"Goodbye, Judith,"
Klimt said. She embraced him lightly and kissed his cheek. "Goodbye, Gus." She coaxed Jeff to jump into the cab and climbed in after him. Klimt told the driver to take her to the station, and the cab motored away. Klimt turned and walked slowly across the garden. One of the cats, the little calico, was menacing a marigold blossom, and Klimt picked her up and petted her as he returned to the studio and closed the door. He felt hollow, used up, foggy-headed and slow, the way he often felt upon finishing a big painting.
"She'll be back, Kitty," he said.
She mewled, and he set her down to go find her co-cats. She trotted off through the drawing studio. He pulled up a stool he often used when painting, sat and looked at the canvas. It had no colour yet, just a black crayon with a few patches of white chalk for highlights. He added a drop of black to the gesso he used to prime the canvas so it had a very faint, cool grey tone. The problem was, there were two shadows bleeding through at the figure's back, which might have been understandable if he had been reusing the canvas, but this was a fresh linen canvas he had stretched and primed himself, work most artists of his status would have delegated to an apprentice or a colour man, but his background in the applied arts had conditioned him to think like a craftsman, tending to the details of preparing materials as well as turning them into art. He sighed. He could mix more primer and paint over the shadows, or just paint over them when he applied the oil paint, but they would draw his eye to a part of the picture he meant to be space, not object, and he didn't trust himself not to try to correct the composition. He was heading through the drawing studio to the storeroom to fetch the primer when there was a loud knock at the door, and he nearly leapt out of his caftan. He returned to the parlour, where he could see a hefty figure through the reeded glass of the front door. He opened the door and was met by the brass buttons and outrageous moustache of his fencing partner, Commandant Kruger.
"Kruger?"
Klimt said with a smile. Kruger did not smile.
"Gus, I need to talk to you. And I need you to tell me the truth, or one or both of us is going to be very unhappy."
"Come in," Klimt said, and stood aside as the big policeman entered the studio. "Gus? Why were people calling him Gus all the time now?" Kruger was Kruger and he was Klimt, as was proper between grown men.
"I don't even know Kruger's Christian name. Probably isn't Commandant. That would be too easy."
It was her first train ride alone, or at least the first she remembered. It never occurred to her to look around to see if someone was following her. Wally usually did that. A porter at the station in Vienna insisted she put Jeff in a vented crate, which she rented. She had to change trains in Zurich, and made the porter promise that she would be able to get her dog. She felt very strange using the term "my dog" to refer to Jeff, as technically Jeff was inhabited by Aklut, and Aklut was a god. Still, the porter told her what to do to ensure that Jeff would arrive in Basel on the same train that she did. The countryside was spectacular. Fields of grain and hops, mountains and streams, villages as if from a fairy tale. All she knew of Switzerland was what Adam had told her when he was lamenting his mistreatment by Frankenstein. And he had described a hostile, foreboding place, which is saying something when you're living in a stone hut on an island, covered with ice, and bears that want to eat you. On the contrary, Switzerland was lovely, magical, and while there was still some snow on the mountains, even in high summer, it was distant and more decorative than elemental. Faraway highlights to a lush green picture, which she decided would be the way she would prefer to experience snow from now on. In Zurich, no one was forthcoming to help her fetch Jeff, so she went to the baggage car and pulled him out, crate and all, and carried him to the platform where her train to Basel was set to embark. Along the way, she was stopped by a porter who was mortified that a lady was carrying her own luggage, especially a crate large enough that he, a professional, had to fetch a trolley to move for her. But he did, and with Jeff safely loaded, she was off to Basel. The station in Basel looked to have been built up from a toy miniature. In fact, most of Basel looked as if it had been built up from toy miniatures. When she stepped off the train, she was met by a portly young man in a tweed suit, rumpled and slightly worn at the cuffs. He introduced himself as Diderot, one of Young's students. He looked at her as if he'd never seen a woman before, as if she had floated from the train nude on a clamshell instead of trudging in a wrinkled blue shift and a stolen hat. Then he would look away, as if allowing her modesty.
Professor Young has reserved a small flat in Klein Basel. That's the smaller part of the city, across the river from the university. But an easy walk, very nice. Not as nice as Gross Basel, the central city, but it's close to the station and it's the only building the university keeps that would allow a dog. Professor Young said you would have a dog. Despite his request, you not bring it.
We need to get him from baggage, she said.
They found Jeff among the trunks being unloaded from the baggage car, and after taking Judith's claim ticket, a porter released the Malamute from his crate. Diderot was surprised her only baggage was a small canvas satchel.
Your quarters are very close. I can hail a taxi if you like, but it's an easy walk.
Do they sell croissants in Basel?
Judith asked. At the mention of croissants, Jeff drooled a wobbly song of pastry praise and dripped demon dog spit on the sidewalk as they went along.
But of course, although the bakeries may be all sold out this late in the day. There is a restaurant next to your building that caters to students for your dinner. They will even deliver food to your flat.
They sauntered along, Diderot extolling the highlights of the city, its proximity to France, Germany and Switzerland, making it a truly international city. And they stopped at a bakery, where the baker gave them the last 4 croissants for the price of 1.
That's never happened to me before, Diderot exclaimed. That is remarkable.
I'm magical,
Judith explained, and Diderot laughed. The building was 6 stories tall, a stucco affair with a peaked red tile roof and small, well-spaced windows looking on an inner courtyard.
There are no flat roofs in Basel, Diderot explained. Snow.
He showed her to her room on the 3rd floor, and as he unlocked the door and threw it open, said,
"And it has its own bathroom!"
as if he were announcing the arrival of the king, which made her think that she had perhaps been taking having a bathroom at the studio for granted, but which also made her want to pee.
"I'll come by in the morning to take you to your session with Professor Young," Diderot said. "But in the meantime, if you need anything, the first apartment as you come into the courtyard is where the concierge lives, and she will help you, or contact us for you."
He leaned in closer and said, conspiratorially,
"Professor Young can sometimes be forgetful about the needs of mere humans, so I would eat a good breakfast downstairs before you come."
She bent over and, in an equally conspiratorial tone, whispered, "Thanks.
I'll be here at 8.
He handed her the key and bowed ever so slightly, as if waiting to be dismissed.
"He's nice. Give him a hand job,"
Sedna said, which made Judith miss Wally, and made her want to ask the sea goddess if she had learned that phrase from the diminutive model, but she decided she'd probably best not right now.
"Oh, some of that cheese in your bag."
Judith reached into her satchel and pulled out a white paper package in which was wrapped a hunk of Gouda.
"This is for you," she said.
He took the package in both hands, a penitent monk receiving alms.
"Thank you."
"It's cheese," she said, "from Vienna."
"I'm honored." "It's fucking cheese,"
Raven said.
"Everybody likes cheese,"
Sedna said. "À demain," Judith said, in perfect fucking French, thinking of how much Wally would have loved it.
"Tomorrow,"
said Diderot, as he backed out of the room. Diderot was waiting in the courtyard at 8 sharp, and he walked her across the bridge over the Rhine and into the university grounds, and to a neo-Gothic building, where they tied Jeff up in the breezeway.
"I will get him a bowl of water," Diderot promised. "Dr. Young can ring me in my office when you need to go back."
"You have an office? I thought you were a student."
"I'm a graduate student, research assistant to Professor Young. Psychiatry."
"I see. Well, I can probably make it back to the flat on my own, so I won't take you away from your work."
No, I love being taken away from my work,"
Diderot said. Then, distraught, he said,
Oh, please don't tell the professor I said that."
"I won't." He showed her to the stairwell and told her which way to go. The door to Young's office was open. The professor sat behind a dark wood desk that was stacked with papers, folders, and the odd leather-bound volume. Young stood when she came in.
Ah, Judith, so nice to see you. Please, come in, sit down.
She did. You don't have a fainting couch?
Yes, I do. This is a suite of offices, but I thought today we might just talk for a while, review your progress, and perhaps you could help me put what I have seen in context.
Is Dr. Freud terribly angry about his rug? I'm so sorry. Jeff has never done that before.
Yes, he is angry. But less about his rug and more about the conclusions I have drawn from what I've seen.
Aklut?
Yes, he's not here, is he?
Young looked truly alarmed for a moment.
Downstairs, just a normal Malamute, a silly boy.
Young relaxed.
I concluded, as I think you meant for me to, that your underworld, my collective unconscious, is a real, tangible thing, existing beyond a series of complexes and hallucinations.
You saw him. When I call him, Aklut can move in this world, like he did when I knew him in the underworld.
And Raven and Sedna, can they manifest physically in this world?
I don't know. I have never seen either of them here, but Raven is a shapeshifter. He could be anything, anyone. I know he can move things in our world, like weather.
Young looked at the notebook open on his desk, capped his fountain pen, and set it down on the page.
And you, Judith? Can you, like Jeff, change shapes in this world?
She fidgeted with her bag, squeezed the revolver, the hard sausage, a croissant she'd saved for Jeff, through the waxed canvas. Where were the distracting comments of Sedna and Raven now when she needed them? She said,
Do you know, Dr. Young, all this time we've been talking, and I've never even offered you a hand job, and I think it's about time.
Judith, are you a shape changer?
No, she said. Then, yes, I have changed shapes. My shape has changed. Once that I can remember, but honestly, with my memory, I might have been dreaming.
Can you change shapes on demand, like your dog?
He's not really my dog, Doctor, more of a dog acquaintance.
Judith, please.
Not at will, or on command, like Jeff. But if I am in danger, when I was in danger, I changed.
When was this?
When I first came to Vienna. I'd only been here a few days. There was a Dutch policeman who had been following me, an ex-policeman, I guess. And he burst in on me when I was with a man, a client, I guess you would call him. I jumped through a window and ran, but he caught up to me on a bridge, and he threatened me with a gun.
And you changed?
Jeff was with him. I knew it was Jeff.
So, Jeff changed?
I didn't even know Jeff could do that then. I hadn't seen him since the ship.
What happened?
The policeman, Thiessen, said I needed to come with him or he would shoot me. I said he wouldn't shoot an unarmed woman, a naked woman, and he said it didn't matter to him. He had caught me, and all he needed to do was bring back my blood. Then I was terrified, thinking that Frankenstein had somehow survived, that Adam had lied to me about killing the doctor, or worse, Adam had survived and was going to make a new immortal sex puppet.
What?
A slave to his desires, if you like. Doctor, I had lived a very, very long time, in harsh circumstances, but I had lost the sense of fear. I hadn't felt it for decades, since my third death, until that night on that bridge. Thiessen grabbed me by the throat with his free hand, tried to choke me.
So you changed form?
Yes. Thiessen clicked the gun.
Cocked the hammer?
Yes, he cocked the hammer and was aiming to shoot me in the face, and I changed. I became the form I learned from Raven, and I thrust out my wing and forced my flight feathers into his throat. I snapped my wing as if I were going to take off, and I tore his head off, flipped it like a champagne cork.
And then what did you do? Fly away?
No, Jeff came to me, licked the blood from my wing, and leapt off the bridge into the canal. He changed to his orca form in the air and made a great splash.
Orca? A blackfish?
A killer whale. It is Aklut's other form in the underworld, where he will run to the water's edge as a wolf and change without missing a step. The seal and walrus people hate it.
Can you change to another form?
I don't know. When Jeff went into the canal, I dove in after him. I didn't know what had happened to me, only that I wanted to be away from that bridge and that policeman. I must have hit my head on something in the water and drowned, because the next thing I remember, Gustav Klimt was loading my corpse onto a newspaper cart.
Judith, you know that it is my duty, ethically, to report it if one of my patients confesses to a crime, don't you?
I did not know that. Well, my imagination is playing tricks on me again. It was all a dream.
The problem, of course, is that I would have to admit that I believe you. And at this point, that is not something I can do. What you've shown me fundamentally changes the reality of existence for all mankind, and not necessarily for the better.
It was one cop. He wasn't even very tall.
No, I mean, you, Jeff, Raven, the underworld, empirical evidence of the existence of a collective unconscious.
So you can prove your theory. That's good, isn't it?
The collective unconscious and the archetypes that reside there are useful, I believe, in understanding the nature of human consciousness, of the mind, and can help us understand how to help those who are experiencing mental illness in many of its forms. They are useful as metaphors, and even when I postulated that they existed in an autonomous sense, as a world mind, you might say, I understood it to be something that we as a species generated from our minds. But you add corporeal reality, and the idea that rather than helping the mind to come to a sense of peace with the self by the use of metaphor, you present the possibility of changing the myths, of challenging them. If I tell you that your mischievous side is like the archetype of the trickster, it helps you understand that your mischievous behavior is a type of narcissism, self-aggrandizement, a call for attention to the psyche. But if you say, "Oh, I had tea with Raven on Wednesday and he was spending time anonymously helping the poor," or "he sacrificed himself for the betterment of mankind," you've changed the trickster archetype. You've changed the collective unconscious. Even the term narcissism would change if you found that Narcissus had thrown away all of his mirrors, eschewed his own reflection, and in fact would never talk about himself. Suddenly, Raven and Narcissus are no longer universal. Under this new reality, we can argue about the nature of myth. We can debate the superiority of our gods, encourage them to arm wrestle for dominance. Our day-to-day life becomes a battle on Olympus, or between heaven and hell, the Aesir and the frost giants, to determine whatever extent to which our minds do affect the collective unconscious. We would send our gods to war, and we would all be foot soldiers in a religious war, because, remember, a myth is simply a religion that you don't believe in.
So what does that mean for me?
I would say, from your experience, living in what you call the underworld, and giving corporeal form to a figure from there, by most definitions, you are a god.
I was thinking about becoming a waitress. I like giving food to people. And Jeff loves pastries, maybe a seamstress.
I wasn't describing a vocation, Judith.
Because of the policeman on the bridge, I'd be known as Judith the murdering waitress.
What I'm saying is, I cannot reveal what I have seen or what has transpired between us. Just discussing it with Professor Freud had him denouncing me as neurotic to a fault, and as needing serious psychoanalysis and severing all ties, even his friendship with me.
So, It wasn't just the partially digested baby walrus on his rug. That did not help matters, because that was inexplicable evidence of the existence of the supernatural, something Freud has found absurd and unscientific since before I knew him. And you are that same kind of evidence. So the collective unconscious was ruined by dog barf, and I never have a hope of finding out who I was before all of this. I didn't say that. Our goal can be the same, and as unpleasant as remembering your experiences on the ice has been, they have helped you to better adjust to the world. You haven't had any of the episodes you had right after Klimt found you, correct? Judith thought it best not to mention Jeff eating Van Beek, and her shooting Walton's henchmen, and threatening to behead them all if they followed her, as it wouldn't reflect well on her progress. She said, "No, but sometimes I say things just to shock people." That would be Raven's influence, I would think. In most people, I would suggest learning to resist those urges. In your case, you can probably ask Raven to stop. Most patients don't have that choice. And what will you do now, Doctor? I will continue with my work, with developing my theory of the collective unconscious as a means of understanding and treating patients' conditions, and ignore what I have learned from you. As far as we know, from what Raven told me, you are unique. No one has ever done what you have done, nor gone where you have gone. So in effect, your experience won't be something I can use to help other patients. But that does not mean that we won't continue with your sessions, searching for the rest of your story. So, to the couch. I was hoping before that to ask you a few more questions. Details. Purely to give some context to what you've already told me under hypnosis. Would you have any objection to that? I thought you couldn't use me as a model for your treatment. I won't, I can't. But I am unlikely to get the chance to speak to another immortal. It also may help to find out not just who you are, but who you have become. By all means. In your time on the ice, living among the people, which was what would be a lifetime for most people, and later in Amsterdam, did you have friends, people who cared about you, people you cared about? I cared for children with the people, but there was always fear or jealousy among the adults, men and women. When the children I cared for grew up, others made them push me away. And Amsterdam? There were girls I could laugh with, but even though it was a small world among the whores, I moved around. Different houses, different districts, and women don't last long in that life. More often than not, they were the ones who moved away. And again, jealousy and fear. And lovers, your husbands among the people, anyone in Amsterdam? Not my husbands. Although I think my first husband, Innick, liked the status of having a wife who could always find food. It wasn't love, I don't think. I was more of an asset. Even when you made love, that was an obligation for Innick. Among the people, I was ugly, tall, and pale. When it was clear that I would bear him no children, we slept together, along with his other wife, for warmth, sometimes sex. How did you feel about that? I had no romantic expectations. As far as I knew then, and even now, I was made to be a sex slave, tortured and raped repeatedly. Later, when I was in Amsterdam, no longer the pale freak, I made a living from sex. I don't know what making love is, Doctor. I am sorry. I asked because in all our sessions you haven't mentioned loneliness. Yet it had to be something you experienced. Only when Setna and Raven stopped talking. They were with you in Amsterdam? Raven not so much as Setna. She had demands. To feed people. Sure, that was it. There was a soft knock on the door. Young looked annoyed. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be disturbed when I'm in session. Just a moment, Judith. He went to the office door and opened it a crack. Diderot, looking quite contrite, was standing there.
You received a wire from Gustav Klimt. It was marked urgent. I think it's for Judith.
He handed the folded message to Young, apologised again, and slipped away as Young closed the door. Young handed the telegram to Judith. She unfolded it and read aloud. 4J. Kruger knows about the bridge. Stay away.
Who is Kruger? Young asked.
He's Klimt's fencing partner, a police commandant.
How do you think he found out?
Probably those two bitches at the cafe when we were talking,
said Raven in Judith's head.
Raven, she said to Young. I was talking to him in a cafe. There were some women listening, and I told them I was calming Jeff because of his upset stomach. I didn't realise.
Perhaps we should suspend this session for now. Pick up tomorrow.
She wasn't sure what to do next. Should she reply to Klimt? Let him know she'd gotten his message? Would the police monitor any messages she sent? Ella had been right. Klimt needed a telephone at the studio. In the hall, she asked Diderot if she would send a message to Klimt.
Of course. What do you want it to say?
He wrote in his pocket notebook as she dictated.
Understood. We'll wait to hear from you. Thank you, J.
Diderot escorted her down the stairs and into the breezeway, where there was no sign of Jeff.
Perhaps he slipped his leash,
Diderot said.
Then his leash would be here.
She saw something light on the stones near the water dish Diderot had put out for Jeff.
What do you see?
Diderot asked.
Crumbs.
You said he liked croissants.
These crumbs aren't from croissants. These are from scones.
She pinched the crumbly detritus between her fingers.
What does that mean?
Diderot was genuinely perplexed.
Someone took Jeff or let him away.
Would you go with just anyone?
Jeff is a pushover for baked goods, she said, standing up. Will you help me look for him?
Of course.
I may seem to be talking to myself as we go. Don't be alarmed. That's one of the reasons Dr. Young is treating me.
I completely understand,
Diderot said.
Raven!
She shouted, her voice echoing off the old stonework.
What the fuck is that, Claude?
That was louder than I expected,
said Diderot.
When I talk to myself, I don't always listen, she said.
She led them out of the breezeway and began calling Jeff's name as they went. 28. When I Say Your Name. They retraced Judith's steps to her quarters, then to the train station, which might have worked if Jeff had just run away, but she was relatively sure he had been taken, or at least lured away. Diderot stayed with her until midnight, when he insisted upon leaving her at her quarters and resuming the search in the morning. She thanked him and promised to get some rest, then waited a few minutes, checked to see that Van Beek's revolver was loaded. She still had 4 unfired cartridges in the cylinder, and headed down to the courtyard. As soon as she stepped out of the stairwell into the courtyard, she knew something was wrong. She could hear the shuffle of shoes on stone, and before she could look in the direction of the noise, something was thrown over her. Her arms were held at her sides by some sort of restraint, and she could smell chemicals, something caustic, could feel a cloth being pushed onto her face. She held her breath even as she struggled. She fell, and whoever was holding her rode her to the ground. The hand holding the chemical cloth fell away. She tried to roll and realised that it was a net she was struggling against.
Stop!
Came a voice a few yards away. She heard clicking noises, machinery, guns being cocked. The hands holding her down loosened. She could see figures standing above her. One was Walton, easily identifiable because of his skeletal thinness.
Let her go!
The same voice, high-pitched but not a woman, more, well, a small voice shouting. She made out 2 men standing over her, one with his foot on her hip.
Stay where you are, said Walton. Take her!
Judith looked to where she'd heard the first voice. A short, very short figure, in a large hat, stepped out of a shadow holding a pistol. He shrugged and shot Walton in the chest. The old man went over backward. Judith pushed up into a kneeling position, no one holding her now. The little man looked around the courtyard. There were 3 men dressed in normal street clothes of different sizes, but all about 30 years old. She recognised them as the servants in Walton's apartment in Vienna. Beyond them were 4 Younger, bigger, sturdier-looking men in work clothes and boots, each of them holding a rifle. Walton's men appeared to be unarmed, except for the one holding the rag he'd tried to suffocate her with, which seemed pathetic in contrast to the 4 rifles and the pistol. Lights were coming on in the rooms above the courtyard.
"You all can go now, or we can shoot you as well,"
said the little man. Walton's servants exchanged glances, then all broke toward the entrance.
"Take him with you,"
said the little man, pointing to Walton's body with his pistol.
"He'll be all right. His shot so's a hat,"
said the one who had the rag, kneeling over Walton.
"Just keep the body in a cool, dry place and pour some broth into him when he starts breathing again."
Judith had climbed to her feet and was looking for a way out of the courtyard, not blocked by the little man and his minions. Back into the building and up the stairs was the only way out. She turned, took a step, and
"Elspeth Lindsay,"
said the little man. She stopped, turned.
"What?" "Elspeth Lindsay, that's who you are. You were born in Alnwick, Northumberland, in 1779. Your father's name was James and your mother's name was Elizabeth. You had a brother, also James, who was with you when Adam took you. He played the fiddle and you sang and danced in pubs all over Scotland and Northern England."
"Elspeth," she said. She was stunned. Walton's men had lifted him and was swiftly carrying him out of the courtyard under the guns of the larger men.
"Yes,"
said the little man. He shoved his pistol into his belt. He put out his hand to her.
"And we need to go. The police will be coming. Have a carriage waiting."
"We have to find Jeff," she said. "Stop them."
One of the men with the rifle stepped in front of Walton's men.
"Where is Jeff?"
she asked in English. "The Malamute." The man holding Walton's feet looked over his shoulder.
"Tied up behind the hotel, 2 blocks toward the river."
Judith waved him on.
"We have to go," said the little man. "We'll get your dog on the way."
"Who are you?"
she said, following along behind the little man, who waddled as he walked. He turned, took off his big hat and held it over his heart. He had the happy face of a carved puppet, cheeks a little too round and ruddy, nose a bit too bulbous, but kindness, no, joy in his eyes.
"I am Waggis," he said. "I've known you forever. I have always loved you."
They rode in a full carriage, black, trimmed in polished brass, with a team of horses. Judith and Jeff sat on one side of the coach, Waggis on the other. 2 of Waggis's men rode in the driver's seat and 2 on top of the coach. Judith offered for them to ride inside, but they declined. As the last time 2 of them had seen Jeff, he'd eaten both their shoes and the small toe of one, so they didn't care to be close to him. The other 2 had heard the tales and mentioned how attached they were to their respective toes and how much they'd like them to stay attached. While grateful to have been rescued and reunited with Jeff, she was uncomfortable with the circumstances. Being enclosed in the carriage with a little man who was still armed. She wasn't sure if she should trust him, but she did like how he had unceremoniously shot Walton without a second thought. She was still reeling with the knowledge of who she had been before Adam and where she had come from. He'd offered her food and wine. As he said, it would be a long ride to his villa in the mountains. She ate some dark bread and butter he'd brought.
And Jeff ate everything else.
"So," she said, around a crust of bread, "how do you know who I am?"
"I'm sorry it took so long to find you," he said. "I've been looking for you since Adam took you from the villa."
"You were the one, feeding me, talking to me."
"I brought you to life when Frankenstein had given up."
He smiled, a crooked grin of healthy teeth.
"I thought it was the electrical currents, but after more experiments I found that it was the care, the broth, the water keeping you warm. The current simply started your heart sooner."
"How are you still alive?"
"Your blood. I injected your blood into my system even before Adam took you. There was no more of Frankenstein's elixir, but we had your blood. First I tried it on mice, then on myself."
"But you're still young. Walton said he injected my blood and he looks old. Not as old as he actually is, but an old man."
"Because I died. That's the trigger. I found it with the mice. The estate is infested with a small population of immortal mice. Thankfully, they can't produce offspring, but they do grow smarter with experience. It's annoying. Anyway, if Walton had died accidentally when he was younger, He would likely look his age at the time, like me, like you.
I died 4 times,
she said. Only twice for me.
Accident.
Once by villagers with pitchforks and torches. It was a misunderstanding about the lightning I was producing in the laboratory. Fortunately, the laboratory was in the folly, which is constructed completely of marble, so the torches just burned out on the roof.
Once.
Another time I took my own life.
Why? Asking seemed intimate, since she had done it herself and knew the pain involved. She looked away.
You don't have to say, she said.
Because I could not find you. I looked everywhere. Well, not me, but people I hired. It was unbearable.
She didn't know what to say. He had lived a very long life, thinking about her, searching for her, and she had only remembered him as a shadow figure in a dream. Finally she said, "But why?"
You were my first friend, my only friend. No matter how smart I was, people treated me like a clown. A sad clown. My name, Waggis, is after the clown Basil celebrates during Carnival. If Frankenstein had not hired me, I would have been a beggar.
But I was just a body on a table when you knew me. Wait, did you shag my corpse, Waggis?
Oh no! We were friends. We talked for hours and hours about all things.
But I was unconscious at best.
Yes, you were a very good listener. I've missed you so.
He made as if to reach out his hand to touch hers, then pulled it back and hid it under the brim of his big hat like a shy child.
How did you find out who I was? It was so long ago.
I knew Adam had gone to the Arctic and Frankenstein had followed him, so I hired people to try to track his path. I had the resources. Frankenstein had left me the entire estate to manage. In fact, adopted me before leaving, so I was legal heir to it. Since Adam had murdered the rest of the family, I hired agents in all the ports at the edge of the Arctic, looking for any news coming from explorers, whalers, or even trappers who might have encountered a giant travelling with a woman. Then, about 70 years ago, Walton came to the estate and opened the next chapter of the story, and although he didn't say, I knew from his appearance at the time that he'd also injected some of your blood. I knew where the Prometheus was when Adam took you, and I knew that you had survived. I hired people to track what Walton was doing and found out about Jeff. I knew where you and your brother had been when Adam murdered you. And when. So I sent people to track the history. They searched records all over Scotland and Northern England, and eventually they connected the murder and disappearance of a pair of entertainers, brother and sisters, and we knew that it was you, Elspeth, and your brother, James.
She hadn't really tried on the Elspeth name yet. It still seemed like the name of someone else from long ago, and she'd never had a surname. She remembered that she had gone by the first name, Margot, for a while in Amsterdam, but the closest thing she'd had to a surname was the Murdering Prostitute, which didn't look right on a library card.
So Walton found me before you did, and you had Van Beek follow Thiessen. Why did you send Van Beek? Why didn't you come yourself before this?
Hope is too painful. While I knew Walton might have found you, I couldn't be sure. I didn't think I would be able to take the disappointment if it wasn't you. And I do not represent the best face of welcome, I think. Van Beek wasn't supposed to try and capture you. I had an intermediate in Amsterdam who confused things. I'm sorry. I'm afraid Van Beek disappeared. They stranded my men in Vienna.
But your men told you about Jeff, about how he changes.
She ruffled Jeff's ears. Silly boy.
I didn't know what to believe. Their story was, well, there was a lot of fear shaping it.
They told you the truth. You said you died twice. How long were you dead? How long was it before someone brought you back?
In the case of the pitchfork, a day or two. When I drowned myself in a pond on the estate, one of my men pulled me out, so it was only minutes, maybe an hour. I fired him. I had instructions to let me die.
Do you remember anything from the time when you were dead? Of the underworld?
Just light. Lot of light. And figures moving in the distance, but they never became clear.
Not long enough, she said. There are creatures on the other side. gods and spirits. And if you are dead long enough, they follow you back. Jeff and I brought part of the underworld back. That's how he changes. He is inhabited by a god from the other side, Aklut, a savage god, who is a giant wolf on the land and an orca in the water. I knew him when I was in the underworld. In the way, he followed me home.
Is that how Walton was able to find you?
I think it was how Thiessen found me in Vienna. Poor Jeff didn't know he was being used to track me.
Oh,
He ate Van Beek.
pardon? 8?
2 bites. 1 bite, really, but he sort of chomped in the middle of it.
And the police haven't figured it out yet?
She shrugged. Nobody.
You didn't take his money first, did you?
I just told you that a giant supernatural wolf dog ate your hired scoundrel.
It was a lot of money.
I thought you were rich.
I am, but I don't have so much that I want to feed it to the dog. That's just irresponsible.
You're irresponsible. Letting a patchwork monster run off with your only friend is irresponsible.
He hung his head, hid again behind the brim of his hat.
I'm sorry.
I'm teasing, she said.
She lifted the brim of his hat and peeked under it.
Thank you, Waggis.
She could see a shy smile there in the shadow of the hat.
I would probably be chained in a box right now if not for you.
Well, you don't have to worry about Walton anymore.
He won't figure out who you are and try to take me again.
It doesn't need you. When he returns to life, he'll realise that more of your blood won't help him. Barring an accident, he'll live forever. But he'll always look like an old man. I'll send a letter to his estate explaining as much. And if he won't listen to reason, perhaps we can take Jeff on a trip to England to visit. Walton won't be a problem. But the police in Vienna will be. You can't go back there.
I have friends in Vienna. Well, a friend. No, friends. I have people. Where will I go?
Anywhere you want. I'm sure, like me, you've accumulated a fortune over your long life.
No fortune. I was on the ice for 80 years.
You could come and stay at the villa. That was my hope, if I found you. Stay as long as you like. Come and go as you please. Even if Walton comes after you again, we have excellent security. Since the torches and pitchforks incident, it's been a priority. And you will never do without.
She sat silent for a while, listening to the clop-clop of the horses and the creak of the carriage springs.
You could... Shut up! Okay.
I will not be your sex puppet.
He hid behind his hat brim again.
You can have your own wing of the house.
Do you speak English? I have some swearing to catch up on, and I think English is the best language for it.
A little. I can learn.
Fine, she said.
Fine, he said.
They rode a while in silence. Waggis hiding his smile under his hat brim, Judith trying to imagine her future. They were still an hour from the villa when she made her decision.
There's something you should know about me before we go any further.
Is it that you murdered a number of men in Amsterdam? Because that doesn't bother me.
A large number,
said Raven.
Not enough, said Sedna. No, it's something else. Something that happened because I was in the underworld for a long time when I died on the ice. Years before I came back. It's disturbing.
I watched a monster slaughter everyone I knew and take away my only friend, then was killed by peasants with pitchforks. I feel as if I'm prepared.
I've never tried this before on purpose. But I think I can change. I think I can go back and forth to the underworld the way Jeff does and leave my body here. But I also think I can change physically here.
Fly away, little bird,
Raven said.
I'm going to try it now, and if it works, you mustn't be afraid. I won't hurt you. But I think this is as much who I am as finding out that I am Elspeth Lindsay.
I'm ready,
Waggis said. She shut the blinds in the carriage windows, then closed her eyes and sat back in the seat. Before long, her blue cotton dress began to turn to shiny black feathers.
Waggis pushed back against the seat.
Oh, my,
he said. The next time they spoke, she was in her blue dress again.
So?
Can you fly?
I don't know.
Yes,
Raven said.
Raven says yes, she said.
Raven,
A god from the underworld who talks to me. I'll tell you about him.
I want to hear. I want to hear your whole story.
I think I can tell you my whole story now.
I wish I could fly.
Well, is it cold in the winter here? Cold enough that you could, say, keep meat fresh in an unheated barn?
Very cold. Lots of snow.
When winter comes, I could choke you. I guess strangle you is the right term. And once you're dead, I can show you around the underworld for a while. Maybe you'll learn a new skill.
I'd like that,
said Waggis. As friends, Judith said. I'd only be choking you as a friend.
That's all I've ever wanted,
he said. Good, she said.
Good,
he said. Another hour passed, with the two of them listening to the clop of the horses and the squeak of the springs, thinking about what was to come next. When the driver pulled up the reins and they could hear his companion climbing down to open the gate, Waggis said,
"We're home."
29. Vienna Waltz. Wally received her first telegram a few weeks after Judith disappeared.
I will be okay. Love, Jay.
Although she was sad for a while, she didn't worry. And she pursued her goal of achieving success by the Alma Mahler method of attaching her hopes to a creative genius. For 3 years, she and Egon lived together. She waitressed at Café Piccolo in the mornings, modelled in the afternoon, and had come to terms with coming home from work to find Egon chatting up or drawing one or both of the Harms sisters, Edith and Adele, from next door. Wally travelled with Egon, and the two were often seen about town together at art shows and salons. About the same time the war came to Vienna, Egon was invited to show his work in non-German-speaking countries. And while chaos reigned across the continent, Egon assured Wally he was bound for greatness, despite the fact that, nay, maybe because, he was a disgusting fuck-beast. Wally stood dutifully by his side and braced to bask in the light of his success until one afternoon she came home from the cafe and Egon announced,
"I've asked Edith Harms to marry me. She's from a good family and will make a proper wife. But in the contract I've offered her, I've included the provision that you and I get to go off on holiday together 2 weeks of the year."
He grinned as if he had just handed her a bouquet of roses. For the first time in months, she palpably missed her friend Judith, because she didn't think she was strong enough to choke Egon out if he saw her coming. Instead, she ran out of the flat in tears, and only returned several days later to pick up her things when she'd secured a room in a women's rooming house in an outer district. The Alma Mahler strategy was not going to work, even currently for Alma Mahler, who had married Walter Gropius, the young architect, given birth to his daughter, then promptly left him. Oskar Kokoschka had been conscripted for the war and sent to Russia, sans Alma doll, and promptly bayoneted. He was listed as missing and probably dead. Untethered from creative greatness, Wally, with Emily Pfluger's influence, enrolled into nurses' training at the Vienna General Hospital. Due to the war and an accelerated demand for nurses, the training was expanded to 12 hours a day, and Wally was not able to work enough hours at the cafe to stay ahead of her rent. She decided to use the secret knock on Gustav Klimt's studio door.
"Wally,"
Klimt said, opening the door and finding his smile, despite having been interrupted during a portrait session with a wealthy lady.
"Gus,"
Wally said, and she burst into tears and ran into his arms.
"What's wrong? Are you hurt? Please don't call me Gus."
She pushed back from his embrace and said,
"I'm heartbroken, and I am almost a nurse, but I can't work enough to pay my rent, and I will have to become a murdering prostitute like Judith to get by."
Klimt realised his portrait client was listening from the next room and he needed to measure his response.
"Come in, Cher,"
he said. He led her away from the portrait studio to the little parlour that had once been a dining room and now held the divan where they'd first placed a waterlogged Judith years ago.
"How much do you need," he said, "to finish your training?"
"I don't want a gift. I need to work. I will work."
"You can start tomorrow," Klimt said. "I have a portrait sitting in the morning, but I will draw you in the studio during break. Ella will be here too. She'll be happy to see you."
Wally wiped the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief.
"How is Ella?"
"She's lovely. Due with the second child in the fall."
"Will you call it Gustav?"
Only if it's a boy. You can catch up with that tomorrow morning.
That's just it. I can't work in the mornings. I have my classes.
I see.
Klimt paced a tight circle and rubbed the bridge of his nose as if he were deep in thought.
I know. I will paint your portrait. I've never painted you despite all the drawings. When are you off from your classes?
6 in the evening.
That's it then. We'll work an hour each evening and I'll make a painting of you.
But an hour a day won't be enough for my rent and expenses.
That's what you never knew, Wally. For a portrait model, the pay is 4 times that of a drawing model, he lied. It will be like you're working 4 hours a day. Will that work?
Yes, that will do. Thank you. Thank you, Gus.
She wrapped her arms around him and kissed his cheek. Wally finished her training. Klimt finished the portrait, and Wally was sent to Dalmatia to an army field hospital, where she found a distinct lack of the cheerful spotted dog she was expecting, and instead was subjected to a flood of young, mutilated and dying soldiers. She was a good nurse, her superiors and her patients told her, but she was overwhelmed with how ineffective her treatment was in alleviating suffering and death. She resolved to be the face of kindness and love for every soldier she treated, so that might be what they saw before they passed, a small note of hope in a symphony of despair. In her 2nd year in the field, she fell ill with scarlet fever and was isolated in a tent with soldiers and another nurse who was suffering from the same malady. She lay on the cot, her head pounding, her throat so sore she could barely swallow, passing in and out of consciousness. Sometimes she would hear the voices of the other patients. Sometimes she imagined she was hearing Strauss and would watch elegant, happy couples dancing in the air above her cot. On the 4th night of her isolation, when the other patients were asleep and even the shelling at the front had gone silent, she heard the beating of great wings outside the tent, but she was too weak to lift her head to look toward the source. She heard the tent flap scrape as it was tossed aside, and she expected to see the shadow of a nurse fall on her. Instead, a familiar face appeared, like a rising moon.
Judith,
Wally whispered. Judith held her cheek against Wally's and hugged her as she wept.
I'm here. Don't be afraid.
how?
Magic.
Judith reached behind the black feathers on her breast and produced a small leather case. She unsnapped it and pulled out the needles, plunger, and tubing. The feathers on her arm retreated, and she put one needle in her arm, then brought Wally's arm out from under the wool army blanket.
Little pinch,
she said. She put the other needle in Wally's arm. Wally laughed.
I always say little pinch too.
Judith pumped the plunger until she transferred the amount of blood Waggis had recommended. Then she removed the needles and put them away. She put her face close to Wally's again.
Wally, don't be afraid. I'm not. Love, you are going to pass on. But you will be back, probably very soon. But you can't be Wally anymore. Do you understand? Do you have feathers?
Not all the time.
Listen, Wally, you are going to come back in a few minutes. And when you do, you will have to come find me in Switzerland. I've written this down, and I've put the paper along with some money in your chemise, because you may not remember, or someone may move you or take you away. Where am I going? Call it the undiscovered country. I'll be there when you get there. Oh, good. Can we get pastry? Absolutely.
Judith bent and hugged her cheek to Wally's.
I love you. Me too, Wally said. I missed you.
Judith gently took the pillow from under Wally's head and held it over her face until she stopped trying to breathe. Egon would marry Edith Harms and go off to war and return without seeing combat. His art would be shown around Europe, and his reputation as the leader of the Vienna Expressionist movement assured. Gustav Klimt would never marry Emily Flöger, but would father 2 more children with Camilla Ella Huber. In 1918, just as the Great War was winding down, the Spanish flu epidemic would descend on the world. Klimt, Egon Schiele, and Edith Harms, Egon's wife, would all perish from the flu. Egon only 4 days after Edith, who was pregnant at the time.
Hey, butt puppet, Judith said. I feel so much better,
Wally said,
Where are we? Why are you wearing a helmet?
we're going on an adventure.
Do you remember what I just told you? Yes, Switzerland. Wait, did you smother me?
A little bit, sorry. We don't have much time. You have to go back. You have to stop being Wally, do you understand? Wally is dead.
But who will I be? Anyone you want to.
Go now. I'll see you soon. Epilogue. Klimt in the underworld. When Klimt opened his eyes after dying, the first thing he saw was Judith's face.
Judith?
It's Elspeth, but yes. Hello, Gus.
Where are we?
The underworld. You're dead.
Why are you wearing a helmet?
She was wearing a golden helm with great wings jutting from the sides. Valkyrie. I borrowed it so I could greet you. This isn't my normal part of the underworld.
Are you dead too?
No, I can go back and forth. Klimt jumped at the sound of a growl so deep it rattled in his ribs, and he looked past Judith to see an enormous wolf-like creature looming above them.
What?
That's Jeff. That's what he looks like here. He's a silly boy. Acklet, a rood, a sad yowl.
Can he go back and forth too?
Yes. In fact, he was the first. I learned from him.
Can I go back and forth?
No, just Jeff and me. We had to die a few times to make it a two-way thing, and you only get to die once.
Where do I go now?
He squinted into the distance and could see mountains, trees, sky. Well, normally you would mix into the consciousness of the people, become one with all mankind and the human spirit, then be spread again to a body where you would have an identity, a personality. But you're special, Gus. You were kind to me, and I have some influence here, so I'll make it so you will retain your identity, your personality in the underworld. You'll see things here through your own mind's eye, with your painter's sensibility.
When I sent you the telegram to stay away, I just meant stay away from Vienna. I didn't mean I would stop helping you. I didn't mean for you to disappear.
I know. I was fine. I've been fine. I found out who I am. I'm glad.
I tried to help Wally, like you asked, and I took care of Camilla and the children. They'll be looked after.
I know. Which is why you get to be Klimt in the underworld, not just another bit of the human spirit.
Thank you.
As a squirrel. Well, one of the squirrel people.
What?
It's the only vacancy.
I'm going to be a squirrel.
Squirrel person. They can talk here, so it'll be just like your Gustav Klimt, but with a tail.
I'll be a talking squirrel.
Yes, Gus, that's what I just said. Did you suffer dementia since I've seen you?
I had a stroke before the flu.
Well, that shouldn't make you stupid here, I don't think. I'll ask. Anyway, you'll feel just like you do now, but you'll be a much better climber.
Wait. Are you covered with black feathers?
Not my face, I didn't want to scare you. This is how I look here.
They are magnificent, are they not?
Came Raven's voice.
What was that?
No one, don't worry about it.
Is this why black wings kept appearing on the painting? I never finished it, you know. I would paint them out and the next day they would be there again.
Sorry. I didn't know that would happen. You should offer him a hand job, came Sedna's voice.
Who was that?
That's Sedna. She learned that from Wally. Used to be it was just feed them or murder them, but after Wally she added hand jobs.
Poor Wally.
Klimt hung his head. Yes. Poor Wally. Well, I need to return this helmet. Are you ready for the squirreling?
What?
Goodbye, Gus. Afterword. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, great job, butt puddle. How did you manage to ruin history, literature and art in one short novel? First, there's no need to use that kind of language. And second, it went like this. I visited Vienna for the first time in 2015 and learned about many of the luminaries of the city and how, during the first part of the 20th century, Vienna comprised what Eric Wiener in his book, The The Geography of Genius called a genius cluster. The idea that at certain places and times in history, groups of geniuses develop or rise. I'd written one novel, Sacre Bleu, set amid one such genius cluster, Paris in the 1890s. I thought one in Vienna would be interesting too. In pre-World War I Vienna, one could find scientists Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and Alfred Adler, who were basically inventing psychoanalysis. Musicians Gustav Mahler, Richard Strauss, and Arnold Schoenberg, painters Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele, and Oskar Kokoschka, and architects Walter Gropius and Adolf Loos, who would redefine modern design, as well as political figures Josip Tito, Joseph Stalin, Leon Trotsky, and Adolf Hitler. Although calling the last group geniuses rather sullies the term, but they all certainly became leading figures in politics, and that's just the men. As I did the research, extraordinary women, some famous, some infamous, and some obscure, began to rise, and the focus of the book I was going to write changed. While many of the characters in Anima Rising are based on real people, all of the dialogue and many of the intersections of the characters are from my imagination. But some events actually happened, although I've changed the timeline to accommodate the story, and it's only fair I tell you which ones. I chose the year 1911 to begin the modern part of the story, because that is the year that Mahler died and Klimt introduced Wally Neutzel, who had been working with him as a model, to Egon Schiele. Also, Freud and Jung, who had been friends and colleagues since 1907, would have a breakup over their views of the human psyche late that year. Those events and relationships dictated what would transpire in the book, but some events that would happen later in the decade were moved to serve the theme. The elephant in the room, Klimt and the women. Gustav Klimt's paintings are striking and beautiful and sensual and often ethereal. He was one of the founders of the Vienna secessionist movement and the first elected president of their group, artists who wanted to break away from the conventions of the Vienna Academy, much like the Impressionists had broken with the Paris Salon. Klimt was considered a symbolist painter, and while many of his paintings are wrought with symbols or serve as allegories, he didn't describe them, write about them, or, as far as we know, talk about them. What we do know is that nearly all of them featured female figures, often nude, and often portrayed as unattainable, aloof, sometimes dangerous, seemingly oblivious to the attention they were inspiring. When asked to speak about his art, Klimt said, "I have never painted a self-portrait. I am less interested in myself as a subject for painting than I am in other people, above all, women." His early murals for some of the buildings of the Ringstrasse, like those he did for the Burgtheater, along with his brother Ernst and their partner, Franz von Matsch, were exquisitely drafted and executed scenes from mythology. But as the new century approached and he worked on his own, his work became less narrative and more, reverent, I guess, of the female figure, and was often viewed as scandalous. As in Anima Rising, Klimt's studio was in a freestanding home with a walled garden. He used the front parlour for his wealthy portrait clients, but kept a drawing studio that was often filled with as many as a half-dozen young models. While painting one of the commissioned portraits, he would take breaks and retreat to the drawing studio, where he would draw and chat with the young models. The sketches of the models, all of whom were well paid, were often used in his major non-portrait paintings. Nearly every book I read on Klimt, including those that focused on the paintings, included some version of this sentence. It was understood that if you modelled for Klimt, you would share his bed as well. If I may, yikes! I did not and do not want to try to justify Klimt's behaviour or his appetites, but I also wanted to find a way not to see him as a villain or a predator. As much as I looked, I couldn't find any of his contemporaries who criticised him for his habits as being out of the ordinary, and they were certainly known at the time. Some historical context may explain this, although not excuse it, when viewed through our second decade of the 21st century lens. There were very few opportunities for young women in early 20th century Vienna, particularly if they were born into the lower or working classes. Education for young women was almost unheard of, and there simply weren't enough manual labour or domestic jobs to go around. Vienna, a city of 2 million people, its population drawn from cultures all over the Austro-Hungarian Empire, had 40,000 registered prostitutes in 1910. That was only the registered prostitutes. Streetwalkers and those the police didn't steer to the legal brothels would have added to that figure. As bizarre as it might seem to us today, a young woman of the lower classes might have seen working for Klimt as an opportunity, even with the consequences of having to have sex with the master. Klimt kept meticulous records of their hours worked, and he paid each model 8 crowns an hour, which was a good wage. He was also known to have paid for the funeral of the father of one of his models, and would pay their back rent when one faced eviction. The age of consent in Austria at that time was 14, and indeed Camilla Huber, Ella, whom we meet in Anima Rising, was 15 in 1911, and pregnant with the first child she would have with Klimt. She would give birth to 2 more before Klimt died in 1918, and Klimt provided for her and the children in his will. I can't seem to find a definitive number, but Klimt fathered between 8 and 13 illegitimate children in his lifetime. He provided for 8 children in his will and left the rest of his estate to Emily Flöger. Gus and Emily. Klimt likely met Emily Flöger around 1890 when she was 16. She was the younger sister of his brother Ernst's wife, Helena Flöger. When Ernst died in 1892, Klimt took on the support of Helene and her soon-to-be-born daughter, and he would remain close with the Flöger family until his death, often spending evenings with them in the city, and spending summers with them at Attersee. Klimt first painted Emily in 1891, and included her in a major painting he finished of his brothers in 1895, Hanswurst on the Fair Stage. The two were very close throughout Klimt's life. He painted her several more times, and the two collaborated on fashion designs and fabrics once Emily and her sisters opened Schwestern Flöger, which became a major design house. While they never married, Emily referred to Klimt as her Lebensmensch, or love man. While no one knows what the actual relationship was between Klimt and Emily, it's impossible that she didn't know about his adventures with other women. So there had to be some sort of understanding between the two. Most of Klimt's writing that survives is postcards to Emily he sent while on tour with his art, and much of it is very whiny, complaining about the weather or his health. Emily burned baskets full of his letters upon his death, and we have none of her letters to him. There are dozens of photographs of the two of them together, most taken during the summers at Attersee. And what you see in nearly all of them is the pure joy the two found in each other's company. Emily was a revolutionary designer, moving women's clothes from a 50-year era of restrictive corsets and bustles to flowing, unrestricted reform dresses with bold colours and designs, but comfortable. She was Coco Chanel before Coco Chanel, and could definitely have served as an example of the possibilities for an ambitious, self-possessed woman. Klimt and Wally. We don't know when Klimt first met Wally Neutzel, or when she started modelling for him, but we do know that he introduced her to Egon Schiele in 1911. And the relationship between Schiele and Wally was both a working one and a romantic one, that lasted until May of 1915, when he married Edith Harms. I could find only one painting Klimt did of Wally, done in 1916, which would have been after her split with Egon, and probably during her training as a nurse. The painting, along with many of Klimt's major paintings, was burned by Nazi soldiers retreating from Schloss, Castle, Immendorf in 1945. A black and white photo of the painting is all that survives. The portrait is unlike any other I've seen by Klimt, with the subject painted in profile, expressionless, one breast exposed. It really suggested a work that neither the artist or the model want to be part of. That's why I wrote the scene where Klimt offers to paint Wally in order to pay her to help her out. I have no evidence that it happened that way. Wally and Egon. As above, Wally met Egon Schiele in 1911, and the trip they took to Krummau happened in the spring of 1912, much as I describe it in the novel, without Judith, or Jeff, of course. Wally, Egon, Anton Peschke, and Egon's younger sister Gertie all visited Krummau, where Schille's mother was born, and set up an ad hoc bohemian artist colony. There are numerous paintings that came out of the trip, many landscapes and architectural paintings, as Egon's agent actually had sent him a bundle of canvases to paint for a show in Munich, but also many drawings, mostly nudes, by both artists, some depicting them engaged in sex with the models. They were asked to leave Cromau, driven out really because of their behaviour. Before the trip, Egon wrote that he was excited to see the airplane at Cromau, but he never did. Egon Schiele was, indeed, arrested, initially for abducting 13-year-old Titania von Mossig, who had been missing for 3 days, but later confessed she had been trying to escape her family and had run away. So the charge was reduced to attempting to corrupt youth by showing them obscene pictures. These events, however, happened on a different artist's trip to the village of Neulenbach, Austria. He was sentenced to 24 days, and Wally did indeed stay with him in the village, persuaded the guard to let him have his art materials, and threw fruit to him through his high window. He wrote about there being no colour, and asking Wally to bring him an orange, and he did a drawing with watercolours of the orange on his prison cot. Wally didn't, however, stage a daring escape attempt with the assistance of village urchins. I feel as if she would have, but it was well known that the urchins of Neulenbach were shit. In his journal in prison, Schiele wrote, "No erotic work of art is filth, if it is artistically significant. It is only turned into filth to the beholder if he is filthy. I could mention the names of many, many famous artists, even that of Klimt, but I do not want to excuse myself by this at all. That would be not worthy of me. Therefore I do not deny it. I do declare as untrue, however, that I showed such drawings intentionally to children, that I corrupted children. That is untrue. Nevertheless, I know that there are many children who are corrupted, that is, incited and aroused by the sex impulse they themselves were as children. Have they forgotten how the frightful passion burned and tortured them while they were still children? I have not forgotten, for I suffered terribly under it, and I believe that man must suffer from sexual torture as long as he is capable of sexual feelings." So, it's clear that Schiele viewed himself as a disgusting fuck beast. Kidding, that's my term, but you can see how I might have come to think that. Wally was Egon's model and companion until 1915, when he announced he would marry a girl from a more suitable family, Edith Harms. Part of his marriage proposal included an agreement that he get to go on holiday for 2 weeks a year with Wally, which neither Wally nor Edith agreed to. 2 of Schiele's major paintings, Death and the Maidens and The Lovers, show Wally trying to hold on to him, weeping as he pushes her away. After their split, Wally would train as a nurse and eventually perish from scarlet fever in Dalmatia, now Croatia, while treating war wounded. Egon was drafted, but had officers who kept him in positions away from combat, and he was able to eventually return to Vienna and Edith. Both died of the Spanish flu in 1918. Egon drew his younger sister Gertie scores of times, many times nude, and the two did go on a trip to Trieste, Italy, when Gertie was 12 and Egon 16, to reenact their parents' honeymoon. The two were very close. Gertie would go on to marry Anton Peschke. Wally. Wallberger, Wally Neutzel, was born in Tattendorf, Austria in 1894 and moved with her family to Vienna in 1906. Her father was a school teacher who died when she was 11, and her mother a day labourer. She had 4 sisters. That's about what we know about Wally before she meets Klimt and later Schiele. I looked everywhere for books about her and found one, which was only available in German. After I translated it with my phone, I realised that it was a novel and had no more corroborated information than her Wikipedia page. So essentially, Wally achieved, if not greatness, notoriety by pursuing the Alma Mahler model of attaching herself to a genius, or at least by having history attach her to Schiele. However, the circumstances for a young woman in Vienna at the time were much as I describe them, and we have many drawings, paintings and photographs of her. So from those elements, I built a character. I could do nothing to correct the injustices of history. I could do nothing to change the circumstances Wally lived under, nor does it serve anyone to stand upon the self-righteous platform of progress and shout down about just how awful, unfair, and dehumanising conditions were for a young woman of the time. I could not give Wally or her contemporaries agency, but what I could do was portray her as resilient, clever, loving, courageous, resourceful, and funny. For me, even though it was a story of a fictitious character from literature, Judith, and a cast of historical figures, Anima Rising became Wally's book. For me, her memory has been a blessing. Alma Mahler and Oskar Kokoschka. Alma Mahler had an extraordinary life, and many books have been written about her if you're interested in learning more. She kept detailed journals through much of her life. So unlike other characters in Anima Rising, she is neither obscure nor a mystery. She did, she said, receive her first kiss from Gustav Klimt at 19, while on a trip to Italy with Klimt, her mother, and her stepfather, who was also a painter. She goes on at great length in her journals about Klimt's attention and her dilemma of wanting to succumb to his seduction and Klimt's age and reputation as a womanizer. In any case, her stepfather chased Klimt away, and a few years later she married Gustav Mahler, had 2 daughters with him, and travelled with him until his death in 1911. At one point, around 1908, Mahler, distraught that he could not keep up sexually with his young wife, consulted, like you do, Sigmund Freud, and the two took an 8-hour walk through the garden, which evidently helped the situation not at all. Alma then had affairs with Walter Gropius, the young architect, who would found the Bauhaus School, and Oskar Kokoschka, a painter and contemporary of Egon Schiele in the Vienna Expressionist movement. She did choose Gropius over Kokoschka, married him, and had a daughter by him, but eventually returned to Kokoschka. They lived together for several years, but Kokoschka was called up for military service and was severely wounded at the Russian front and thought to have been killed. When he did return, Alma was finished with him, and late in the decade, 1918, he did indeed commission a doll based on Alma's figure, and as described in Anima Rising, the doll maker made the skin of the doll with goose feathers. And yes, Kokoschka described it as being more like a polar bear than like Alma. That did not stop him from buying dresses for the doll, appearing in public with it, and making paintings of it. The timing of the events of Alma and Oscar's lives didn't line up for the timeline of the novel, but thematically I felt as if I had to include them. The Inuit and the Arctic. The references to Inuit life and mythology come completely from academic sources. The character of Raven in the Inuit cosmology is much less a trickster than what I needed for the novel, so I have drawn on Raven stories from the Haida and Tlingit cultures as well. I found no detailed stories about Aklut, but only descriptions of him in various indexes of Inuit deities, so I was unconstrained in creating the character. Sedna is described as having different aspects and origins in different sources, which isn't surprising, as the geographical range of the Inuit people is vast, and legends tend to evolve and change as they are passed on and influenced by individual experience. I chose those tales that describe her as most benevolent, but hint at the ones that describe her as vengeful and menacing. In addition, I just made stuff up, like the obsidian blades in Raven's feathers, out of whole cloth. Although the description of how a blade core is made and the sharpness of the blades that can be struck from one is real. The use of the term Eskimo is contemporary to the time in which the book is set. Rasmussen, whom Young refers to as a source in Anima Rising, who was raised among the Inuit people of northern Greenland, used it in his papers, and it was in common use by Arctic explorers of the time. The underworld, as I describe it, comes from descriptions in several sources. Most describe it as being under the sea, yet the animal people can talk and people use fire, which reinforces the underworld as a spiritual place that adheres to its own set of rules. The phenomenon of Judith being able to speak and understand all languages comes not from Inuit legend, but from a Crow shaman I met on the Crow Reservation in 1991 while researching my novel Coyote Blue. In short, one day over lunch with some friends from the res, this gentleman blurted out, "I died 4 times!" And everybody stopped their conversation and looked his way. Once he had our attention, he said, "And after the 4th time, I could speak all languages. It's a longer story, which I may tell someday, but he was the only person I knew who had died 4 times. So I just took him at his word and used that as a conceit for Judith. Freud and Jung. When I realised that I was going to be writing about a time and place that could include these 2 giants, I was excited. When I started the research and realised that the 2 of them had published a combined total of over 750,000 pages, I was somewhat less excited. There was simply too much. To present characters in a comic novel, I needed to pare down the material more than somewhat. I turned to titles like Freud for Dummies, Jung for Imbeciles, A Brief Explanation of Jungian Analysis for the Patently Stupid, and Kill Your Dad, Shag Your Mom, a Freudian pop-up book. After reading those enlightening surveys, I decided to build my characters around an out-of-print book of Freud and Jung's letters to each other, a correspondence that runs from 1907 to 1912, when they break off their friendship like a couple of teenage girls who like the same boy. What's interesting is that from the very first letters, you can see the breakup in motion. Freud more or less denounces any influence of the supernatural, or what he calls the occult, including all religions, and Jung announces that while he is a follower of, and indeed believer in Freud's theories, he believes that there may be more to the human psyche than childhood sexual trauma. In the last letters, Freud more or less accuses Jung of being neurotic, because he won't abandon the idea that something exists outside human experience. And because Jung won't admit the neurosis, Freud tells him they can't be friends anymore. Freud also exhibits a distinct disrespect for young women of the lower classes, and women in general. At one point he comments to Jung that he could never understand how Jung could treat a woman who was so ugly, and attributes every mental disorder to their sexual trauma as children, while Jung can't seem to get on board with that limitation. There was also an instance of one case of Freud obviously trying to pawn a problem patient off on Jung, a colleague in psychiatry who ended up being a massive problem for Jung, who accepted the difficulty with grace but was obviously irked by Freud's misrepresentation of the case. For a wee bit of accuracy's sake, timeline-wise, Jung wouldn't formulate, or at least publish, his theory of the collective unconscious until the 1920s. But it's clear in retrospect that his work was heading in that direction earlier on. Frankenstein. As you may already know, the novel Frankenstein begins and ends in the Arctic, and the bride of the monster, the mate that the creature demands he make for him, Victor Frankenstein tears to pieces and abandons on a Scottish island. My conceit was, what if she lived? In Shelley's novel, the monster says it's his intent to go to the Arctic with his mate, where they will live out of the sight of men. So that's where he goes in my book. The time frame was the problem. Frankenstein concludes in 1799. My story starts in 1911. I had to give her something to do for 112 years. Now you know what that was. Hitler. Hitler was a contemporary of Egon Schiele, and he was in Vienna in the first decade of the 20th century. In fact, on the ledger page at the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts that shows Egon Schiele's acceptance, 5 spaces below was recorded Hitler's rejection, because his draftsmanship and portraiture was substandard. During that decade also, Vienna's mayor, Karl Lueger, was an avowed anti-Semite and was famous for blaming Jews for all the troubles of the city. His screeds appealed to the poor working-class men of the city who wanted someone to blame for their misfortune. The very visible, wealthy community of Jewish businessmen and bankers was an easy target, and there's little doubt that Hitler was among Lueger's followers. I don't know whether Schiele or Klimt ever met Hitler, but I had a moustache joke I wanted to use, and God damn it, any chance to make fun of Hitler is a chance you have to take. The Great War. Vienna, at the time of the book, and for several hundred years before, was the centre of the massive Austro-Hungarian Empire, made up of many nations with divergent cultures that were starting in the 20th century to want independence and cultural identities of their own. The First World War erupted in 1914 with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne of Emperor Franz Joseph, and became a huge inconvenience for me and my novel entirely too massive a series of events to cover in the book. So I decided to not let it get in the way of the story and treat it more like a bus full of noisy tourists driving through. You know, wave as they go by. Hi, Great War! Have a nice day in the city.